It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Well, hello, viewers, and I hate to countermand Dr. Malosha's orders to you guys right there, but do not go get some rest. Grab your caffeine of choice, check your pack progress, settle in, because we've got 6 Latin American best-of-1 matches here coming to you today on LATAM League Stage 2, Play Day 4. I am Corbeck, and alongside me is Gibson and Flynn filling in for Whip It here today as we get ready to launch ourselves into another whirl of LATAM action. But first, let's take a step back, look at Monday's results, Play Day 3 here, Gibson, and I don't think there was anything particularly shocking to come out of Monday.
Not at all. We got back to what LATAM pretty much was all of last stage. 7-2, 7-0, 7-2, 7-1, and 2 7-4s. I think I got the easy card on Monday because Flynn, he had a long night. I was done after, what, four quick maps? What a night it was.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we get some long ones, we get some short ones every now and again. I mean, if you take a look at the schedule for tonight later on, we might be in the market for some short games tonight. We'll see. I think you're right, though. I think we were getting back to a little bit more of what we were used to. We were following the script, per se, of where we thought people were going to be landing in the standings, and it was less of the guessing game that week number 1 was. There were a lot of what we would have considered upsets in week number 1. Seems like everybody's kind of settling in now to the new stage, new rosters, new setting.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing, Flynn. It feels like teams are finding their groove, and I think these standings sort of reflect that right now as we head into day 4. Obviously, there are 10 play days here, gentlemen, so it's early days yet. But Gibson, I mean, these doesn't appear to be anything particularly shocking here in these standings either for LATAM South.
Not really. I think at the start of the season, if you asked me who I thought the top 3 would be, it's exactly who it was, in the order that I would have expected as well. So Knights, Alpha Team, and Vasco. Wins today for those 3 teams against the 3 teams that are below them in the table will certainly just extend that gap as we get closer and closer to the halfway point.
Yeah, I think with LATAM South, you know, we had a long conversation heading into Monday's games about maybe this division's a little more wide open. Maybe LATAM North is a little more set in stone, but LATAM South has a few question marks to sort out. I'd say the big question was Vasco, and they certainly sort everyone out in a hurry with a nice swift 7-0 on Monday. So, like I said, we had a few questionable results in week number 1. Week number 2, at least halfway through, we're starting to see the LATAM South that we're very familiar with from stage number 1.
Yeah, and you alluded to it a little bit earlier, Flynn, but the same thing sort of stands here when you look at today's schedule. It's essentially the top 3 teams in each of the 2 regions going against the bottom 3 teams in each of the 2 regions. I mean, you know, Gibson, what can you really say about the matches here today? I don't expect any big surprises.
I think the only game that I'm looking at, particularly in the south, that could potentially maybe go a little bit deeper is that Maycam Evolve Alpha game. Elsewhere, you would expect these should be regulation wins for the top 3 as they look to extend that gap. And to be honest, it's the exact same. Maybe, just maybe Lycus though, after that big win on the previous playday, could cause an upset against 6 Karma.
Yeah, it's possible. And I mean, yeah, we didn't expect there to be such a disparity between Lycus and TSG, the 2 qualifier teams in LATAM North, but going up against a team like 6 Karma, still an uphill battle at the very least. You know, CNE against Cruelty. CNE, I believe, had an upset win against Cruelty. I know they had an upset win against Revenant in stage 1. Pretty sure they had one against Cruelty as well in stage number 1. So there's different rosters here, obviously, but I think there's room for an upset here or there, but this is one of those days where the schedule does not look favorably upon the underdogs, and there's going to be a lot of uphill climbing and overcoming of unfortunate circumstances for some of the bottom-seeded teams to pull points away and try and claw their way up the standing.
And unfortunately, there do seem to just be days like that here in LATAM, whether you like it or not. I mean, they happen in all regions. It's not regional exclusive. But our first match of the day, and our first match that might very well go that way, is going to be Malvinas Gaming versus Vasco. And just to set the scene for you both a little bit, these two teams met twice in stage 1, and it was a 7-0 both times. I mean, Gibson, Malvinas off to a 0-3 start. What can they possibly do to salvage their stage at this point?
I think the question really is for a team like Malvinas, what is success at this stage? Is it just, finishing above the other two teams in the bottom half of the table? Because there is such a big skill gap between the top 3 and the bottom 3. So maybe success for them is just not finishing bottom, not finishing 5th. I think this matchup, though, 7-0 last time these teams played, 7-0, 7-1s most of the times Vasco play in general, this should be a short one.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like we're kind of cruising to another performance from Vasco like we saw on Monday here, Flynn. It was a complete return to form for them. I don't think we should expect anything different.
No, there's no real indications here saying, we need to throw up the panic alarms anymore for Vasco. They got back on track, and there's nothing more you can do than win 7-0. That is the absolute best you can do in a best of 1. We'll see if they can do it again, because this is kind of what we were used to with Vasco in stage number 1. Lots of 7-0s, 7-1s, 7-2s.
Right. Well, let's go ahead and see our map vetoes here for this first match. I know they're getting ready to play, and we need to know where they will be playing. And Flynn, Skyscraper, Border Labs, some of the more exotic ones going, and it's Consulate at the end of the day.
Yep, we're going to Consulate. I'm going to assume that's Vasco that should be starting on the defense against Malvinas, but hey, that's going to be a tough one for Malvinas, starting the attack on Consulate against a tougher team. It's difficult.
Well, I know they're raring to go, boys, and I'm sure you are as well. So I will turn it over to you for our first match here of Playday 4.
Thanks, Corbeck, and what a quick show that was. Maybe the pre-show, will hopefully be quicker than what the game was, Flynn. But we've already got our bans. We're starting the round. Thatcher and Blitz being removed on the attack. Kaid and Smoke being removed on the defense. I think a big problem for Malvinas, Flynn, is probably going to be the fact that on these maps with like a smaller footprint, maps like Consulate, Cafe, it really suits the Vasco style of play.
Definitely. I think Vasco, they're in their element and they're cruising when they can be aggressive and they can get in your face and they can throw you off your tempo. This is no exception. I mean, Consulate is a map where, as a defender, you're kind of in a wonderland of your own desire and making, where you can kind of peek just about every window, every doorway, every hallway possible, and not really feel like you're going to get caught by a crossfire or cut on a rotation. There's so many impervious walls around this map that just give you so much safety as a defender. There's a lot of mobility, there's a lot of safety, there's a lot of aggressive opportunity on this map. I think as well, banning away the smoke. Interesting one, and also opting to take the Tachanka as your solo, area denial operator for Consulate. An interesting decision. Sometimes you see them paired together. It's not often you see the smoke get removed in favor of the Tachanka, though.
Yeah, but I think it makes sense when you think about how the top floor plays out, in particular when teams want to go for that plant as they push up yellow stairs. So I think it's not a bad decision to remove that operator for Vasco. Now you can see Monte making his way up yellow in the early stages, just being a mobile drone taking space, but as you can see, there is presence inside of Piano, and that Valk could be a big problem if they don't clean her out of this position later, as the lot of that top floor is destructible from below.
What's to be the point in taking the Deimos for Malvinas was to be able to flush out anyone playing down below. We've got a wooden barricade being the barrier between the entry of Piano and yellow stairs, and for the time being, Nitro has gone unimpeded. He's still allowed to persist down here inside of Piano, with the majority of the Malvinas attack focused on CEO, focused on Connector, trying to push their way in. Frag Grenade will come over the top in towards Piano. We got Grimbees inside of CEO itself, but again, we are not identifying or isolating Nitro down below, and Luca, he's going to get the opener on the Orcs.
IB4 now Tachanka really can slow down the time on yellow stairs as well as he starts setting out those Sumikas to get on the burn. You can see a player on Repel on the window as well, maybe starting to signal like they want to capture some of these defenders as they try to rotate through the map. Now, bottom yellow as well, still pressure, but Deimos will begin to make his way to top yellow. Got information on the player just around the corner, slips his way into connector, but can he win this one? C4 below puts him down to 6 HP, and Scarp will finish the job.
Scarp continuing to win his battles upstairs onto Tachanka, holding down CEO. Luca tags in for a second one now, and Creeves will meet his maker as Scarp turns the corner. It's 2 double kills on the side of Vasco Esports, leaving it all down to Forby in a 1v5 amidst the fire and the flames at the top of the yellow stairs. Turns attention away from connector momentarily, seeing if anyone will swing at a small desk. He'll get one to eliminate the possibility of a flawless round, but for Forby, still a mountain of a task ahead of him, and make it 3 on the round for Luca as Vasco. They wrap up round number 1 in style.
Yeah, and it's not really the type of play you expect from Vasco. Usually they get really up close and personal with those attackers as they try to enter the building. This time around they played a little bit more passive, a little bit more site-centric with the Valk setting up below, with all the reinforcers being utilized. You then force all the Malvinas players through these choke points, as you see right there, and they all kind of fell one by one by one. But the same result as you'd normally expect from Vasco on a map like this. They do take the opening round. And I think the biggest problem for me was Malvinas never really got a foothold, not in the kill feed, not on the map. They need to get a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, just trying to brute force through yellow stairs. We've seen it work in the past, but that usually involves the ability to clear out defenders playing underneath the default cam, small desk or inside of CEO specifically. There was none of that going on for Malvinas, and the easiest way that we've seen teams be able to grab control inside of CEO is to get underneath, to get piano control. And yet Nitro, he's just chilling. He's having a holiday in piano for the entirety of the round. You've got a Deimos, you've got a Montaigne, you've got a Nomad. You have the ability to lock Nitro down in place and make life absolutely miserable for him. Instead, it's a spa holiday, and that round kind of goes nowhere for you if you're on the Malvinas side. We go to round number 2, and Vasco go downstairs. We now have the emergence of the Goya with the Tubarão and the Clash. So there's still lots of utility being brought by Vasco in the absence of the smoke that they chose to get rid of, just in different forms than we're typically used to.
Well, what I love about the Clash is you can use Clash to lock down that yellow door if you're defending basement, meaning that once again you're forcing those attackers through choke points. Now, looking at Malvinas early on, they're going to get into the top floor, clear the map, floor by floor, but as you can see from the silhouettes, which, you know, sometimes might not be the correct color, but there's no real roam presence from Vasco in this game. They're all playing on the basement, they've turtled up, and the longer it takes Malvinas to clear all of these floors, the more of an issue it'll be in the late game.
First logic bomb going out, and obviously we're on the new patch now. We did have a couple play days on the previous patch, but now these logic bombs are regenerative over time. You don't start with 2 with a cooldown. You generate them after about 45 seconds each. So the first one will go out, and it will confirm what you already said, Gibson, which is that, yeah, we're Vasco. We're downstairs, homies. We are not upstairs at all. We have no intentions of roaming. We want to play our Goyo canisters, the Aruni Surya gates, the Tubarão Zoto canisters. We have no intention of holding for top control. We're going to kill you on the clock, and we're going to kill you with the utility. And it's looking pretty good right now, because as Malvinas has top control with the Ram, starting to begin some soft breach, Thermite Charge comes out onto the garage wall. It'll get stunned momentarily by the Zoto canister, so that will continue to impede the access to the bomb site for Malvinas. The hatch as well, it will get opened up by a can opener, and there goes the main garage breach. Still, 62 seconds tick away. Still a lot of utility at the disposal for Vasco.
Yeah, they've got full vert control now, but as you can see, all of the Vasco defenders sitting further back, not giving away any picks to this vertical control. What they want Malvinas to do is step in through that breach, then they'll come alive. That's when the lineup that they brought will have an impact. You can see C4 will be thrown, but all that really does is get rid of his own shield, which makes Lucas' position a little bit weaker than it was a few seconds ago. Scarp still playing by the pillar just at the bottom of yellow. But as you can see here, then there's no real inroads being made towards site. The first gunshot will be fired in anger as Forby will fall at the hands of Nachoto, but there's only 20 seconds left and the case is down.
Yeah, that was Diffuser outside of the garage breach, so now we're going to have a rotation for Malvinas, but again, Nachoto has a TCSG, staring point blank at the breach. Santos drops for 1, but it's an immediate trade. Santos gets 2 with the R4C, but we're being slowed by the clash. We don't have the Diffuser in hand. We are trapped outside of a Surya gate on the yellow stair hallway. Nitro wraps it up with a clean 2K, and again for Malvinas, stalling out, not having the answer for the utility that was in the bomb site, even with so much map control up above.
And it was just what I kind of want to touch on what they did again, though, there, the Flynn. You bring the clash to lock off yellow door and pillar, then everybody else falls back to positions where you can get no verticality, and you've got long lines of sight with operators, with, you know, the ACOGs. We're seeing the TCSG being brought, we're seeing the DMR being brought as well. Basically, what they wanted Malvinas to do was to get the breach open and try to walk through it. It was really well thought out, and honestly, my biggest disappointment for Malvinas was when you see that sort of setup, sometimes it's better to just rotate and try to attack from the other side, but it just seemed like, Flynn, they had a plan A and they didn't want to leave it.
Yeah, those can be tough when you've an attack with certain utility in mind, and maybe you've practiced this attack much more than a reverse take. You're kind of stuck into just running headlong into what the defense wants you to do. It was clearly what Vasco wanted. They wanted to play deep with long-range weapons, like you talked about with the ACOGs, and with the utility that they had. They had the safety with the clash, playing by radio. Yeah, the Surya gates to slow you down from heading in and making sure you had to eat up utility just to enter the bomb site. Dude, there was just no way that you were going to get through the mountain of utility that Vasco were bringing. So yeah, swapping that to a server hit probably would have been the better call there if you're on the side of Malvinas. There was a lot of soft breach and a lot of utility already invested into going for the front take. I understand it, it's just the execution also was not very strong, taking a lot of time just to be in a position to set up for the take. Now you can see we're getting a bit of a change now. Santos was on the Ram last round with the R4C, now he's onto the Montaigne. I believe we had Yorks on the Montaigne in round number 1, so we are swapping around some roles. We're rotating some operators on the side of Malvinas, the third bomb site to approach, and we're going to need a different attitude and strategy for it.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, Vasco playing all 3 floors of this map to defend the site. So they're playing top floor, and yeah, you've got a player playing inside of Visa as well. Yorks will get the kill on the Scarp, as we're seeing a bit of an uptick in tempo here from Malvinas. Creeves will capture Luca, as we're down to a 3 versus 3 as they now take control of the top floor. They've got control of that piano hatch as well. There is the hatch open. I didn't quite see in the site setup. Minute and 43 to go. Monty is pushing a little further forward as well, as Forby will capture Nitro on the move. And this is great. This is so much better from Malvinas. They up the tempo. It's all down to Pulse playing inside of basement with the C4. If you're Malvinas, you can go for the attempted plant. If Pulse gets one, you've still got the numbers to see this one over.
Yeah, we've got hatch open in towards garage. So many red pings and yellow pings coming out now. The cardiac sensor aware of the plant being brought by Santos. But he's going to try and arc the Nitro Cell. He's going to win the heads-up gunfight against Creeves first. This glass has been everywhere on the map. Nitro Cell comes out now. It does a little bit of damage to the backside of Santos. But that's probably the round wrapped up right there in the post plan, as Nachoto will still have to face the Montaigne head on with the Nomad of Forby turning the corner. Yeah, he tries to hit the 180 knife onto the shield, but the ADS from the Montaigne is too powerful, and that is Malvinas winning their first round on Consulate. Bit of a scrappy one there, having a Glaz have to control the top floor at the end of the day. They don't ask how, they ask how many.
You know what's scary about that, though? That was so close to being a clip. Like, if the shots onto the Nomad had have been just a few inches higher, and then that first shot in the Monte landed, that was a clip. He 180'd perfectly, but you got to give credit where credit's due. Though what we spoke about in the last round was Malvinas' tempo was way too slow in the first 2 rounds. They brought a Monte, they brought a Glaz, they sprinted into the building, they took so much space very quickly, and it just gave them time to execute their initial plan. So, 2-1 Vasco, Malvinas do take the 3rd round, but we rotate back to the top floor. Last time we were here, way too slow from Malvinas. Once again, they got caught up in trying to take yellow stairs and push it in the site. What I like this time is, so far, they're bringing a more aggressive lineup. And even more importantly, Flynn, those 2 global operators on attack, Lion and Dokkaebi, can take a lot of space very quickly if used correctly.
Absolutely. And it's a pivot away from the Montaigne strategy that we saw in round number 1 when attacking this bomb site. And Pano hiding the Echo inside a projector balcony closet. Fair. They were also hiding a Chodo on the Bandit. Again, fair. It doesn't really look like, for the most part, Malvinas mind too much about going for a CEO take. A lot of these operators are speaking to an admin side flip from Malvinas. Getting perched up on windows, though, CEO side, and this may just be a top-down from the roof to assess the situation in admin. Might have to flip it on its head later on in the round, but probably a good decision for Malvinas to switch the push and focus on admin and copy and break as your entry point, because last time around, just brute forcing in through yellow stairs. There wasn't really a whole lot of map control, and they're on the verge of getting flanked. They're on the verge of not really having anywhere to move and being stuck between a rock and a hard place of their own making at the top of that stairwell. So more real estate to claim here, admin side.
Yeah, the only thing that I'd like to see from Vasco is if they had those footholds that allow you to see in towards Printer, but instead they're playing more aggressive on those admin windows. You can see all those silhouettes from Malvinas not too far away. Are we going to see a vault out? No. Nitro just elects to rotate back. You've still got control of ending. But we're inside, just about to hit the halfway point of this round. More utility being dumped. But as things stand, no real engagements to speak of.
Well, we got the Flores drones coming out now from Santos to try and displace any of the anchors, but more importantly, destroy some of the bulletproof utility around the bomb site. Luca, though, he's going to get into action immediately. On to Yorks. There's the opener yet again. The Capitao removed from place. That's a lot of utility taken out of the disposal and out of the hands of Malvinas. And now Nitro looking down through the hatch from break room and towards Visa. He's got a complete lockdown as his back wall is being opened up. There's a flank coming from the Dokkaebi on the opposite side. AKA trying to push the top of yellow. Flashbang will be caught by the Womai Magnet. You can see everyone from Malvinas now is kind of spread out and pushing a 1v1 individually. Nitro starts to pick that apart at the top of Spiral Stairs on the Creeves.
Yeah, hit the Nitrous with that peek. Now there's still a player on yellow. Luca will find Forby. A little quick peek there with the SMG-12. Won't get the kill though. Scarp will hit him with a shotgun. Leaving it all down to Santos, who's playing in that window just below, or just by a bathroom. So, rotate back around. But I think at this point, Flynn, it's going to be an impromptu timeout. Look, they're having a talk. He's not going to peek. They're going to talk about what's going wrong. It gives them the opportunity to take a timeout without actually using their official one.
Yeah, 30 seconds to chill on the roof, chat it out. It will also remove, and unless Santos wants to go for a swing here at the end, gonna remove the ability for a technical flawless round, at least how the game categorizes it, but you might as well. He's got his hands off his keyboard, man. We can call that one a flawless for Vasco. Tough for Malvinas, where we were starting with an admin focus, but we lost one member on that early swing on the rappel out towards manager's desk. And after that, everyone decided, okay, we're going to push a one. We've got a Dokkaebi top yellow. We've got a player top spiral. We've got a player on break room window and one still repelling admin windows. Everyone's just kind of on an island doing their own thing. And they all lost their gunfights individually. There wasn't a whole lot of teamwork going on there. So I'm hoping that's what Santos was saying, very adamantly and emotionally to the rest of his team, was we need to play together, play as a unit, be able to take some map control and push into the building and take these defenders on head on. Because doing it one by one certainly is not working.
Yeah, I think Vasco is not a team that the top teams in LATAM, whether it be North or South, are going to take on a straight up 1v1 gunfights. Like, Vasco mechanically are up there with the rest of the region with some of the best players. Now, I know that they didn't have the best start to the season, but they've started to just show shoots of being the team they were in the previous stage. And speaking of that timeout too, did you see the player cams? Like, we've all had that moment when we're playing games where you just sat back in your chair, chin on your hand, like, what is going wrong? What are we doing? Well, hopefully they'll change it up. You can see the setup for Vasco this time. Very similar to what we had last time around. On the attacking side, it looks like they're going to try to do the exact same thing. If you're bringing Ram, you're going to try clear inside of Piano. I really hope that they don't get stalled out like they did the last time that they came to the site. But it does look to me that they're going to do the exact same thing. Take control of the whole map from the top down, then get Piano, and then stall out.
Well, the real difference here in terms of the setup is from Vasco's side. We've got Nitro actually over in Tellers right now. seemed like AKA was ready for a run out through Visa double door, or at least a peek coming from Nitro. I think again, we've got a Vasco defender on the main floor causing some problems, maybe trying to shoot some drones as we turn our attention back towards Nitro again, staring at the Visa stairs to the top floor, waiting for any attackers to make a mistake, to miss drone, to skip a step, and expose themselves momentarily. We can see the drone coming in, 2 tellers, it will get shot, but his rotation is going to get caught here. Good catch there from Malvinas with the drone, and someone following it up in range, aka finishing off Nitro with the frag grenade. So that's a much better start to attacking this bomb site than Malvinas had previously.
Yeah, one of those long-range operators gone now too, as you lose the DMR with a Rooney, and it does free up a little bit more space to work with for the side of Malvinas. Opening up that hatch too means you can't safely play that shield. It's so much better thought out. This time they're not allowing the Vasco players to sit as deep as they want to hold the angles that they want to, and it gives you something to work with. Oh, minute and 20 left on the clock. Now they're opening that main hatch towards garage as well. But at some point, you've got to start focusing on the main breach if you want to play this way.
Well, I don't think Luca was able to utilize the Zoto canisters, at least not as effectively as in the previous round of defending this bomb site. I do believe the garage has been opened up. We heard the thermite exothermic go off. We heard the can opener go off onto the top hatch from upstairs inside of Exposition, so a lot of purview down in towards the bomb site through these hatches. We got the Capital firebolts coming out to try and dislodge Scarp from his position over by the radio. Lots of fire rings down, and Scarp is taking damage, but he makes it back out into the CC hallway to safety while being detected by the Lion EOD. The garage breach is open, but everyone again from Malvinas is going to have to overcome the hurdle of flooding in.
Yeah, we might see Capital use another firebolt and some of those smokes to cut off lines of sight, and maybe we'll see that execute a little bit later. But as you can see, Clash has taken up position again by Yellow Pillar. More damage being done though. This time it's Luca, the Tubera, who tried to retake verticality on Spiral, will fall, and now they're trying to take Yellow. There is that smoke dart, the push up now to go for the plant, but Nachoto gets the angle, and here's Warden 2, the perfect operator for the situation. Doesn't get the kill onto the back, and he's going to get traded out. It's a 4 versus 1. It's all down to Nachoto. 1 second on the clock. No diffuser though, and Vasco will win the round.
Malvinas.
Oh, what happened, Flynn?
The flood into the bomb site, and I think it was through the smoke that Nachoto hit the headshot with the TCSG. But Case was down. You can see it pinged on Pano's screen. They knew. They had the intel. They knew that Case was down, and Nachoto just had to play safe. There were a couple of whiffed gunfights there on the side of Vasco, and giving up 2 topside was also tough on the defense, but if the attack is going to play the flood for the kills and you can play it safe knowing they don't have Case anymore, I mean, you're just in the perfect position to laugh your way to the bank and walk away up 4-1. That's a tough one for Malvinas as they seem to overcome their demons. Attacking that round previously where it was just time against them, the clock running out and having to sprint into unfavorable positions. This time around, they had the answer, they had the utility, they had the burst of athleticism into the bomb site, and yet it still wasn't enough because we were too concerned with getting that final kill. Vasco now headed the split site, trying to complete a clean sweep rotation, not trying to go back to Piano Exposition after losing it on their first attempt, and trying to lock out the first half 5-1.
You know what the best thing is, Flynn? Nachoto was going to be talking to his friends, be like, did you see my 1v4 clutch last night? You know, it's a 1v4 clutch. It might not be what you expect it to look like, but it was. Well, we move into the final round in regulation of Malvinas' attack. They got 1 round attacking this site. Looking at the lineup, they're not going to play it the same way they did last time. They're not bringing the glass. They're not bringing the Monty Shield, which allowed them to take a lot of space early on. They are, however, going to attempt to do something similar. Get control of the top floor, get control of Piano, and force your way in that yellow door to go for the plant. As you can see from the rest of the defensive lineup, that's what they want. Look at how many C4s that are in the back pocket of Vasco, Flynn. They've got 4 of them.
That is a large number of nitro cells to be bringing at your disposal. You've also got the Malusi Banshees from Luca as well to attempt to hold defenders in place so that you can nitro them inside of tellers from down below. Choto into the top of the secret stairwell is going to get his phone rung momentarily, as will everyone else on the roster. but nobody's really in a compromised position for the time being. Luka was temporarily detected, and I'm gonna assume it was him sprinting outside the front door, trying to get aggressive onto any Malvinas attackers might be lackadaisically approaching the building. Good news is, for everyone on Malvinas, they have survived until I opened my big fat mouth. But as I say that, Yorks is going to get in the building. Santos is on the ground, though. It's an explosion of kills back and forth. But Santos is revived, and it's a 3v2 in favor of Malvinas.
3v2, 2 attackers, low HP, but Creeves has got an angle. Mira is still alive, but you don't want to step too far away from that window, because if you do, you might just give yourself away. You've got control, essentially, of both sites. But where is IQ going to go for the plant? Mira cannot really defend from below as of right now. So if but look at Pano, he's going for a bit of a flag now. But I think he's just been droned out. Still, 2 attackers in basement, 1 playing on that Visa door, holding Pano on his angle. So in reality, Pano's got to stay alive, and Nitro's just got to play the intel game off the back of the Mira. Has he been misdroned? Please tell me Pano's not been misdroned. Nitro will find a kill getting it to a double, but it's a 2v2 with 40 seconds left.
I think Pano has somehow threaded the needle inside of Tellers. There have been 2 or 3 drones surrounding him at nearly every single moment he's been inside of Tellers. I think the drones have missed him every single time.
Oh no.
Walking into a Kapkan trap is also not an indication that we have been droning very well. Pano, he'll get credit for another one, and Creeves is left alone. No diffuser and Nitro! He hits the shot. Vasco, barring one botched post plan on Piano Exposition, nearly go for the flawless first half. They walk away with the 5-1 lead into the side swap.
Oh, but that's a round given away from Malvinas. That's a round that was so winnable in the 3v2. But not only did you misdrone Pano in this position, you didn't drone the actual Kapkan traps that Pano had set down. It is criminal from Malvinas that they gave that round away. But credit where credit's due to Vasco. They stayed calm. Huge plays from the Mira down in the basement was able to win the round. But we have the side swap. Vasco 5-1 in the lead. And I suppose if you're looking for positives from Malvinas, they did get 7-0 to the last 2 times they played Vasco. So this is an improvement, question mark?
The one thing I will say for Vasco is them and Cruelty in stage number 1. I think it was just the nature of how they were winning some of those games. Like you said, a couple of 7-0s against this Malvinas team and a couple other 7-1s in there. Both teams that were the top seeds in each of their regions respectively had a tendency to overheat a little bit and say, you know what? It's 4-0, it's 5-0, it's 5-1. Let's just swing. Let's just swing because we feel like it. I do have to commend Vasco. This has been a very disciplined game and a very clinical performance so far from Vasco. It doesn't seem like they're overreaching. It seems like they're reading their opponent very, very well at the right time to strike. And there's been moments where they've had to clutch up and kind of focus. And like you said, with especially the round previous, that final defense downstairs in the split site and the 2v3, you know, you've got an attacker downed inside of the blue hallway. Your first impression or your first instinct is to swing out and get aggressive. And they didn't. They held station with their utility, with their positioning. Orcs, though, a nice spawn peek to ramp up the aggression onto Scarp to start things off. So for Vasco, while playing patient and disciplined has got them thus far, they're going to have to respond to some aggression being brought from Malvinas.
If you're getting spawn peeked by the Chanka with the DP or the dinner plate, as I like to call it, you're chalked. It's done. It's done. Tachanka spawn peeking in 2024. Well, it's an opening pick for Malvinas. They beat Vasco in what's usually Vasco's own game at being aggressive at the points of entry. But here's a look at the new look Nook. I had to say that was a bit of a tongue twister, wasn't it? A look at the new look Nook. Well, I like the upgrades, I like the changes that they've made. It means that Nook can get a lot more value out of that utility as Buck will start to work on verticality from below. Catches one of the players, but not able to get the kill on that Tachanka, who's such a valuable piece of the puzzle of this defense.
With the smoke ban that Vasco initiated, you're going to need a lot of area denial. Reading the flank, though, is Nitro. Reading the double flank is Nitro. But AKA and Creeves both spring into action and hit the crucial headshots necessary. Well, it's just Pano and Nachoto alone outside of the CEO window. Nachoto's going to hit the roof with the 0, and the case is held by Pano. flashing out amongst all the fire that's inside of CEO, taking damage from the barbed wire, but nobody's caught this. Nachoda with a free entry into connector, holding the meeting rotation. The air jab comes out as Pano's made his way in as well. The Goyo canisters get lit up, and there goes one on the floor, but Pano with one has to turn the corner for a second one. Down to the 1v1. Pistol out for Pano. It's health advantage to Creeves, but there's red pings on him. They have the info. Pano with the pre-fire. Vasco put it on a match point.
Nah, you're having a laugh. You should not be losing that, Malvinas. Here's the thing. The player was close to the barricade with Vasco had no clue that Tachanka was there. And somehow they still win the round. Like, you get the kill onto the mute, right? The mute backs up, there's his kill. He has no clue Tachanka's there. Virtually none. You should not lose this. He swings, then you see the double. He switches over to the pistol. Let's give him credit again once more. Nice headshot, but... Oh, Vasco... Here's the thing, Vasco are going to feel very mixed about this performance if they won, because you're going to be elated that you won some of these rounds, but at the same time you'll be like, bro, how did Malvinas lose them? Because it's not Vasco winning, it's Malvinas losing.
Yeah, I think we can count that as three. I'm 3.5 rounds where Malvinas have had. Yeah, there's at least 3 rounds in there. I'm also thinking of a 4th round where maybe Malvinas had the man advantage, and they should have converted. Yorks, though, we're going to hide under a desk. No, we're not going to hide under a desk. We are caught on a trash can. We cannot get it. Okay, we have made it out from underneath the desk. Okay, we have hid long enough from the drones. We will now head topside as the Vigil. I will say, Malvinas, lots of man advantages. Lots of late round executes where they had the favorable position. And like you say, Gibson, they haven't come away with the W on the round. So for Vasco, again, good patience, good discipline, good composure to win the rounds where the deck was stacked against you. But for Malvinas, yeah, you're watching the VOD back thinking, maybe that's one we should have had.
And I think I'm a little upset because Malvinas have done some great things. Like, in the early to mid round, they've been really good at times and they've impressed me, but it's not about how you look in the mid to early game, it's about how you look at the end of a round, and Vasco have taken advantage. Now, we're seeing the back take that's going to occur this time. There is that silhouette. I believe that's the Legion, if I'm not wrong, hiding under the desk. They've opened up main breach as well, so while you've got a lot of attention... the timing. Nitro is going to get Santos. But because you've opened the main breach, it means that server is left completely vacant. Now, beware of the Vigil. In the late round, Mira's still holding this angle, but Mira's got to be careful because there will be pushing down long pretty shortly for Vasco.
You can see we actually got vision of 2 defenders topside. Yorks and AKA are both on the flank, and I'm not sure if Vasco have accounted for this or not. We do have a can opener onto the main garage breach applying pressure, but no, here comes AKA back down the yellow stairs onto Luca, leveling the man count and removing the possibility of pressure from the backside. Now for everyone for Vasco, this really is just a front or a one-dimensional approach from the backside of server in towards the bomb site. It's another position for Yorks again to stay hidden at the bottom of the spiral stairs.
2 C4s as well for the defenders, which could have an impact. It'll certainly help with clearing Monty if you can get it close enough, but Vasco have slowed down just a little bit. They've still got 5 drones active as well that they can utilize, and you see Luca is going from drone to drone to get as much information on the flank as he can. Monty will almost lose his life, but Nitro's there to get the trade. Now there's another opportunity for Nitro to find another, but let's not forget the defender playing bottom spiral. Oh no, there's another kill. It's a 3 versus 1. This game is all but over. Here comes the final one. Yorks gets one, but Nitro finishes it off, and Vasco will take the win. And what was that? 7-1? But as you said, it could have easily been a much different scoreline had Malvinas just finished the job on so many of those rounds.
Yeah, that's a game where I think you're right. Malvinas are going to feel good about how competitive a lot of those rounds were. I think the scoreline doesn't reflect how close a lot of those rounds were for Malvinas. At the end of the day, a 7-1 is a 7-1. Those sting all the same. And I think for Vasco, I mean, we talked about their shaky week 1. They dropped 1 round in week number 2. So again, we might be seeing the return of the old Vasco. We'll bring Korvac back into the conversation to wrap up game number 1 of a busy day with lots of lopsided matchups in the standings, and it seems like Vasco, they're going to hold true to those standings.
Yeah, no, I mean, we all kind of predicted that Vasco was going to walk away with the win there, didn't we, guys? But I think the bigger issue is what you were both alluding to, which is Vasco looking a little sloppy. I mean, here's the deal, right? These guys want to be a major qualifying team. Do these little errors against an opponent like Malvinas reveal deeper weaknesses, Gibson, or is it just one day out of many?
It gives me a flashback to a team in Korea last year. The name's eluding me right now, but they did make it to the major. But what they were doing right in the early round was getting opening kills, clearing the map. But the problem was they didn't really know how to finish what they started. I think that's something that you can fix pretty easily. Like if I'm Malvinas, I'm forgetting about the scoreline. I'm just going to watch back the VOD, be like, right, we're really good at getting opening picks. We're really good at getting control and seconds to the map. All they've got to do now is focus on staying calm for that last 30 to 40 seconds and finishing the task. Because to be honest, I think it's harder to get the mid to early round right than it is to get the late round right.
Yeah, I think for Vasco, it's tough because a lot of those strategies that we saw them employ, especially with the smoke ban, were very much time delay with unique operators that their opponents probably wouldn't have seen every day in a scrim. So we're bringing out the clash with the Tubarão and the Goyo, or the Tachanka, and we're adding so much area denial and time denial that, you're not putting yourself in the most favorable position when you're losing someone on a flank or losing someone on an extension roam early with no help. But at the end of the day, the playstyle is to play safe and burn the clock, and they did that. They executed on their playstyle. Like you said, the early round was definitely Malvinas' playground. They were winning a lot of those, but the late round, I still feel really good about how Vasco closed out the rounds and played true to the playstyle that they set up heading into this game. It's clear they came in with a vision, and they brought it to reality pretty swiftly.
They definitely did. Vasco getting the win there, probably not entirely unexpected, but we've still got 5 more matches here on the day. Up next, an important one, Alpha Team versus Maycam Evolve, right after this break. Welcome back, viewers, here to Playday 4 in LATAM League Stage 2. I'm Corbeck, alongside me, Gibson and Flynn, as we get ready for our next match in the LATAM South Division. It is Alpha Team versus Maycam Evolve, a match that on paper might be somewhat close, but in reality, probably going to be a little bit of a runaway. But let's start with the team that could very well run away with it. Alpha Team here, Flynn, the rising stars of LATAM. Let's call them that.
Definitely. I think they've certainly made a claim for a playoff spot at the very least, and potentially a top playoff spot. Seen Vasco with their return to form so far today and on Monday, so maybe that might be a tough bar to try and claim the #1 seed. But for right now, I mean, Alpha Team's in a good spot, and I continue to say it. I think since putting in Gas Pro, they have lost like maybe 2 maps. So this team is very successful when Gas Pro is playing instead of coaching.
Gas Pro is one part of the secret sauce, but a bigger ingredient is one you wanted to talk about, Gibson. It's Martin, Lord of the Broken Chair.
Yeah, Playday 1 in the background. His chair broke in the middle of the games, but he still put in a good performance. I wanted to highlight Martin for a few reasons. One, last time these two sides played, he was the difference. We saw him salsing as they took the win. But to me, Martin is one of the players that could be the next big export from one of these regions. Like, you talk about talented players. In OCE, you have Brendo, who stands, miles above the rest. You have a few players inside of South Asia who I think just look levels above. To me, Martin is one of those players from LATAM who I believe could play at a much higher level than this.
Well, he's going to have to play at a much higher level here tonight to make sure that they get the win against their opponents. Maycam Evolve. The last Monday, Jonah was talking about the idea of bubble teams, and to me, Gibson, Maycam Evolve is the definition of a bubble team.
Oh, 100%. They're boom or bust. They're either the best team in the server or they're not playing well at all. And I feel like the results this stage and last really do speak to that. But I feel like they're a team that if they just get that balance right, they can definitely put themselves into that conversation for a playoff spot.
And if they're going to break the bubble here, Flynn, they're going to do it on the back of one of their players in Fame, who is kind of a big star here for the Maycam side.
Definitely. And I think for Infame, this is kind of the stage for him to continue to take the step forward. We've seen this team of Maycam Evolve with this core have opportunities to take swings at the kings of the South, and they've come up a little short. And I think that this could be the stage where things turn, especially with Infame really finding a groove and honestly being a constant threat in every single round. I think right now for Infame, this is about making a level up, making an evolution here in stage #2 in 2024 to set yourself up for a good 25.
Well, if he's going to evolve here tonight, he's going to have to do it on a map. Let's find out which map he might evolve here on. Well, Gibson, Bank getting taken out early, one of the old reliables.
It's good to see a lot of the maps that these teams like to play in the region being removed. And, just for Flynn, because we've not had a cafe properly yet inside of LATAM this stage, he wanted a cafe, and that's where we are going to go. Flynn, you're bound to be happy. You loved cafe inside of stage 1.
Hey, it's not worse than Skyscraper. I'll say that much. I think Cafe, listen, Cafe and Club, they have this timeless nature to them. Cafe was reworked a little bit later on than Club and taken out of the pool, put back in the pool. But, I mean, it's still an old map. It's an old head map. It's an impenetrable concrete box of pain and suffering to try and attack. But on the defensive side, it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's one of my favorite maps, actually. My second favorite. My first favorite is Club, so I'm as basic as it gets here. I mean, when we look at the aggressive playstyle for Alpha Team, Gibson, do you feel like a pick on Cafe, is that a map that's going to favor them a little bit?
I think that it's actually a map that will suit both teams, because you think about the way Maycam like to play, Infame and Redder like to be the 1-2 punch. I think that this is a map that will suit both teams, but I think Alpha should be the stronger.
Well, it's one of my favorite maps, and no doubt you boys are going to give me one of my favorite casts, so enjoy Cafe.
Thank you, Corbeck. And Flynn, we're going to Cafe, which, as was kind of spoken about in the pre-game, it is a map where mechanical skill really can speak, but boy, is it a nightmare to start on attack, and it might just be a really good thing for Maycam Evolve that they're the team that start on the defensive side.
Yeah, like I said, this is an impenetrable concrete box of pain and suffering to attack. It's how I always describe this map. It's how I described it when I played on this map. It's how I describe it in 2024. Casting this map, This map is unenjoyable to attack because much like the new consulate, so many indestructible walls, so many safe havens for defenders to have mobility and safety at the same time to constantly choke out your entry into the building. For Alpha Team as well, they're going to lose the availability of the Ying, which we see as one of the most prominent execute operators, especially on Cafe these days, and the Montaigne, who probably has one of the highest win rates globally these days. There's been a lot of talk from the EU games earlier today, and today in our first game with Shields, and how effective or ineffective they have been. And now we get a Jaeger ban, which is again continuing the trend from game number 1, which is a weird defender ban that doesn't always get taken out of the rotation, but it will have a significant effect on how these teams play.
Yeah, and that one ban is the last ban is the one that I've wanted to see the most in this matchup. Azami, particularly on defense on Cafe, is so powerful. You think about how you can lock down Piano and make it so difficult for any form of new bulk red push, so I feel like that's just a very clever ban. The Jaeger ban, really, Flynn, all I can think about where Jaeger's really effective is when you are defending Bakery below. It's a little bit more effective than Wamai because you can place a couple of them and stop a lot of utility at once. But here's the thing. If you're playing in the bottom floor in the early stages and Blitz is available instead of Monty, a lot of the times you will see a Blitz push, and in the early stages at least, Gaspro has picked that operator.
Yeah, and this is kind of just stage 2 in a nutshell. It's 2024 in a nutshell, unfortunately. Is you ban one shield, you just play the other one, whether it's the Montaigne or the Blitz that gets taken out. Every now and again, we get some really wonky games where both of them get banned, and we get few shield, because we have to have a shield, because it's 2024. Most of the time,
it's actually ridiculous, because teams, when those two operators are banned, teams are like, how do we attack now? What are we supposed to do?
Yep. And I think, again, it's just such a free key to real estate and aggression and pacing. It makes it so that basically none of your attacking rounds can ever stall out, because you can just send the shield at whatever the problem is, and they can sprint with the shield up and take a lot of space for free. They have that safety net of having an impervious surface in front of them. It's a nice comfort pick for a lot of teams these days to be the instigator on the attack, and it gets things going. It makes the boulder start to roll down the hill. Speaking of,
there we go.
We're gonna have a boulder rolling through prep.
Where is everyone? Like, the whole Bakery is free. Wedding is free. Obviously, they're playing Vert on prep, but if you open the main breach, that Vert on prep has virtually zero impact whatsoever. Castle might just be, I think that maybe they've castled off all the area around mining and trains. But they've got control of the most important part of the map for this attack that they want. They've got the breach open. All of a sudden, Alpha Team's done a lot of the tasks on their checklist already.
This is a good start, but again, the top control being held here for Maycam on the defense is going to make life very difficult for Alpha Team trying to push into the bomb site. So many choke points being established from up above, inside of train with the castle barricade to keep those defenders safe. It's going to be a nightmare to try and work your way through unless you can bring the Capitao smokes that we see on Martine up to the floorboards. This is one of the advantages of bringing the Capitao, that you can use vertical smokes. The other ones, they all just fall to the floor. Those smoke bolts from the Capitao launcher will be able to obfuscate the vision of everyone playing up above, and here we go. As I say that, the vertical smokes come out from Martine, allowing Gaspro to rush into the bomb site. He's looking for an enemy, but he's also sprinting around to the bomb site with the diffuser and surrenders it to Infame. Now the Goyo canister gets popped inside of Rice, and we continue to push in deeper into the bomb site. Martine now picking up the diffuser, worried about defenders playing topside. Shots up through the floorboards, though, for Alpha Team, and now down. So another attacker carrying the diffuser dies inside of the bomb site, cleaned up by the impact nade from VJ. And now in a 3v3, no diffuser in hand, you're still in a good spot here for Alpha Team with this much site control.
And the Capitao, the smoke bolts are gone now as well, so that verticality once more becomes a factor for the defensive side. Be a little bit of damage, but a reposition, and now they might have found a little position they can get the case down. Dirty will get the kill onto Slaters, but as you can see, we're at basically at post-plant situation now. So 20 seconds, 25 seconds for these teams to get some kills. Ragnar has got the cover, another player behind plates. VJ will get his one, but we're down to a 1v2. Stay alive long enough. No, don't peek on your own. And Bastion is able to win the round. It's a 2 versus 1. You know where the attacker is. You've got to swing at the same time, not individually. That was almost a brilliant round for Maycam Evolve.
Yeah, Maycam having the setup on defense to be able to repel the attack, but Alpha Team having the answers other than that. I'm not quite sure what Gaspro was doing with the diffuser, if his intention was to try and clear out anyone playing K1 or playing inside of Rice that they couldn't flame out. Other than that, though, the rest of the round went pretty okay for Alpha Team. The push, the plant, the post-plant was spectacular on the side of Bastion. And that's really just because of the, like you said, the 1v1 swings, individual play coming out from Maycam in response on the defensive side. It's a tough one there. But I think for Alpha Team, again, showing their ingenuity and showing their ability to push headlong into a situation that they know they can overcome, and that's a lot of people asking for a rehost. So we're definitely going to get one.
Yes, LATAM. Of course we're going to get one, but it gives us more time to kind of talk about that one. I think I'm actually impressed by the way Maycam Evolve set up that defense, because one of the issues that I felt that I had with this team in stage 1 was they were another one of those teams that all they really did on defense was basic setups, and then on attack, they always tried to just play really aggressive. So it's nice to see them add another, as it's a wrinkle to their defense, another way that they can make it more difficult for the attacking team. I feel like everything went according to plan, except for, that kind of post-plant situation, because you had the numerical advantage, you knew where the attackers were, you just lost your ones. For Alpha Team, though, it's a great round to get off the mark. You win your opening round on attack on Cafe. That really is putting down a marker. In fact, it's such a good marker that not only have Maycam Evolve switched sites, they've gone to one of the tertiary sites as well. I'd argue they've probably gone to the least picked site here on Cafe, because it does look like it's going to be Reading Room and Trains or Reading Room Mining, when normally that third site the teams go to would be Library and Reading Room.
Well, I think our friend Ace puts it best when he talks about how much he despises teams playing the defense upstairs, cocktail bars, on Cafe. It really is one of the tougher bomb sites on this map to defend. The rest, pretty reliable, but Kitchen is more often than not the most reliable bomb site in terms of defensive win rate on this map, and Alpha Team have been able to win that as the opener. I think that's also a nice line in the sand to draw for Alpha Team to say, listen, that might have been your primary. That was where you wanted to go first. That's how you wanted to start the game. And we're going to turn it on its head and take that to our advantage. Coming out of the rehost as well, we'll be able to see, like you said, what Maycam decides to do in terms of changing the philosophy. Because I do agree, Maycam in stage number 1 and Maycam in previous rosters, very gunfight heavy, but very shallow in terms of in terms of the depth of what they were able to bring strategically. It was very default. It was very basic, like you were saying. There wasn't a whole lot of innovation or depth to a strategy to fall back on. There wasn't a second phase. It was very much sit in this one spot. Maybe you have a piece of utility to help you, and then you take a gunfight. Unfortunately, we're going to need a little bit longer to sort out the tech pause to get everyone back into the lobby, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round number 2. Oh, welcome back, everybody. We are ready for round number 2 to get underway. And you're right, Gibson. We are going to mining and dining as the secondary defense for Maycam, which isn't the typical secondary. You're right. Reading and dining is often the secondary bomb site for teams. Then we might see some cocktail that will cause Asa a headache, and maybe if we're desperate, we'll see some mining. It has crept up in play rate in the last calendar year, but for the most part, this is still a bomb site that's tough to defend just because of the exterior access you have. It's so different to the rest of the bomb sites on this map. You can sit on a lot of rappels and you can get a lot of work done from outside the building, which is just very contrary to how you have to attack the other 3 bomb sites.
And if you look at the way that Maycam are defending the top floor, it's basically the standard setup for defending either top floor or the usual site, which would be reading room library. But the whole concept is you want to keep a lot of pressure inside a piano, make it difficult for the attackers to take, because that's the key bit of verticality that you will find. Now, reading the early sides here from Alpha Team, Grim is going to cause a little bit of pressure on this side of the map. He's going to play more off any potential vault out and just give the player, if any, inside of Cocktail, just potentially a bit of a headache. But I think early signs, I feel like Maycam Evolve are trying to confuse Alpha Team.
I think the big problem that Maycam Evolve are going to face is that Alpha Team have proven to be pretty adaptable so far in this stage. Now, this is another team that we said had to make some changes and make some evolutions over the offseason because of the roster changes that they made mid-season in the middle of stage 1. See the reaction here for Maycam Evolve in the defense is very static. Not a whole lot of rotations. We saw some defenders pivoting inside of the bomb site, but upstairs in Fame. It's caught between a rock and a hard place. He's Grimbead. He's lost his mirror. He's taken 2 frag grenades to the feet, but he's still alive. He's weathering the storm inside of Cocktail for now. The unfortunate fact is that he doesn't really have a friend as Dirty's being locked down, and Redder he's rotating down white stairs, so it looks like everyone on Maycam Evolve is going to leave Infame to hold his position till death.
And Infame, one of the players we highlighted before the game because of his mechanical ability, still in the fight. As long as someone like that's got 25 HP, you can go... never mind. Never mind. Slaters will get the kill. We've got a run out from Redder, but he doesn't find anybody on white. Thankfully for him, he didn't vault out that white window where there is a Claymore just sitting and waiting. 5v4, 50 seconds left to go. Opening kill did go to Alpha Team, but they've still got a lot of work to do.
This is the setup here for Alpha Team. They were very safe, perched outside on rappels. Even with a run out there for Redder, couldn't find anyone that was sitting outside. There was so much safety for the Alpha Team attackers. See the setup again, above train, above mining, being able to rip up all the floorboards with the boogie drones coming out from Gaspro, who is the man with the diffuser for the 2nd consecutive round, at least in the beginning. So that diffuser changed plenty of hands in the previous round, but now we got a double stack on the fireplace hatch, looking to drop in towards train. The smokes come out well placed once again for Ragnar and the Capital. The drop in and Martine collects onto VJ. Martine with a double now. Our highlight players are popping off in the server, but Kurz in reaction will grab Bastion. And going down from Gaspro, though, as Ragnar gets dropped by the Vector. Martine's on 6 HP. The plant is completed, though, and they'll have to push on in. Cover from the hatch from Slater is flawless, though, leaving Kurz alone in a technical 1v3 as there's an Alpha Team attacker bleeding out on the floor. Damage done, but the MPX not heavy hitting enough to put Gaspro on his backside. Now it just leaves Kurz floundering in the wind. They do have the 90 cam up, but there's nowhere really to go. He hasn't even made it back towards the bomb site as of yet, taking chip damage, I believe, through the drone hole as well, just trying to find a safe haven, none of which will be back towards the bomb site. The hatch position is vacated, but for now, Kurz is going to watch the timer expire. He's going to pick up his kill, he's going to pick up 2, he's going to pick up 3, just for the hell of it, but they're all for naught, as the time has already elapsed. It's Alpha Team up 2-0.
You know what we call that? When Whippet and I will call a play like that? Cost king. Man's getting his cost. You know what I mean? He knew the round was lost. He knew there was nothing he could do. Just get your 1. And why not get your 2 when you're at it? It was, you know what? There were some beautiful shots there in the end, but Alpha Team, once they saw that clock at 7 seconds left, they all swung because it was like, yeah, you know, we can't lose the round. Let's try pad our stats.
Well, I think that, again, what we've seen from Maycam Evolve, a team that is not averse to taking gunfights, and they are adept at taking gunfights. This is a team that is not lacking for mechanical skill. It's about strategic response to the pressure being applied in the situations that they're put in. And again, it comes down to, we're leaving Infame alone upstairs inside a Cocktail, just saying, okay, die. Die inside of Cocktail, see if you can take anyone with you. While it does work as a trade, it just cedes so much top control and so much time that it's more worth it to play as a unit and continue to play the trades top side to delay the attack and take away their utility, instead of just leaving one man alone on 25 HP to fight against the world. It's another one of those moments for Maycam Evolve where I think they're getting a little too individualistic and relying on that gun skill they have, instead of playing as a unit and playing off strategy.
I still think that Infame was like... I've never seen a player be in so much peril without even getting into a gunfight. Flames, nades, stuns, grims, everything thrown. But in the end, he did fall. So we changed the site once more. As you can see by the location, they're electing not to go to that top floor. It's still going to be a reading room and library site choice. And the reason being, without the Azami, it just makes the top floor even more difficult to hold. So all in all, I feel like Maycam Evolve are selecting sites based on the operators that are available, as well as maybe trying to throw a little bit of confusion Alpha Team's way. Alpha Team, however, they've brought the Blitz, they've brought the Gridlock for the flank watch. You're seeing a first DBNO as Redder will fall, caught out by Ragnar, who sneaks in, dips out, but that's a really good first pick. You get rid of one of the C4s. However, the one benefit that Redder has is Valk is, even though he's dead, hopefully those cams are all out and you can still get a ton of information.
Yeah, it looks like Redder is spectating one of his own Valkyrie cameras, but man, that's that's one that hurts. And now here come the smokes and the drop. The Nitro Cell comes out up against the Blitz. Gaspro taking damage, and he gets taken out from behind from Dirty. VJ with a good response there, but Dirty dropped by Martine, and all of a sudden the flood into the top floor explosive and successful for Alpha Team as they make their entry in. Hers tries to re-engage at the top of the White Stairs, but he'll then fall back down White Stairs to join VJ in response. It's a 3v2, but the health pretty low on the side of Martine. He's going to need a few more adrenal surges to surge back in towards a proper fighting health.
Yeah, thankfully, a year and a half, 2 years ago, they changed Finka, because I remember you'd be in a gunfight and all of a sudden you get stimmed and there was no recoil anymore. But thankfully you get the health up. Now, a little bit of information, the Valk cams are certainly helping. Shotgun from below, unable to get a kill though, as we're going to see the verticality be reversed onto Maycam Evolve now. Remember, if you can look down through it, they can also look up. That's exactly what they're doing. Damage dealt now onto VJ. 3 versus 2. 40 seconds on the clock as Nook now moves towards mining, using that ability once more to just disguise herself from those Valk cams. But all in all, this is going to be an explosive last 20 seconds. Maybe not Ragnar gets the kill and the case is going down and there's no rotate.
No rotate, nowhere to go. Kurz springs into action though, drops Martine on the cover, but he was already banged up from previous engagements. Into the post plant now, Kurz trying to retake through the depths of library. He's gonna have to swing out into pillars. He whips out the super shorty in response, trying to take the long range engagement, but Ragnar, difference maker on the round there. Martine as well with an explosive entry into the top floor. And it's Alpha Team swiftly up 3-0, starting on the attack on Cafe. Maycam Evolve. There have been some very close rounds. It's just, once again, we're getting a bit of that CNE effect where it's close, but not close enough.
Does Martine just play in a different room every play day, or does he just change his camera location every play day? Like, he looks like he's somewhere completely different again. The same way that, looks like Maycam Evolve were playing somewhere different than that site as well, because they didn't have any rotate set up. There was no way to go for that retake. And the funny thing is, if they had the rotate inside of Laundry, you can stop that plant. And there was enough time, or not enough time on the clock, that if they did stop that plant, you would have won the round. However, we go back to Kitchen once more. Looking at the defensive lineup, I'm not seeing anything different whatsoever. If you're wondering why there's footholes inside a freezer, this is just another thing we see time and time again inside of Tier 1 Siege, where you'll play a player inside a VIP with a shield. You put the footholes so that if they drop the hatch, you get the free kill, and you cannot drop the hatch until you clear VIP. It's just setting up these puzzles for the attacking team to deal with. Alpha Team, though, when they see setups like that, sometimes their best plan is to just punch the other team in the mouth, and that could just be a bakery take.
Well, it's what they resorted to last time around. The key difference here for Alpha Team on the attacking side is their composition, the Capitao. They got them those ceiling smokes onto the floor holes that were being played from up above. Well, that's absent from the lineup this time around. We do have 4 regular smokes. But like I said, those drop to the floor. Those won't obscure the vision of the kill holes from up above. Now, Redder's playing further out this time around in towards pillars, making kill holes towards skylight as well, anticipating a potential full clear of the map coming out from Alpha Team. And we've got the snowball door open as well that Redder is having issues with, trying to make sure that nobody wanders on in. But I do think Redder is correct that without those ceiling smokes coming out from the Capitao for Alpha Team, we are going entirely for a top-down take from Alpha Team.
Yeah, they're changing things up a little bit. They're getting verticality. Now Blitz can start clearing the map even quicker. Now there is the player inside of Pillar that we saw a little while ago. Drone network set up here as well for Alpha Team as they try to work their way through the map. But as you can see, a lot of presence on this ground floor. And that hatch being open, it's not a problem with the setup that Alpha or that Maycam Evolve are looking to use here.
I think Redder's stuck now. He has been able to drop down. They had hatch open prematurely so that he could rotate down VJ as well. So we've got the rotations for Maycam back down to spread out horizontally after the vertical take for Alpha Team. This much top control going to be problematic for anyone to try and remain in the bomb site. See VJ and Dirty pushing out towards Bakery, trying to claim that map control in the horizontal angle. Slater will try and cut him off with the skeleton key though from up above. The boogie drones will do some work onto the rest of the ceiling of the bomb site. And it really is going to be about how well this freezer drop can go for Alpha Team with so much utility stacked against them. The kill holes at the bottom of the freezer wall, like you mentioned, Gibson, and the Goyo canisters that will continue to choke out their ability to progress to the bomb site without taking heaps of damage. There's still a lot of positioning to work through here for Alpha Team. Only 45 on the clock to do it.
Oh, missed opportunity to get a kill there as Bastion. Lucky one, but there's the swing. Kers will find one. Traded back by Martin as they start to get control of that VIP side. But Infame swings, but will he fall now? Pistol comes out. Gaspro finds that kill. Back to a 3 versus 3. 25 seconds to go. Blitz now recharged as well, as those smoke grenades will begin to be thrown. Maybe we'll see an opportunity to plant inside the smoke. Prone player there, little damage taken, but Bastion has the cover. Stepping on up, it's back to a 2 versus 2 as DBNO or the Blitz. 9 seconds left to go. Dirty will find one on the flank. He's in a 1 versus 1. He vaults on over, but it's a 1v1 the other side. This should be a round one. Prone goes the final defender, and time ticks 0. Maycam Evolve win. It was frantic, it was hectic, but in the end, all that matters is that they get off the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think the solution for Alpha Team there was to wrap around Whiskey after dropping down white stairs and clearing out VIP. I don't think they ever cleared out either the Goyo canisters themselves or the castle barricade that was on the freezer single door, and they didn't want to try and contend with vaulting through the double window out of freezer to try and get a plant down. So instead they wrap for the Whiskey take, and it becomes problematic because you are walking into quite the hefty choke point of the kitchen double door with the walls opened up in towards kitchen. It's a tough proposition. The smokes nearly got them there, but again, Gaspro carrying that diffuser as the Blitz. It is a choice. I would like to see someone else carrying the diffuser and Blitz being able to be the operator that can push through the bomb site and cause discomfort for the anchors. But nonetheless, he gets down through the smoke anyway, which is a pretty 50-50 proposition on the side of Maycam's defense. Here we go again. It's Maycam getting onto the board. It was a close round. Alpha Team still working very efficiently on their clears and on their attacks, but for now, we have to see Maycam go to a different bomb site.
And again, showing that they do not want to play the top floor sites. I think that Azami ban, as we spoke about already, a big reason for that. So a similar setup once more. You want to control all of Piano. You want to make it very difficult for the attackers to get verticality on the site. On the attacking side, they do have Ram, which tells you they want to take vert away from the defenders. They want to play the vertical aspect of this site. Grim will be used to clear a lot of space, and we saw already the impact that Capitao can have on the game. 2 C4s in the pocket for the defenders. Flynn, barbed wire will give them a lot of information as well. I suppose it changes that. No Valk this time, though.
No Valk. You got the mirror window in the same spot. And unfortunately, for Infame or whoever on the defensive side ends up playing here. Yeah, Surya Gate isn't going to stop all the utility that's going to follow from Alpha Team. Same setup being brought here on the rappels and the windows. Again, you can get a lot of work done from outside of the building, attacking into these positions that Maycam are attempting to hold. So he gets a shot there onto the Fenrir, onto the FNAT mine at the top of the red stairs. But again, here come the Grimbees to isolate out the defender. It is Infame once again playing inside a cocktail, but now he's got a friend down below. VJ goes for the tables window jump, and he picks off Slater from the Heaven Rappel.
Smart vault run out there because, oh, Dirty nearly losing the head, but that was a smart vault out. Cairns with the C4, the call probably boom from the teammates as that C4 will go off. So now it's a 5 versus 3. Player in the corner peeks up and Fame will win from that position, bring us to a 5v2. Everything looking good for Maycam Evolve, but this is LATAM. Things can go from great to bad very quickly indeed. However, Ragnar needs to win a gunfight in this position as Capitao, and win a gunfight is exactly what Ragnar will do. Ash will drop, deals a little bit more damage, and Rooney falls now as well, so the 4 versus 2 has now effectively gone to a 3v2. Verticality being opened, a lot of control of the top floor, but the operators not really the ones that you'd like to have to try to clutch this out.
No, Ragnar will clean up Infame, who was down inside of Cocktail. I think Dirty and Infame there getting aggressive, trying to put an exclamation point on the round, but they've done their job. Now it's down to the anchors downstairs onto the bomb site. Redder, VJ, Urs all spreading out as Ragnar with the case is going to drop into Laundry. He does have a rotate this time around, but reading is not the bomb site. VJ wins on the peak, and he's able to hit the headshot. Redder as well from the depths of reading. Collects the double kill for the side of Maycam Evolve, and they stack 2 rounds in a row.
So much better. Like, really good. They won their opening engagements. They used up so much time on the top floor. They played aggressive. They played mobile. And Alpha Team just never really got a foothold in that round whatsoever. And you know what? Maycam Evolve finding themselves 1 round away from a 3-3-half on the defense, which I feel like on Cafe, you're going to be very happy with. For Alpha Team, though, they've got a bit more left in the tank, and it will be the top floor site for that final round. Looking at that defensive lineup, they've got the Valk, give them tons of information. Mira will allow you to play all the way back inside a Cocktail, but I just feel like without a Zami, Piano's just that little bit more difficult to defend.
Yeah, Piano is very difficult to defend, and in the previous round we saw for Cocktail as well, difficult to defend unless you know where your attackers are going to be. And that was the thing for Alpha Team, is they ran back the exact same positions, the exact same strategy, almost the exact same operators in the exact same positions at the exact same time. And it became predictable, and Maycam read it well. This is now venturing out into a little unknown territory because the attacking operator is going to change, the outfits are going to change, and now for Maycam on the defense, going to have to try and win it heads up. And they haven't been doing expertly well in that scenario so far in this match. And a lot of rounds where they've come down to the wire, but venturing into unknown territory hasn't proven to be their strong suit. Like you say, Gibson, 1 round away from having the tied side swap would be a remarkable comeback from the situation we were in just a couple rounds ago. We're seeing the garage wall get opened up here by a shotgun. Well, that means Martine's going to sit and wait for a little while and wait for someone on the Maycam side to give their life away.
Yeah, Martine's trying to bait, but as you can see, Redder has already left, holding white window now at this point, waiting for the inverse repel. Well, this is great because just by opening up that garage, it slows down the attack, and you can see it's used up 40 seconds of time. Redder prepping the C4, waiting for the audio cue of one of those lines going out, but as you can see, Alpha Team a little more focused on pushing from that Piano side. Valk's going to get spotted out. C4 does 53 damage onto the buck, but this could be a 3-2-1 go, and look where Redder is. Redder will peek and get one, but does he know there's a second player there? Dirty with the buck will find one, and they now take control of that Mira window looking towards site. Valk completely given away in the position. Mira over by C1 as well. As you can see, a bit more damage done onto the Lion, but as we reach the halfway point in the round, a lot of ground taken for Alpha Team.
Yeah, I don't think there's any universe where Redder was supposed to anticipate the absurdity of 2 attackers stacking on the rappel through the white hallway window. It worked for Alpha Team to get that presence inside a bathroom, to get control of that mirror window, I got the freezer wall opened up. The problem is you got Slater and Gaspro so low on health. Redder taking damage, but VJ capitalizes onto Slater. Gaspro carrying the diffuser on 14 HP is going to have to make the vault down, and Bastion not winning this engagement, being pressed upon inside of Pixel now by VJ, who collects another on the round. It leaves Gaspro alone as Ragnar's been down inside a Cigar. 14 HP and a DMR in hand as every one of these orange silhouettes starts to swarm closer and closer from the side of Maycam Evolve. Looks like Ragnar is going to try and hold out for hope inside of Cigar, but everyone swarming towards Cigar now on the defensive side of Maycam to get the side swap at a level score. This is tough for Gaspros. He's just going to hold here and wait for anyone to throw their life away on the side of Maycam, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to entertain that for the time being. There's pot shots being taken from inside of the bar, but here comes Redder now in the push-up into Cigar, cleaning up onto Ragnar, leaving Gaspro officially alone, and Kurz will wrap it up after his rapid succession peaks from inside of the bar. Finally, the Vector lands, and it's a 3-3 scoreline out of nowhere.
And what I love about that was Alpha Team took so much ground. They had full piano control, they control a bathroom, and instead of just sitting back and waiting for Alpha Team to just wave through sight, Maycam Evolve, they went on the offensive. They went and they retook bathroom, meaning the player inside of piano couldn't rest easy. And look at the body language. Redder, smiling, having a good time, and Fame the same. They know that this game is so winnable for them. And whenever they play on the front foot, whenever they, don't sit and wait to make a decision, Maycam Evolve are so much better. And I'd nearly argue that this is a problem in every single sport, not just esports. Sometimes if you give someone too much time to think, they make the wrong decision. When you just go off instinct alone, sometimes it usually works out in your benefit.
Well, I think for Alpha Team there as well in the attacks, it was chaotic and it seemed like they were trying to scramble back. They had the game, for the most part, under control in the first few rounds. It took some doing, and it did come down to a couple 1vx's or 1v1s, and by no means was it completely comfortable, but it got them enough on the scoreboard to be in a commanding lead of the match, and then Maycam have flipped this on his head with a good read, it seems, in consecutive rounds, being able to understand where Alpha Team will be, and forcing them to scramble and play a little more chaotic and out of their element. Now, with Alpha Team transitioning to defense, you want to see them settle in again and try and get back in control. For Maycam, you want to continue to bring that discomfort and sow that discord onto the side of Alpha Team. Because for Maycam, this could be a huge win to derail the momentum that Alpha Team have been having in the standings, and also get your stage back on track.
Yeah, Mute Smoke setup on Castle, Mute and Castle setup inside of Piano. Basically, what the Mute will do is play inside that Humidor box with the shotgun, Mute Jammers on the red door, Mute Jammer by the drone hole, and you cannot drone out that position. You can play there with the shotgun and the C4 close. Castle Barricade means the players on Piano Repel can't get that angle either, so it makes it a difficult puzzle for these attackers to solve. They will work on taking vertical control. Big opportunity for the Buck, clearing C1, spots the player, reads the footsteps, but as you can see, the girders just stopping every single bit of those bullets from hitting the target.
This is quite the perilous endeavor Ragnar has journeyed on here, up against the bomb chassis, trying to weather the storm of the skeleton key down below, and they take the gunfights, and 3 of them all go the way of Alpha Team. Suddenly a 5v5 evaporates, and Maycam Evolve on the back foot. Gaspro taking some damage over towards Cocktail and top white. But realistically, for Kurz and Infame, this round is over without officially being over. 66 seconds will tick away against them as they try to work up. But like you said, inside of the Humidor, and now pressing even further up is Bastion on the Mute, waiting for the swing to come from inside of Piano for Martine as well. And for Infame and Kurz here, unfortunately, no diffuser control either. This is a tough one for Maycam as a whole, and caught off guard with some of the aggressive swings and positionings being taken by Alpha Team. Puts them in the serious man advantage, and again, we're going to sit around for a little while, see if Alpha Team wants to throw their lives away, and do a little bit of chip damage. At the end of the day, barring the miraculous, this should be an Alpha Team victory.
Yes, this is stat padding time here for them as they try to force something. Little damage dealt onto Infame now, who's fighting the battles. Oh my god, what? Good night, Martine. The two highlighted players going, okay, Infame gets a double. It's a 3 versus 1 now, and all of a sudden, there's just a glimmer of hope. 8 HP, deals a ton of damage into the distance, but Gaspro moves close with a shotgun, and that will be a round 1 for Alpha. But what a shot from Infame on the piano.
Hey, we highlighted him for a reason. He does have this mechanical skill, and there's a lot of players like that on Maycam Evolve. This roster, like I said in the pregame, like I said earlier in this map, this is not a team wanting for mechanical skill and the ability to shoot back. This is a team wanting for the team strategy and synergy that will propel them into a playoff position. We know that the mechanical skill is there. We know that these guys can shoot. So being able to play Siege and not just Team Deathmatch. I think for Alpha Team there, that was another demonstration of standing your ground and not being forced off of your positions. You got pressure from the cocktail windows, you've got pressure from Heaven window, you've got a skeleton key ripping up all your floorboards underneath you. And everyone on Maycam, they're feeling like, okay, we're going to have cocktail control momentarily. And the Alpha Team defenders said, no, we are staying and fighting, and they win all 3 of those gunfights. It seems to catch Maycam off guard. And I think that's more of what we wanted to see from Alpha Team, which was standing their ground and being assertive in the match. Because when they look like they're scrambling and being reactive, Maycam have been able to capitalize on that and pick up the pieces on the round. But when it's Alpha Team in the driver's seat, it's really hard to slow them down.
Yeah, pretty standard setup here for Alpha Team. Maybe the only thing that's amiss from them is a shield inside VIP. Oh, they've got it set up that if they decide to go for a white tech for Maycam Evolve, they can push it back. Slaters will play aggressive inside of Bakery as well. At some point, if the pressure becomes a little bit too hot, he'll reinforce that rotate. But for now, the whole point is to slow down these points of entry for Maycam Evolve. Bastion as well, playing by main entrance. Every single defender for Alpha Team are playing in positions where they'll make it very difficult for ground floor entries for Maycam Evolve, who are going to go for the inverse. They're going to go from the top floor, work their way down. And the main thing for me is if they can get advantage out of that Grim, out of that Deimos, and the ability to locate those defenders.
Well, the good news is as well for Maycam when they're clear, they're going to face less resistance than Alpha Team did on their top-down clear. Everybody's starting out towards the bottom floor. For Alpha Team on the defense, for the most part, there was a little of a peek here and there towards a stairwell, but yeah, they want to play it vertically with nitro cells instead. Martine starts the fireworks show with the only nitro cell, I will say, at the disposal of Alpha Team. So they go 1 for 1 on the defensive nitros, but it gets the buck off the board. The good news is there's some redundancy in the Maycam Evolve soft breach department with the RAM, with the breaching charges, with can openers. There's lots of opportunities here for the side of Maycam to recover from the loss of the skeleton key. But you've lost the gun as well. You've lost Redder as well, who has been a difference maker in this match so far. And it seems like instead of converting to a back push like we saw out of Alpha Team, we're going to see Maycam transition from a top-down into a Bakery clear.
Oh, that's going to land the wrong side, and that'll keep Slaters undetected for now. Looking to hold Bakery. They've basically got rid of the cutoff. The nade will force them a little bit further back, but as of right now, Slaters is in a very good spot indeed. Peeking quickly, IQ the target. IQ will fall. Oh my god, Slaters gets another. We've been waiting for him to pop off. Now he turns his attention to Wedding once more. Cares will trade one back, but as of right now, Slaters has pushed back the brunt of the attack for Maycam Evolve. Rotating now to pick up the case by that Bakery double door is going to be the final 2 attackers. Cares peeking once more, and there will be support. Grimby's sent once more. Stuns now as well, and now Slaters could be in a spot of trouble, but the push is a little bit too slow. Echoes helping out Slaters. He peeks on up. He does a little bit of damage onto the first. Red pings aplenty. Another peek from Slaters, and Bastion takes down Cares, and that's a awesome round for Alpha Team on the defense.
Definitely another one of those stand your ground defenses coming out from Alpha Team. I must say for Maycam, I am questioning of the decision to convert that top down into a Bakery clear without having small bake wall opened up. We kind of just relied on the Grimbees to win, and they did not win here. So a tough miss with the Grimbees, tough miss with the gunfights walking into the Bakery double door. At the end of the day though, Alpha Team, they stood their ground, they played off the utility, they played calm, composed in the round, and it's got them back-to-back round victories. in positions that Maycam Evolve thought they had garnered through their utility, whether it be cocktail forward, thinking that they were able to rip up the floorboards with the skeleton key and force defenders off that position, with the Grimbees into Bakery, forcing a defender to leave. Again, instead, Alpha Team play contrary to the common sense and stick and fight, and it works for them in back-to-back chances. So now for Maycam.
I was going to say, are you saying task failed successfully for them on defense?
I think right now for the defense of Alpha Team, it's another one of those momentum killers for Maycam. They got those 3 rounds in a row. You're feeling good about Maycam. There's a lot of chaos, and all of a sudden, it feels like that momentum's come to a dead stop.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I want to just say, though, awesome support play from the Echo there as well, because Slaters was stunned, grimmed, and I thought he was going to fall, but the Echo managing to disorientate those attackers, and that's what the game's all about. Team play. Teamwork makes the dream work for defense and attack in Rainbow Six Siege. Alpha Team now looking to take top floor as it is now 5-3. Alpha Team, of course, looking to get towards that map point. Martin will hear the rappel, but as you can see, is Lion already halfway up white? Or is that silhouette wrong?
I'm gonna assume the silhouette's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's outside.
Yeah.
All right, we're good. But we do have the Adrenal Surge coming in. We got the Lion and the Finka. No Buck this time around. I think
Who
right
took
now
damage?
Gas Pro took damage on the defensive side. On the attacking side, VJ, I guess, took a little bit of damage. Although he just has less health in general. Gas Pro gets the opener, though, and Bastion, so it's a kill feed lighting up with SMG-11s, and yeah, the Adrenal Surge, not really for any specific reason for the side of Maycam. And again, 2 early swings result in 2 early kills for Alpha Team.
Yeah, now the case is down on that door. Maybe they were just trying to force an entry with the Adrenal Surge. That little bit of extra HP might have just helped. But the 5v3, as you can see, Gaspro and Ragnar, they'll not be revealed by that Logic Bomb as they're by the Mute Jammer. Dirty, however, will get the kill on the Slaters. Ragnar playing C1. They're looking to clear him from this position, but with 1:15 to go, he's still going to be a big problem for this attack. Redder will change his mind, which is over the SMG-12, as Dirty will get the kill now onto Ragnar as they start to get control on that top floor. All of a sudden, this round is certainly winnable for Maycam Evolve. Another bit of verticality utilized as Redder just steps into sight and gets the kill. Kurz finds another, and they're getting the case down. Bastion, the last bastion of this defense, will find one with a beautiful shot onto Dirty, but it's a 1v2 post plant. Remember, it takes 7 seconds to defuse. You've got a lot of time, but you're going to sprint. That's going to give away your position to the player pushing up white stairs. Verticality is being created. That was never going to happen.
I was waiting for it. After Monday, I was waiting for it. Thought we were going to have a run back of Nighthaven Labs.
That was awesome, though, wasn't it?
That was an incredible moment in time, I will say. I think, again, for Maycam, a lot of that attack seemed like it was, we're going to forego the information, and we're just going to start walking, and it didn't start very well. You know, they started a 2-man disadvantage because that initial entry got rebuffed, but they continued to be headstrong, continued to be defiant about it, and continued to push on forward, and it resulted in the round win the way they wanted to. Just, you didn't get off to the greatest of starts. For Alpha Team there, that's a tough one. You have the 5v3 advantage, you have some top control, and it starts getting whittled away one by one, and defenders getting isolated into corners with no real help. So again, the teamwork makes the dream work. We're seeing the more that teams play off of one another, and the more that teams play with each other as a unit, more rounds they're winning in this matchup. And the more individual plays that are required, the less likely they are to be successful. The close one there at the end, again, 1v2 in a post plant. Still, for Alpha Team, you're up 5-4. You still have the opportunity to put this on a match point. Make sure you guarantee yourself at least 1 point in this matchup against Maycam Evolve. Because, like we said, Alpha Team has been on a torrid run in terms of acquiring points in the standings so far for stage number 2. You'd hate for the momentum to come to an end here.
And remember, if Maycam Evolve win this round, we will see every single round in regulation as it goes all the way to 12. However, Alpha Team will look to do it a little bit quicker than that. Redder getting on the top row with the DMR, opening up those hatches nice and early as it will be a top floor defense. Now what you do is you get your cam tucked into the corner of Skylight. You can get tons of information on site while the rest of the team begin to creep their way up White Stairs. Maybe they might just catch Alpha Team sleeping. And Infame on the Ash. This is what I like to see. Infame on Ash is what makes him click. Position given away by the shot onto that F-Nat. But does he stay aggressive? Does he sit? It does look like Gaspro's waiting for it.
Yeah, it seems like the sound of that R4C downstairs was the indicator. Gaspro immediately turns his attention, but he's got flashbangs and asphyxiating bolts coming in through the windows to lock him down in place and disrupt his vision, make it very difficult to fight back. And Redder hits a nice shot to Slater, playing underneath the Skylight. Now Infame trying to work his way up White Stairs to join the rest of the team, approaching on the windows. First taking some damage, but the smoke bolts come out in response. They're trying to hit the deck and going prone through the smoke. Gaspro and Martine tag in for the pinch at the top of the White Stairs. VJ falls. And again, man advantage turns to the opposite. Gaspro, 3 on the round with the MP7, stuck in the top of the corner of planks. There is nowhere to go, but he does not care. He'll fight his way out of a phone booth if he has to with an MP7 against the world.
This was a coach, by the way, last stage. He was coaching, not playing. He subbed himself and he says, I can do a better job. And well, he's been backing up his words with his play so far. Dirty and Redder can't really afford to waste too much time. They still have their tactical timeout if they need it after this round, but you gotta try and make a play. C4 prepped, C4 thrown, C4 blown, but it don't matter. Martine is able to get the kill. Other player on you, Hatch. Here's the swing. Bastion gets the kill, and Alpha Team move on to map point.
It's a good one here for Alpha Team. And again, like you said, Gaspro, the second he came into this roster, it was a different team. It was a different Alpha Team as soon as Gaspro came in. And they have been on a meteoric rise ever since he comes into this roster and takes away a playing position. We've seen this with CNE and LATAM North as well. Physics, a former coach coming in, maybe not having the same kind of effect that Gaspro has had, but at the end of the day, we're seeing some coaches get brought off the benches and into the line of fire. So far, Gaspro is making the best of the opportunity. Incredible round for him. Incredible response there from VJ as well, be able to hit the decking, look prone through the smoke bolts that were coming through. It is a bit of a double-edged sword. If you go more vertical with the smoke bolts, well, then you're going to leave a gap at the floor and your ankles will be exposed. Gaspro hitting nothing but headshots, though, with the MP7. Leads Maycam evolve to their back against the wall, with match points staring them down. 6-4, they're going to need to win back-to-back rounds just to force overtime, or they're going to surrender all 3 points to the hands of Alpha Team.
So here's where I'm going to ask you a question, because we spoke a little bit about coaches subbing in.
Yep.
Outside of Fabian, right, who's the coach that we all want to see kind of playing again. If you could see one coach play, who would it be? Because for me, I'd love to see Fett playing. Man, the energy he would bring.
Yeah, Fett would be an amazing choice. I would love to see Dizzle come out of retirement. Just to play one more. Just to put EG to bed one more time.
Run it back.
Run it back. Break the hearts of North America. As so often has been done. But yes, Fett brings a lot of energy. That would be a good one. I think that's also an interesting point with Gaspro, is he doesn't seem to be too, I guess, rambunctious is the word we want to use. He seems measured. Energetic, but measured. And he doesn't seem to be going off the rails. He just seems to be the impact performer that Alpha Team needed.
He's just smiling all the time. Like, I've never seen Gaspro not smiling. Well, he'll certainly be smiling an even bigger smile if they're able to win this game in regulation and get that extra point that you get for doing so. Alpha playing with everybody off site. The whole point is you play off because of the verticality, and it means that the attacking team can't really take site until they've cleared everything around it. They've began to work on the top floor. Information being gathered here as Redder will try to push down red stairs and get a line of sight into sight. This is a very important fight that we may see down brown stairs. However, on the other side of the coin, looks like they're going to try do the same thing they did last time, potentially, and push in through bakery. Stun grenades being thrown. Maybe trying to bait the swing player. There's a smoke can or flame dart being thrown, but Slaters will stay in the fight. Manages to get himself into cover, but for now, they've cleared the difficult part of bakery, and that is the long desk.
That was the big problem with this conversion to a bakery take last time, was trying to clear out bakery itself. Now, they haven't worried about code check, but in the meantime, VJ collects onto Slater, so there's your bakery player and a site player removed from play. Ragnar getting flashed, but Bastion will pick up a headshot onto Kurz. I'd be worried about a back push here, but Gaspro comes vaulting in through the freezer to join Bastion, looking up through the floorboards, looking for anyone still playing vertically. At a moment's notice, everyone playing horizontally as the skeleton key comes out from up above. Redder opening up a path, but Ragnar hits another shot from inside of Kochek onto Dirty. Gaspro comes into the fray, deleting Infame, and now it's a 2v3, VJ carrying the diffuser down towards the bomb site. Redder in a gunfight up through the floorboards as he's still topside. VJ makes his way into Rice, but with 15 seconds, he has to start initiating a plant. Redder descends red stairs, picks up one, but taking damage. VJ is 7 HP. The Echo is taken out of commission, so they can't yokai to stop the plant, but Bastion gets one, the planter gets stopped, making a double kill with the pistol, and say goodnight. It's Alpha Team winning in regulation.
And those 3 points could be so important as they keep the pressure on Knights at the top. Look, it was a very good game for Maycam, a great bounce back after that humiliating defeat on Monday. But at the end of the day, they're still going to leave Cafe empty-handed. All 3 points going to Alpha as the race for top spots begins to heat up. Well, let's bring in, speaking about subbing in a coach, let's bring in our host to see what he thought of that one. How are you doing, Corbeck? And you said there's a bit of experimenting going on there.
I was just talking about the one, I can't remember what round it was specifically. It was the awkward, attempted freezer hatch drop mess that Alpha Team did when they were attacking. I was like, I can't help but feel like that may have been them just trying something and see if it worked in the context of this game. I mean, at the end of the day, right, Alpha Team walks away with a win here. I think we were all kind of imagining that was going to be the outcome, but, Flynn, maybe a little bit of bump in the road for Alpha Team. I didn't expect it to be this close with Maycam, if I'm being honest.
No, listen, I think the start was really what we weren't expecting for Alpha Team, getting up to the 3-0 lead. Kind of just regressed to the mean there for a 3-3 half. I think a lot of those rounds could have gone either way early on. You've got the crazy 1v2 post plant just to start the game. And I think for Alpha Team there, there were lessons learned as we progressed. And like you said, they had to kind of makeshift a couple of those strategies on the attacking side. But again, good composure, good ability to kind of withstand the pressure that was brought. And I think we've seen this from Maycam again. They can swing, they can play gunfights. We know that they have the mechanical skill. It's about the depth of the strategy there that we're a little more questioning of, and you can see it again when Alpha Team comes out on top in that position to play 2 men down, even on the last round, and still be able to win based off of their strategy.
I mean, here's my thing, and I wanted to ask you this, Gibson. If you're looking at this from the perspective of, say, a Vasco or a Knights, right, and Alpha Team is gunning for a top spot, they're probably going to be a deciders team, you're going to have to play them eventually. Do you look at this game and do you see weakness here, or is this kind of reaffirming in your mind that Alpha Team is an up-and-comer and they must be watched?
I think when you think about the rounds they lost, maybe they dropped the ball a few times, but I still feel like they got the job done. Those 3 teams at the top all expected to win their matchups today. I feel like at some point there will be an upset. One of the teams in the bottom 3 will beat one of the teams at the top. But for now, it's just kind of what are for the course what we expected. Alpha Team, they got the job done, and the best teams get the job done. It doesn't matter how.
Well, Alpha Team getting the job done there against Maycam Evolve, but we have one more match here in the LATAM South region, and a new face will be joining for us as well. Stay around for T-Rex versus Knights. Hello, viewers, and welcome back here to LATAM Play Day for our last match of the day here for LATAM South. About to begin, a new face joining us here on the desk and for the game. Hello, Jonah. Welcome. Thank you for filling in for Whippet here. We're got two of you guys in to replace him on rotation, Flynn, and then we'll be back with you later. For now, though, let's jump into this game. It's going to be T-Rex versus Knights. Now, T-Rex is a team, guys, that kind of came from Brazil. We were expecting some big things from them, Jonah, and they kind of have yet to deliver.
They haven't delivered, I'd say, in the way that we think they could. We know that they can. They do have a win under their belt, so they did not completely go winless through the first three games. A win over Malvinas helped at least get them off the bottom of the leaderboard, but they are still looking to make something work. And right now, you know you've got a capable team here, right? Coming into this region, you've qualified here for the first time, trying to make your statement outside of Brazil. It hasn't gone swimmingly, but we know there are some things they can improve to get this thing going.
They have a lot of individual talent. Like, I've seen Bazooka and Bach have really big moments. Django has popped off at times, but it's all been individuals at a time. They haven't really had very many rounds where everybody's having an impact. Well, know what? 7 Rex have. Maybe T-Rex could potentially get their first win in LATAM South today.
Indeed, they very well could. And, you know, when you speak about, obviously, the idea of team synergy, that's something that their opponents are really going to have going for them, right? We've seen Knights now, multiple stages. The name is certainly known in Siege, and the team is becoming known as well, Jonah, because they are consistently, at least so far this stage, the best team in LATAM South.
And they've been so good for so long. It seems like there has yet to be a team to emerge, especially in the South, and other than Vasco, who's really been able to compete with them. It just hasn't been close since the region split in half. Now, they've had their hiccups, right? They haven't had the convincing victories they would have loved, right? 8-7 over Maycam is not the margin we expected from them, but they immediately cleaned that up against Alpha Team. They immediately cleaned that up coming into day 3. So here, day 4, I expect a lot of the same. Knights just keeping it clean against their qualifier opponent here.
Yeah, Knights have been excellent so far in LATAM South, and I feel like maybe the one thing that they didn't have that the other teams had was that special player who could like win a 1v4. But as a team, if you get into the late rounds and they've got 3-4 players alive, they're virtually impossible to beat. Their team play and communication is so good, and honestly, I feel like they're definitely in my top 3 for the whole region of LATAM as a whole. And I wouldn't be surprised if, well, when they get to the playoffs, if they aren't the team that qualify from this region.
Well, before they can get there, they're going to have to go to one of our maps here tonight. And, well, Jonah, we're not going to be seeing the map that we just saw. Cafe is gone.
Yeah, no cafe, and we end up on Clubhouse. We've seen this a couple of times now, and generally, maybe in the past I wasn't so thrilled about this map. I love the fact that we're getting this map right now. We've kind of talked about this before, how Clubhouse, among other maps, one of the very few, equalizer maps we still have in the pool with Oregon gone, right? You are going to a map where every team should have a very clear-cut understanding of no better place than for, in this case, T-Rex, to take care of a stronger opponent in Knights. You know this map well. See what you can do to upset them.
The litmus test map, like if you can't, because Oregon's now gone, if you can't win Clubhouse, you're never going to be able to win a region. You're never going to be able to go on and win events. I feel like this is a win for Knights though. A team as structured as they are, Clubhouse is the perfect map. And if 7 Rex are able to get a win here, it'll be a massive statement. And it could be that upset that we've been waiting for in the South.
I mean, here's the thing, right? We know our T-Rex has some tricks, right? Like, we've seen them do some fun things. There was that Nitro Cell kill in, like, round 2 last week on Border. But Border was such a tight, confined map, Jonah. They really struggled in their gunfights. Is there a way that they can maybe make that difference up on Club here tonight against Knights?
Well, fundamentally, the maps are, I won't say polar opposites, but quite different, right? You've got Clubhouse, a map that really comes down to your ability to, yes, take control of the map like any map, but hard destruction, hard breach is such a focus on this map. Where you look at Border, you think of all the soft destruction, all the soft walls, and simply the fragging power that is necessary to win that map. So they are very different. I think this is a place where a structured team playing a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit tighter, thrives on a map like Clubhouse if things are going their way.
Well, I got to see my second favorite map, Cafe. Now I get to see my favorite map, Clubhouse, with 2 of my favorite casters. Enjoy yourselves, guys.
Gorbek, thank you. A lot of fun on the desk with you as always. And Gibson, good to be back with you again. We got 2 games in front of us here before Flynn comes back. And starting here in the South, another possible underdog story on a day where it feels like every single game has a little bit of that upset potential.
There's always going to be one. And when you look at the way the other games went, I feel like winning this game is so important for Knights because they would lose ground on the teams around them. And you know what? It is good to be back casting with you again. I'm glad you didn't go to HR and make any complaints. You were happy to be back. But the ban phase, Monty is a must ban. If you're going to play in Clubhouse, you have to get rid of Monty. And I feel like Azami was into that category as well. Mira will be the first defensive ban. With Mira being gone, what's your poison now on the defensive ban phase?
Yeah, interesting, right? You have those black mirrors, which are so potent on almost every single site on this map, barring maybe CCTV and Cache. So instead, we see the Kaid as that final ban. So there's Electro Claws will get removed here, but that just leaves so much defensive utility on the board, especially in the hands of the Azami. Those Kiba barriers, which we see on rafters almost constantly on this map, such a powerful weapon for T-Rex to bring right off the bat. We see that, of course, right out of the gate there from Django, so expect that to be a factor. We will start in the basement, though, so of course, we will see exactly where he chooses to deploy them. For now, the real question is, where and how are T-Rex going to be defending this map? Are we going to see a bit of an extension? And just by the fact that you see two players now currently heading towards the top floor, Gibson, I think we have our answer.
And I feel like you're almost forced to play this way now that Kaid has been banned, because those hatches are incredibly fragile. There's no denial that you can stop them with. So what you need to do now is not allow Knights to get that foothold in the ground floor to attack the map. So that's exactly what T-Rex are going to do. Funny enough, I always, when I look at these bans, I get the feeling that, you know, CCTV and Cash has elevated what Spawn Peak with the Boss G, the timing. Did you just see that? If he waited a fraction of a second longer, we could have seen the first victim of Clubhouse.
Yeah, just a slim margin, right? We see this all the time, right? You look one way, you look the other, just at the wrong moment. Somebody just slips by your crosshair. Well, in this case, you have Denise on the top floor looking to do that very thing. Find the kill, start things off right for T-Rex. We see this a lot with teams who know they're going to be on the back foot early when they're up against a stronger opponent. It's all about doing what you can to put your opponent off balance, make them a little uncomfortable, and getting in their face early. While that may be a little predictable, it is a reliably good way to put somebody on the back foot. That's what they're trying to do to Knights here. You see the same thing here for Bach. He's playing right up in the kitchen, staring right at the window, looking to do some early damage, but look who's here. It is Soko with 2 kills. It is Atlas with a diffuser on the ground, and now it is T-Rex who need to retake.
What has just happened? How do you just walk into sight like that when there's that setup and get the case down? 30 seconds. We're seeing Soko get his triple on the round, and Tuku will make it a flawless one for the Knights, right? So, here's what happened. T-Rex set up this really complicated defense. They were like, right, there's no Kaid, so we're going to use a castle extension. We're going to play a little version of the SSG roam from a few years ago. And, you know, Knights, they're a teamwork team. They're going to try to, go through section by section and clear the whole map. Well, Knights are a teamwork team. So what they did was they droned and were like, hold on a second. If there's 2 to 3 defenders on the roam, that means there's 2 defenders max on site. We're just going to push down blue and dirt. And there's nothing that they can do about it. It's way too easy for Knights to break that down. And T-Rex, they've gone for the basement again. And this time, I don't think they're going to be as clever, right? They've gotten rid of the Vigil. They've brought a more standard setup. They haven't brought the castle. I think this time they're going to bunker down, and Knights will try to clear the map.
Well, changing up the strategy. Knights, in all chat, they said, "What is this strat, bro?" There's your translation of the day, and that is a notable switch now for T-Rex. Immediately pivoting, at least somewhat. Not giving up the extension entirely, but really putting a lot more focus on the basement site itself. We do see this quite often with a full site extension, something that we used to refer to as that SSG style roam. Of course, that was a bit different positioning, a little different operator selection, but the concept was the same. Spread out over the map, deny entry from both the Jacuzzi side and the CCTV side, really try to get those attackers into a tough spot. Obviously that didn't work, because as we see a lot of attacking teams counter that strategy with, you can just rush the site if you see the opening. As a defense, it's your responsibility to prevent that. T-Rex could not, and they find themselves in a 1-round hole as a result. But like you said, Gibson, they've made some changes. They go back down to the basement to see what they can do again. Knights, they're going to be forced to slow things down a little bit, take their time, and as they start to pick up on what this strat entails, they'll begin to work their way through from the top all the way down.
And Angel's not electing to shoot the drone there because he was a bit more worried about the fact there could be a player playing off the back of it. So, a smart decision. People might have been wondering why he let the drone go, but more importantly for him was keeping his life intact. So, Knights now have cleared the majority of the map. They're going to get Moto hatch open. They're going to get kitchen hatch open. They're going to create that verticality. The next big steps, whenever you've gotten this control, is if you want to push through that kitchen hatch, you've got to clear AKs. You've got to make sure there's nobody there to watch that hatch drop, and that's what they're working on as things stand. Minute and a half left to do it. Nobody's taken any damage yet, but Knights, they're well through their checklist.
Next step, next box to check is getting that dirt tunnel open. Jerry has done that now. He'll turn his attention to using his primary utility, the skeleton key, to open up the ceiling above the site. This will force T-Rex to move around a little bit. It will no longer give them the safe haven in the back corner of the site. But as you can see by your blue outlines below, they've already repositioned and should not be an immediate threat of Jerry up above. As they move around, Knights try to find something, hoping that someone on T-Rex will expose themselves, but as long as T-Rex stay alive here, all 5 up, this execute, well, it's just going to come down to who can win these gunfights in these last few seconds. The first toxic smoke's now going out, delaying this push that Knights are getting ready to do.
Bazooka on blue has such a valuable role in the first gunfight. Well, nobody's going to fall just yet, but that does work in the favor of Bazooka, who is now forced back by those fire darts. K-Player is going to drop. First blood is drawn, and it's a 3 versus 3 now as they explode into sight. But Jerry and Tuku doing a lot of work. 2 versus 2. Make that a 1 versus 2 now as one player is effectively out of this game. 7 seconds to go. This should be a round one. He's going to attempt to bait the plant, but just like that, T-Rex, they'll get off the board, and that defense a little bit more successful than the first one.
A little bit. It still was dicey in the end, but they get what they came for, and that was a round 2 victory, and they do it by just straight up denying the execute. We knew it was going to come down to the flurry of gunfights, and it was gunfights that T-Rex won. Tough spot for Jerry. Naturally, as the Buck, he was going to stay up top, let the team execute, and maintain that position in the post plant to try to deny any sort of a retake. Had the diffuser gone down, he would have likely been successful in doing that. Unfortunately, though, the rest of the team just could not win their engagements on the drop. They lost a body over in blue, and lo and behold, you've got Knights struggling to pick up the pieces, and T-Rex coming away with their first defensive victory. So we often say that going back to the same site twice is fairly risky. We don't love to see it, but because they changed up their strategy so much, it really was a completely different experience for both teams, one that T-Rex is more than happy to secure. So they tie us up here, and Knights now look to what they can do on this third round as T-Rex goes to CCTV and Cash next.
And I think that this is a very good site to play considering the bans that we've had, because Monty will not be able to clear rafters, and on the other side of things, Azami is able to be utilized. So Bandit, if they elects to do so, can trick by the wall, stop that breach from being opened. If the breach is opened, it's not the worst thing in the world because you should be able to control rafters. Vigil with the Boss G, curious enough, roaming inside of basement. Maybe he's trying to stay hidden, stay undetected for maybe a late round flank up those red stairs. But here's going to be the attempt to open the breach. Let's see how good... Well, Bandit's too far away to trick, right? That silhouette tells us that they're not there.
No active Bandit trick here, so the wall will get open, giving Knights the avenue they looked for to start off the round and get that opening into the site. Again, they're not going to execute right now, but that breach just allows them to cut the site in half. You prevent those defensive rotations, and you force them into the positions you want them to be for you to initiate the next phase of your attack. That next phase will likely take place here in Garage, as there is a good bit of focus being placed on that Rafters player. And if you do want to execute in CCTV and not Cash, Garage is almost essential to secure every single time. As we said, the Kiva barriers are going to be a factor here because it was the Mira and the Kaid bans. So you're going to have to worry about the Azami on the Rafters. For now, the entry elsewhere will be the focus from the Knights, and I suppose concurrently from T-Rex as well, as you're going to have Bach on the roam and Django keeping an eye on stock down below. Tuku, where are you going, my friend? Django blindsides him as a result, didn't even have his gun up. Atlas gets a big kill onto Angels, but still with 2 defenders down below threatening this attack, this is going to be very hard for Knights to push forward.
Yeah, he's going to go for the repeat here, and Django is going to win a triple on the round, hunting for the ace. As we see a little bit more damage dealt. Soko and Jerry now both low HP, 12 and 45. The defenders, they've retaken behind that server rack. There's no pressure on the window. They're effectively playing sight for free. There's the peak box, going to prevent any form of an ace, but they know exactly where he is. Bazooka will get the final say on the round as T-Rex take the win. And this is what I was kind of alluding to at the start of the game. This site, because of the bans, in my opinion, becomes the strongest site on Clubhouse because of how difficult it is to clear rafters. What I would have liked to see Knights do maybe would have been to open up the construction side as well as opening the main breach, further cutting off some of the rotations and giving T-Rex something to think about. But if you don't open up construction, there's only one way Knights can push from, and T-Rex played into that perfectly.
Well, nice recovery for T-Rex after the first round loss. Defense on Clubhouse, of course, you expect to rack up a fair few rounds here. They're not going to be that difficult, especially when you have the basement site. And like you said, Gibson, the CCTV and cache site, nice and strong with the way the operator bans have shaken out here. The real question is, can they get the third one? This would really open things up for them. They'd still have the opportunity to head back to the basement, and then they could go to CCTV and cache again. A win here would go a long way to securing that lead at the half. You'd get your 3 rounds, and, well, you'd expect a fourth one to follow shortly thereafter. So Knights really on them right now to see what they can do on their attack. Not too much stress for them right now, and they know it. These are difficult attacks to execute, but we expect to see them a little bit stronger here, especially in those late round gunfights. Losing out against a team that, sure, we know is mechanically skilled, but just hasn't been having as much success as you. Never love to see that if you're in the lobby trying to build some confidence and get some momentum on your side. For now, though, the focus will shift to, again, how the Knights want to approach this one if they do want to lean into clearing out the CCTV and cache side of the map, or if their attention is going to be a lot more direct.
And the breach will be opened. Warden is ready, playing aggressive, hoping to catch one of those attackers, maybe sleeping a little bit, but for Knights now, you've got this breach open. The standard thing to do next would be to rotate around, open up that con wall, and then open up that cache wall as well. Now, the problem is, I do notice Bandit is playing by that con wall. We might just see an attempt at a trick, and it looks like that's exactly what Denise is going to do. That wall will now be tricked. That's a little bit more hard breach denied, and it just makes this attack a little bit more difficult. T-Rex definitely improving in their overall team play over the early stages of tonight. And because you've now got that con wall closed, because you've got presence in cache, you can play aggressive on this hatch. You force those attackers to be a bit more aggressive themselves.
Yeah, Denise now has so much more breathing room in Logi, and that's going to go a long way to slowing down this Knight's clear. They're not going to be able to take that space for free, or maybe even at all when it comes down to the late round. This time now that's ticking away is going to be even more threatening. Big position for Bach as well, supporting Denise on that hold. You've got Django just wide swinging the breach here in CC, now swinging the window through the smoke. He gets the headshot onto Jerry. Tough blow there for the Knights, a big kill for Django. Now the Knights' recovery needs to be swift. Soko gets one. He's traded out. Tuku one, but it's 2 more for T-Rex. And Tuku on 8 HP is the last player standing. He lines up one. Denise walks right into him, but he still has 2 players to find. The diffuser out of pocket and a crossfire that he's about to walk into. Has limited intel. He knows there's someone by the condor, knows there's someone on the gym side, but he does not know when they are going to swing. Django will peek the door and finish it off for T-Rex, and they take 3 rounds in a row.
And it forces the timeout from Knights as well. With 2 rounds left on the attack, they feel like they're leaving something out there. Now, I will say this, Jonah. Django is having himself a game so far. He is being a huge problem for the Knights, and once more, the way Knights play, they've got very specific things that they want to get done. The moment that you lost that attempt of a breach on that con wall, it just ruined their whole plan. You forced Knights to just try to flood the site and get kills, and T-Rex were ready for it. Brilliant round from T-Rex on the defense. Now, what are you saying if you're Knights during this timeout? Like, for them, they want to play structured, but T-Rex, the big question we had, Jonah, before this was the clubhouse is now the litmus test. So far, they're passing that litmus test with flying colors.
Yeah, right now they are doing really well, and Knights needing to regroup. I mean, what do you say? That's a great question. I mean, you look at a team like this, and they are so structured, you'd think, okay, that style, it has to be good for Clubhouse. It's a structured map. It's a more methodical map. But with any map in Siege, there's one quality that will put your team over your opponents 9 times out of 10. And that is your ability to adapt on the fly, to change up your playstyle in the round, between rounds, based on what you're seeing from your opponent on any given day. Right now, the structure that Knights are employing, that rigid style, it is not pushing them over the line. It's not getting them these victories on the attacking side that they're looking for. In that timeout, you just got to discuss your fallback plan. You just got to discuss, okay, you've got your A option set. You've got plan A. What about plan B and plan C? If something goes wrong, where do we readjust? How do we readjust? And that's what the Knights have been missing. I think you pointed that out so well last round, Gibson. If they aren't able to adjust mid-round when one thing goes badly, then they're just not going to be able to recover if they lose that opening pick. Funnily enough, T-Rex, the last 3 rounds they've won, they've gotten the opening kill every single time. It was Bazooka, then it was Django back-to-back. Knights, step 1 will be to remedy that, but if they can't, find a way to play a man down and still go through the motions and get that execute done.
One of my favorite stats in Siege is a team's bounce back ability from losing the opening pick, and you know, the best teams in the world, they are excellent at it. Now, Knights, I feel like this game has been very uncharacteristic of them so far. Usually they do have a fallback plan, but we're just not seeing it yet. Oh, early stages of the round, 30-40 seconds gone. They're getting some presence on the top floor. They're clearing all these key positions. I think that, you know, shooting out those bees on the blue stairs just gives you a little bit more comfort. Make sure nobody's playing there. Gives you another avenue of access to the late round. But I feel like the one thing I'd like to see them do is a bit more droning. I'm not seeing an awful lot of drone work being done by the Knights.
Trying to see why. Do they know something we don't about the positioning of these defenders? Right, it seems like that information is still necessary to obtain, and you see them taking some steps to get that here. But that information only lasts so long, right? There's 90 seconds left in the round. That drone went out. It spotted Angels on the bottom main stairs. 4 seconds later, he was back in the site. So if you're getting that information, Gibson, it's all about acting upon that information. Yes, that drone did a nice job at forcing Angels back, but then when the late round comes around, when that execute comes around, I agree. I'd like to see a couple more drones sent out towards the site a few seconds before that execute takes place. A tough blow here for the Knights as Tuku disconnects. There'll be a man down for the rest of this, so essentially losing the opening battle to whatever issue that Tuku is having. That means that, well, plan B now has to go into effect. How are you going to pick up the pieces here, down a man with 45 seconds to go? Thankfully, Atlas is the one with the diffuser. You've got a chance to make this execute happen, but it's going to happen soon, and it's going to happen now.
Well, sides are level, but the big problem is when your player normally dies, they can be set on cams, they can flag watch, but Knights don't have that comfort. 4v4, 26 seconds to go. It looks like it's going to be another late 20 round execute as they get ready to drop down the hatches. As we said, 4v4. Bazooka waiting for the drop down moto. Angels making sure that nobody can creep down main. The next fight is crucial. It's won by T-Rex. Angels wins his one. Bazooka gets another one. It's a 3v1. And just like that, it is another round won from T-Rex. Losing Tuku was a problem, but T-Rex did not worry about it. They still did their jobs. They won the round. And to be honest, when Knights, you lose a player to a DC, it's always an uphill battle. But what a half so far from T-Rex. 1 round away from taking a 5-1 split on club.
Very good start for T-Rex. And as we said, today feels like there's gotta be at least one upset. And maybe this one is it. You've got Knights who appear to be struggling right now, and losing Tuku via disconnect, that is not going to help the mental. That's not going to help the position you feel that you are in right now. Now, the one thing for them is this. They're on the attack on Clubhouse, and they still have one round to go. If they win that round, bouncing back on the defense is not only possible, I'd say it's probable. But if this one slips away and you go down 5-1, it does become so much more difficult to fight that uphill battle and to get yourself back in the fight. Because even if you come out on defense and have a fantastic lights out performance, you still have a 4-round margin to make up. And there's only so much you can do if you've already let T-Rex build such a cushion, build so much confidence, and continue to play as well as they're playing right now. Gibson, you highlighted Django earlier. I'll mention Django and Bazooka. 7-2 for Django. He's 2-0 on the entry. 6-2 for Bazooka. He's 1-1 on the entry. It is these two guys leading the charge in terms of those kills. And right now, Knights just have not been able to match that. Soko and Tuku are the only ones positive right now, and just barely 4 kills each. We're going to have to see the rest of this team step up. Sometimes, yes, it comes down to the strategies and what we're talking about. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, Plan D. Sometimes you just have to hit the head before they do. Sometimes you just have to shoot straighter. And right now, for T-Rex, seems to be working.
And I think the big thing about a lot of the kills that Bazooka and Django are getting to, yes, they're showing us tons of mechanical skill, but there's so much anticipation and game sense in a lot of these kills as well. Like in that last round, for example, they knew that all you have to do is lock down the moto drop and lock down main stairs, and you're going to win that round. So they put themselves in a position where they're in a favorable gunfight in that scenario. You think about the Django kills when they were defending him. Through the smoke, still great anticipation of where that player was going to be, finds the kill. Down on the garage defense we saw a little bit earlier, either rotate in and around VIP. Great game knowledge, great game sense once more. We're going to jump into a very quick break, however. When we come back, we'll have the continuation of T-Rex versus the Knights. We'll see you in a few.
T-Rex leading 4-1 with final round of the half yet to be played. Knights in need of a bit of a lifeline, Gibson, as they struggle to kind of find their stride on a map that you expected them here to be a bit more capable at. One more round would get them at least to a fighting position for half number 2. Do you think they got what it takes?
If they, you know what, they have what it takes, but whether or not they actually do it is another question. They've been, ever since that first round, they've been a little bit sleepy so far tonight, and I feel like they have a lot more to give. But just remember this, Jonah, 4-2. It's not that long ago that 4-2 was the common split, but we're now kind of in the world of 3-3 halves. But if you want to take CCTV cash, you gotta control that Raptors position, and I'm looking at the lineup. There's no Capitao. That's going to make it difficult to do. They were able to band a trick inside of construction a little earlier as well. I feel like Knights need to get more of a grip on the ground floor this time if they want to make this attack successful.
Well, it looks like that might be their plan here, right? You bring the buck. There isn't a ton of soft destruction you can do on this site from above, certainly, or from the same floor. It is from below where the buck will make his impact, especially on that cache site. A successful bandit trick? I was going to say the exothermic charge not detonating, but the Selma's will. So the breach opened regardless. But as you said, you got to imagine that Knights are going to work their way in down below, at least to some degree. Otherwise, there isn't much point in bringing Soko into the lobby right now. And of course, T-Rex knows that, so they have 2 defenders stationed down below. Right now, the main focus is going to be on Boxzera, and there he goes as Jerry will take the fight right on cue as you see the presence of Knights amassing on that gym side of the map.
A game that you said have been decided so far by those opening picks that for Knights will certainly help. Still, control is being held below by Denise, who will play this position. You know, you've got the C4 in the back pocket. Where better to play here on Clubhouse than below? Drone will spot him out, but falling back, staying aggressive, you know, not giving up the space for free. Holding that angle, but realizing nobody will peek anytime soon, so keep your eye inside of bar. Now, if you're Knights, you still got to clear this position. Your whole plan of playing the verticality, the reverse verticality of the site, means clearing these players from this position, and they're not doing a great job of that whatsoever. But you look at their lineup, they've opened up con wall. They can get the other wall on the cache, which they've just done. It opens up the door. 5 versus 3, 40 seconds to go.
There is just no way to explain what Angels was trying to do right then. He exposed his position. As he worked his way back, he had no chance of staying alive. Giving up his life there has now meant that Knights, maybe they don't need to clear that bottom position anymore. You overwhelm the site, you take control, it will still be difficult for the C4 from Denise to land. They will pressure him now, though, with 15 seconds left. They're splitting up this attack. Risky to do this late in the game, but necessary as the execute comes through. 8 seconds. Good kill for Tuku. Soko gets another, and Django now has to deny the execute all by himself. He'll wade through the smoke around the other side, and it's his! An easy kill with a melee, and T-Rex steal around to lead 5-1 at the half. Disaster strikes for the Knights.
It's a heist. It's an absolute heist. He missed the opportunity to catch the crossing player at the first time of asking, and then the exact same thing happened the other way. He managed to cross the main breach. He got the knife off, and T-Rex, they take a 5-1 defensive hand. Look at this. He missed the opportunity, but then he crossed himself and got the knife off. Great round by T-Rex. Great bounce back, having lost the opening pick. Here's the thing, though. Do I need to remind everybody at home? Was it 75% of all the viewers at home put their money on Knights winning this game? Only 25% of people thought, well, not even 25% of people, 25% of the community vote thought that T-Rex could win this game. They've certainly put themselves in a phenomenal position to do so, and this could be the first upset of LATAM South season.
Well, I keep saying that there's a lot of map to play, that Knights, they still have it in them to come back. They're on the defensive half after all. But after that round, Gibson, I don't even know how I'm supposed to feel. Knights completely fumbling a 5v3 advantage, a round that should have been guaranteed and somehow they couldn't pull it off. It just got so frantic. It just got so out of control. They just lost the ability to play together. So I guess lean into that individual play as much as you can here on defense, because that is the only thing that they seem to be attempting right now, and it seems to be having any sort of success on this map, right? You see it there from Tuku. He's alone in stock, and he's got his kill. But Knights have lost more significant advantages than this before. Now, of course, they are on the defense now. It is a very different game here, as T-Rex are the ones with the responsibility to clear the map and take this space. But man, that last round, not liking what we're seeing here from the team that is supposed to be the best team in the South.
Well, it's a heartbreaking round, but T-Rex, their season has to start somewhere, and it might just be here today on Club. They're a man down, but they do have Hibana, the queen of the hatches, so getting these hatches should be no problem whatsoever for the attacking side. You've got Finka as well, so if anyone does take a little bit of damage, you can stem that right back up. And now they're just baiting for kills, right? Halfway through the round. A minute and 30 seconds is a long time when you've got the hatches open, so what they're kind of doing, poking and prodding, seeing if any of those Knights players overextend just enough to find that kill to level the sides. Nade will be thrown to clear a little bit of utility from blue stairs, and the verticality being utilized now, but this is where you get in danger of stalling out, because yes, it's still a lot of time to work with, but you don't want to stand still for too long either.
Django just waiting for the opportunity to maybe get any sort of peek here, any sort of information. But you're not going to see much movement from the Knights here. Behind the generator, they can stay calm and wait. Tuku, though, he gets exposed by Bazooka up top. Good kill for the Hibana here. A 4v4 now as Django continues to creep down the stairs, wary of the swing. It's right on time, and Jerry can't do it. Is there a trade? We'll find out. He'll swing the corner, and guess what? He's got two. Django continues to thrive. Atlas, 2 big kills on the recovery, and Soko. Atlas and Soko have just brought this one back from the edge of defeat. Now it is Django who has to do it all. Like we said, he's been playing so well, but he needs to be perfect in the next 15 seconds if he wants to close this one out. He's got the diffuser back in his hands, but with so little information and no time, oh, this is not very likely. Here comes Atlas on the drop. That'll bait Django off the plan, but it simply doesn't matter as long as Soko does not swing. There he goes, 000, and it's an easy kill for him. Not an easy round for the Knights, though, as they once again choose to scrape by, but get away with one and take their second round of the map.
I think scrape is the perfect word to use as well, because it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty. In fact, at one point it looked like at 4v2 that round should have been over, but they reached down, they got it from somewhere, they were able to pull the round back from the brink. 5-2 in what really should have been a 6-1. Credit where credit's due, Knights got the job done. And with the way the rounds have been going, they'd lost 5 in a row, it's really important to just break that streak. So, now you look at the defensive lineup, you've got Smoke being utilized, you've got the Azami being brought into play. It's that CCTV cache. We've seen how powerful it is for the defensive side. But the main little changes that I'm noticing on the attacking side, so there's no Wamai. And you know that Azami is going to be playing on top rafters, and there's no Jaeger. So the plan for T-Rex is to open up bottom garage and use the flame darts to clear the Azami from on top of rafters. They don't have a Thatcher, so opening the breach be a little bit more difficult than it normally would be, but they do have the Maverick, so they'll have no issues there. But the whole setup for T-Rex is to get in bottom garage, clear rafters, get the main breach. They might flip a little bit later if they're having problems doing that, but that's what the lineup would suggest.
Well, Knights not doing a ton of work there to instill confidence in this comeback. Yes, they took the round. But, man, they are just really forcing the believers to really believe. You really got to want this team to win if you're pulling for them now. An early kill here for Knights. They're going to be happy to take that one as Denise. Amateur mistake there on the Maverick trick. Just not paying attention. And what, trying to do that one on the rappel, you gotta think, but based on that death position, I don't know. Should not have been exposed to that angle, but was and went down early. So far, 100% success rate, opening kill to round win, even in that messy round number 7. Knights trying to keep that pattern true here as they've claimed the first. Now, the Capitao in play from Boxera is a big one. That is potentially the only element here that T-Rex now have to alleviate the pressure on that garage rafters position. You're going to see Angels and Bach both rotate to handle that eventually. But with 4 men against the 5 defenders up, you got to imagine, Gibson, that these attacking resources are going to get stretched a bit thin.
Oh, they're already getting stretched thin. There's a minute and a half. They've got 5 drones left to work with, and here's that push now to clear rafters. Smoke to prevent the push through breach. It's good teamwork and great covering. Angels was below the bottom of the stairs. They had 0 clue. One player is down above as Tuku will confirm out that kill onto Angels, but Django trades it back. Soko using the verticality now to find that kill onto Django. So Zuka, the last player standing, and well, not standing for any much longer. Round 1. And rafters. Like, if you control rafters, you'll win most of the rounds here. And Knights, they start to make that gap a little bit smaller. 5-3 now. But still, you feel like 7-Rex will, or T-Rex will get at least one attacking round before Knights level the sides.
Well, that's 2 big rounds. Only 2 rounds to go now between Knights and a tie game. I mentioned during the round, the opening kill so important. Not 100% success rate, but the overwhelming majority. We saw rounds 5 and 6. We saw Jerry get the opening kill, but unable to close out the round for the Knights. But the point remains the same. It really just seems that in this context between T-Rex and Knights, that a lot of momentum in each of these rounds, and both teams, when they get going, they really get going, and we finally saw what the Knights are capable of just a bit there. Cleaned it up, got that first kill, and just kept the pressure on the entire time, not giving up much else. We've seen the same thing from T-Rex, especially on that first defensive half, but we're going to need to see someone emerge as that team willing to just win those chaotic rounds, win those absolutely ridiculous executes. And so far, T-Rex is the team that have proven that when that happens, they can come out on top. Knights, though, now they're finally building some of that momentum of their own. They finally cleaned it up on that defensive round. The attacking rounds may not have been pretty, but that won't matter much if they can take the next 2.
And remember, Knights have won a close game in LATAM already. That opening day, full overtime victory against Maycam. Oh, T-Rex, they are hoping that history will not repeat itself. On the Knights side, you can see what the plan is here. There's not going to be a bandit trick because Castle's not been brought, so they're going to open up that main breach. And from there, you're going to flip it around. Push work on taking CCTV cache. So it's just all about working through that checklist. An interesting Kiba setup here from the Azami, but getting away there without any punishment really going her way. And I feel like this is not a bad position to play, Jonah, because you've got this, you've got the barbell rack, the gym rack that you can play in behind, and as long as you keep those Kibas refreshing, you can play that position.
Oh, what a fight here. Jerry pops up and wins it narrowly against Bach. Django, a quick response, returns this to a 4v4, and look at him. You've got the Grim playing on the breach here, right up against this bathroom wall, and looking to pop into Jim. The pressure, Soko trying to balance it out, but he can't stop Angels from walking in and taking care of Atlas here. Here comes the Logi drop. T-Rex moving in with a vengeance. It's a 4v2 as Tom and Jerry are the only ones who can stop this. Both full HP, but needing to reposition and rotate back to the site, and guess who? But Denise, who is ready to lock it down. Angels, the final kill. T-Rex, they only needed 1 to get onto match point, and they've done it. It's 6-3.
I did say they were going to win at least 1 round before Knights could get the sides level, and now Knights need to be perfect. They've got to win the next 3 rounds just to force overtime. And what I love about that was T-Rex, plan A failed, plan B, straight to it, force your way in, get the kills. Knights had no rebuttal for that push whatsoever. And now, this is a basement defense for the Knights. Can T-Rex get it done? You look at that lineup, it's set in stone. Remember, if you're new to Siege Esports, if you're new to Siege, during the drone phase, the attack can change its lineup many times as it's like. The defense, it's locked in. Fenrir, Azami, you've got Warden, Mute, and Bandit. You see that Warden, and you see on the other side of that attack, there's a Blitz coming. Warden, pretty good against Blitz's ability, but those shields, Jonah, they are the most difficult thing to deal with when you're on defense in Siege at this moment in time. And if Bazooka's enabled by his teammates, he could be a massive problem for Knights.
Well, Knights now facing a bigger problem. The fact that they need 3 rounds in a row just to force OT. Here we are thinking that they're going to win this one dominantly. They're going to walk out of here with the full 3 points. Not only is that not happening, but they may even get a single point if T-Rex continue to do what they've been doing so far this map. And look at how this round begins. What could be the very final round on Clubhouse starts off with a T-Rex kill against Tuku. He's not going to be able to do much of anything this round. Tuku and Soko, the biggest contributors on Knights right now, and they've taken care of one of them already. A huge good start to this round for T-Rex.
The problem for Knights now is you know that there's players in dirt. You cannot focus your attention anywhere else for too long. While all that's going on, Blitz is just going to sit and wait. Blitz doesn't have to take any more ground. Blitz does not have to give away any more ground. Blitz's job is to just be and wait for the rest of the pieces to get into the position that they need it to be. Because Blitz is there, the player on AKs can't really go anywhere at this point anymore. They've got the kitchen hatch open. Azami's doing her best to keep that line of sight closed, but with a minute and a half to go, T-Rex are in a brilliant position for the execute.
Atlas, such a clutch kill there to return this one to even. He had to go all the way up top to do it, but he's able to get back downstairs relatively safely. Here comes the push. T-Rex, they're not waiting any longer. Bazooka with his pistol out will take care of Soko. They've lost Django in the process. Oh, Bazooka, he gets blindsided. It's just Angels now to pick up the pieces. Jerry and Atlas to find. He's got a full minute, but because T-Rex jumped the gun here, he's now in a very awkward spot. The diffuser still in kitchen. Angels, 68 HP, now 0, as he is headshot from the other side. T-Rex try to do a little too much, and Knights come away with the round.
Wow. It seems like the minute that the sides went level at 4 players apiece, T-Rex just took that as a signal to go. They weren't ready for the flank up main stairs. They were punished for it, and they just went pedal to the metal, and Knights stood their ground. Another messy round win, but they don't matter. As long as Knights keep finding a way to win a round and keep finding a way to make sure they're the one standing at the end, overtime is still on the cards. CCTV cash, once more. Lineup almost identical to what we've seen every other time. The only real difference is the fact that Valk is being brought now and there's no Bandit. It's going to be a Mute that is utilized instead. Here's the kicker. If you have control of Garage and those Valk cams go unspotted, which they shouldn't because IQ is being brought to the fray, you're going to win the information game. And Jonah, at the highest level of Siege, no matter how good you are mechanically, if the other team is winning the information game, they're the ones that have the upper hand.
You see that now, a couple of drones working their way into the site, and Knights doing what they can to remove them. That's exactly right. Information is everything, especially when it comes down to the late round. We've talked about some of the gaps of information that it seems that Knights have been experiencing on the attacking side. Could very well translate to the defensive side here, like you said, if Angels can do his job. Now, my biggest concern is this. T-Rex, after a maybe not so good execute on that last round, are bringing a very similar lineup, namely the Blitz. They're bringing Bazooka back with the shield and maybe looking to do the very same thing. Positioning on the breach, looking to open this one quickly and spring into the site. This didn't work last time. Will it work in the most important round yet. Tom will get the first kill. No dice for T-Rex. Django responds, and look at the control they have from above. Bazooka and Django. All of Cash is theirs. Jerry is still a threat on rafters, but he has not stepped up whatsoever. Knights have backed off. They're now playing the retake. Atlas, though, he snuck up the stairs. T-Rex had no idea. Here comes the collapse. Soko works his way in. Denise is done for, and T-Rex, again, fumble it.
Wow, that was another really good idea from T-Rex. But Knights just kept their calm. And you just feel like if T-Rex keep giving these opportunities away like they're doing, that the heads are going to go. They've actually been forced now to take their tactical timeout in the final round of regulation. The best thing for T-Rex at this point is they have guaranteed at least 1 point from this matchup. However, I'm going to say it. The 3 previous rounds, they were in a position to win every single one of them. And every single time, they've been their own worst enemy. They jumped the gun in the round before last. That round, they went a little bit too quickly. Players, held their ground a lot longer than they should have. And now, how do you bounce back from that? How do you find a way to get your mental in a position to win? Because if you lose this round, that'll be 3 match points in a row that you've dropped. And you get the feeling that if you give Knights 1 match point in a game like this, they're going to take it.
I mean, it's ironic that it's T-Rex who made this problem really come to the forefront, but they were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should go for those rushes, if they should go for just the absolute wild move through the site. Listen, just because you think you see an opening and it's match point, oh haha, let's go win this, doesn't mean that you should throw everything you've taken in this entire game, throw it out the window, and try to win the game that way. Yeah, it would be humiliating for your opponents, but that's not what you're here to do. You have to remember that even though this game has been going well, Knights are a very, very capable team. They've been at the top of this region for so long. And if they haven't been at the top spot, they've been in the fight for the top spot. Sure, they're having a rough game, but they are not going to bend for that kind of a play, for that kind of tension that's put on this team. They are flexible, even though we've said they're maybe too rigid. They've been struggling with adjustments. They've proven over the course of these last 2 defensive rounds that they are adaptable, that they can change things up on the fly. And T-Rex to do the same thing in back-to-back rounds and to have the exact same result, it's just not what you like to see from a team that was so close to putting this one away convincingly. Now, they face a little bit of concern themselves. If you don't win this round here, you now go into overtime with Knights feeling a lot better than they were just a moment ago.
Little peek early on from Tuku as he looks to catch a player up by the water tower on the roof of the clubhouse. As you can hear, the main breach over by CCTV has now been opened, and now they'll get to work on opening the jacuzzi breach. Just giving themselves options for the extra. Remember, they did the exact same thing the round that they won here. Azami was in the exact same place in the round that they won here. And what happened? Azami went to take a fight by that gym window and fell. 2 minutes to work with for T-Rex. The information game, not bad. They've still got 7 drones. They've got a boatload of stun grenades. They've got 2 smokes, and they've got 1 nade in the back pocket. But the one thing that Knights have is they've got a full complement of players, and the longer it stays that way, the more difficult it will be for 7-Rex. T-Rex.
Well, T-Rex here, starting to work their way around this top floor. The biggest difference here, right, is that we're not seeing Knights go for much of a roam. A little bit of presence down below, a little bit of presence there in strip, but nothing else on the other side of that top floor. Tom is hiding. He thinks he's hidden. Is he? That's the question. Tuku, what? Behind the Kiba barrier, it's Bazooka, who's able to pop in and get the kill. That's simply not supposed to happen, but the Thermite gets away with one there. Bach's been downed. If he can get recovered here, this would be a very significant advantage for T-Rex. But you've got Tom in a position that makes me think that may just not be possible. He is in a choke point, though, and that's where T-Rex are moving next. He's got to watch out. If he loses his life, T-Rex are going to come thundering through. But right now, look how comfortable Knights seem to be repositioning up above. They know that T-Rex have their backs against the wall with only 30 seconds left.
30 seconds to go. T-Rex need to be careful because it might not be a Raptor in kitchen, but you do have Tom playing inside of bar. Warden will stand the stuns, and there is that Raptor. Tom gets one. Atlas gets another one as they're working their way through the map. He's going to catch the player. It's all down to one. Bazooka gets a triple on the round, but it is clutch or a kick for them. We may be going to overtime. Diffuser is not in hand. He steps inside of sight. 3 seconds. It takes a few seconds for the plant. C4 ripped, and Jerry gets the kill, and we are going to overtime.
Unreal. So close. 3 rounds in a row. 3 chances for T-Rex to close it out, and they just could not make it happen. It's the Knights who finally wake up and take 3 rounds in a row to send this one to overtime. It really doesn't feel like this should have been the case. I mean, if things went according to what we see on paper, this was Knights a win in regulation. If things went according to what we saw in the overwhelming majority of this map, it is T-Rex winning this in regulation. Instead, this scrappy back and forth is going to go down to the final few rounds here. And yes, Knights have the momentum, but now back on the attack, proving nearly incapable of pulling that off before. You just have no idea what to expect here or if they're going to be able to overcome that. We see T-Rex going back downstairs and rocking with the adjusted strategy that gave them the win the second time around, not going for that same super extended roam up above. A little bit of presence on this first floor, but nothing to the degree of what we saw in the opening round of this map.
Oh, I feel like the momentum is surely in favor of Knights, though, coming back from 5-1 down on that half. And now we're in overtime. T-Rex, though, they've got the benefit of starting on defense, the side that has been way more beneficial for the defensive side. Django getting aggressive. He a little bit quiet these last few rounds, not quite had the impact that he's had earlier, but going for the spawn peak. And you can see that there is a player there to be had. Jumps out the window maybe a little bit too soon, gives away his position, gives away his intentions, and because of that will force down blue. But you know what? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, no harm, no foul. Gets back into blue, strong position to hold.
Just want to reiterate how strong, how powerful Django has been this game. Through the first 3 days, had emerged as kind of that number 2 guy with Bazooka leading the charge. Coming into the game, it was Bazooka with 30 kills, plus 5 were on the KD, plus 1 on the entry. It was Django not too far behind, 27 and 23. Now, things have changed a little bit. Now it's Django leading the charge with 15 kills to his name. The most in this lobby by far. You've got Jerry and Bazooka both with 12 on their respective teams. The point is that you're seeing these players really find their stride, and it is looking good for T-Rex until it doesn't, until you lose Django, until you lose Bazooka, until you start to lose a bit of that momentum and that confidence that you had spent the first half of this map building. Can they find it again? They've lost 3 rounds in a row. No better round than now to secure this win and put themselves back on another match point.
Minute and 15 seconds left on the round as Knights look to be successful. Remember, the very first round of this game was a Knights round victory on basement. And now we're in the exact same scenario here in overtime. Frost still holding dirt. I believe the dirt wall has now been opened. That's the hatch that you hear opening now as well, as you give yourself options if you're the Knights. Believe that you can see off in the distance that maybe there's a bit of noise being made on the other side of the map, but creeping down main are the Knights as well. Oh my. Holding behind the shield. Frost still inside of dirt. If you let Frost remain in this position, you will find yourself in a world of pain. Knights running out of time, running out of options. Oh, I don't know. I don't know where they go from here, Jonah.
20 seconds. All 5 defenders up. Here come the firebolts, the first step of this nice execute. There goes Tuku. That's step number 2, but he gets fried. Atlas, he responds. But look at that. Tom hits the floor. Quick, swift response from T-Rex. Knights waiting far too late to push in, but under the watchful eye of Django, they're able to get the diffuser down. He's got 3 to his name, but now the watchful eye of Knights up above is the problem for T-Rex. Jerry, he's been in this position before without the diffuser on the ground. You're not going to win that one, but this one, it is your round to win. Good coverage from Soko. It is now Django who has to ace clutch this one to win it, and that is simply not going to be allowed to happen. Another round where it looked like T-Rex had more than a fighting chance, but Knights, they are back. They are awake. And they are putting up a heck of a fight now. They take the lead and put themselves on match point.
Wow. Match point. Who would have thunk it a little while ago when they were 5-1 down? And just like in a famous film with T-Rexes in it, there was a quote that said, "Life finds a way." Well, certainly Knights are finding a way here on Clubhouse. Would you put it past them, Jonah, winning this right here, right now, on Basement, on Club?
I feel like this is Knights' round. I mean, the momentum that they have into this, right? 4 in a row. You don't think they're going to miss out on this opportunity. T-Rex had 3 separate opportunities. Could not convert any of them. And then they have gone quiet ever since. Some players still contributing, still getting the work, putting the work in, but it's just not enough. It's just not been enough. Ever since Knights have come back, started to work their way back into this fight, I mean, what can they do wrong right now? Sure, it hasn't been clean. It's not been the Knights team that is going to dominate the stage, but this, frankly, these last few rounds have looked like the Knights that we currently have in this stage. The Knights that won that day 1 matchup 8-7 in overtime against Maycam Evolve. A team that is not perfect, but a team that is scrappy and is willing to pull out these rounds. Sure, it didn't look like it, but now, I don't know if there's any other option but the winning this one right now, Gibson.
Yeah, my favorite thing about this whole matchup, though, and the scoreline right now is the fact that Corbeck, he's been giving it up in the chat the whole time, saying that this was T-Rex's game. Now, it might not look the other way. Certainly not with Tuku finding the opening kill. 5 versus 4, 2 minutes. Everybody falls back to site. You've wasted a minute. You've got the opening pick. T-Rex team now are basically fighting a losing battle.
Django knows that he's got to put the team on his back a little more if they want to make this comeback happen and at least get another chance to see round 15. Things will slow down a bit here after they've lost Angels. They no longer have the IQ and that additional information she can provide. No Valkyrie against them. That won't be a problem, but there is still some information the Knights have working for them. Some bulletproof cameras, some default cameras in the basement stairwell. They still have a lot to work with here that T-Rex have yet to deal with. They have to worry about a C4. They have to worry about simply these 5 guns that remain when this execute comes around, because T-Rex, yes, they have the map control, but they're down a body and they have to transition this into an execute eventually.
And they're trying to force it now. Ace will get a little help from the Thatcher. You know, you don't really need to go down to the bottom of the stairs to get that wall. We've seen in the past you can get the Selmas through the reach. Attempted bandit trick there ain't gonna work, but it's going to have to be done with brute force. Thatcher impacts the red dot or the holographic side as you cannot see the middle of your screen. Ace will take a little bit of damage, but it is here we go. Atlas will get the first kill. You've got the moto drop. You've got information behind the Kiba barrier, but you're trying to stay hidden. Django will walk into sight, but look at this. It's going to be another kill. It's a 3v3. Tom brings us back, but Denny, 2v2, 30 seconds to go. Case is in the hands of Denny, but Bazooka is down. He's essentially a non-factor. Atlas will get the kill. Knights take the win. Their second close victory. But they needed to win to stay on top of the league. However, at overtime, that's another drop point, Jonah. That's 2 overtime victories in the 4 play days they've had so far. But I guess at this point, it doesn't matter. It'll feel like 3 points considering how far they were behind.
Well, absolutely wild that Knights end that one with a go back to Brazil in chat after playing as badly as they did for the majority of that map. I mean, if they're going to trash talk, I will too. I mean, come on, guys. That was not a game that looked clean by any stretch of the imagination, but they come out with the win after T-Rex fumbled it a few times in a row. Corbeck, you caught a stray there mid-cast. I know Gibson calls you out, T-Rex supporter. I don't know what we just watched, frankly, how strong T-Rex were in that first half, only to then go for back-to-back ill-advised rush attempts, lose the momentum, and lose the match.
You know, paleontologists theorized that it was a large asteroid, the KT extinction event, that drove the Tyrannosaurus Rex extinct. But we now have video proof that, in fact, it was just choking. So there we are after that match, watching them go down round after round. I'll be honest. I'm disappointed. I am genuinely disappointed. I didn't know if T-Rex was going to win that one for sure. I really thought they had it. But Gibson, they just couldn't pull it back together. It was like the minute that they lost the momentum, they were just done.
Oh, the momentum went against them, but I feel like they were at times their own worst enemy. Like, as Jonah and I said on the cast, on their attack, there's at least 3 rounds that they left out there. They should have won one of the 3 rounds, particularly the one where they got the plant down on CCTV cache, but they couldn't get it over the line. And it doesn't matter how you win a round at the end of a season. Like, Knights will look at this and be like, yeah, you know, it wasn't a good performance, but the main thing is they won. They know they got away with one, but is that kind of the dagger in the heart for T-Rex and their hopes of qualifying for the playoffs? Because that's only 1 victory through the first 4 play days. They're a long ways behind the top 3.
Yeah, they're a long way behind, and it does kind of have that feel to it. But, you know, before we hop into our break, Jonah, you said yourself you're not going to hold back on being insulting. If they're going to type, go back to Brazil in the chat after that display, I mean, what is this for? Kind of what is this show for Knights? Because this feels like rough. We were talking about them as a major qualifying team. They did not look like it tonight. We'll just be honest.
No, they did not play like a major qualifying team at all. They looked like they should not have won this map. They did, thanks to some bad decisions from T-Rex. And frankly, yes, it took a lot for them to come back, right? It wasn't just T-Rex losing that. It was Knights down 6-3, backs against the wall. Apparently, that is where they thrive. And we love that from teams. When you get the pressure on you, are you going to crumble or are you going to thrive? And in that case, thriving is strong, but they survived it. They survived it and they came out on top, winning a game that they were supposed to win. I like this storyline more for T-Rex here. Yes, they lost the game at the end of the day, but I'm going to look back at this and say, look at that scoreline. T-Rex are one of these qualifier teams coming in and really mixing things up, who can always be that upset factor. They were so close to being that upset factor today. One gunfight going the other way, one round that maybe they make a different choice, and this is theirs.
Yeah, I could feel it was a very narrow margin for this win, and I would not feel confident if I was Knights, and I wouldn't feel confident if I was them looking kind of, well, at the schedule here for today, because I think compared to their kind of biggest opponent, or biggest opponents, Alpha Team and Vasco, Gibson, Knights, they got to be worried about these collective score lines.
Yeah, you look at this way that the scorelines went tonight. Vasco refinding their dominance from stage 1. Alpha Team winning once more in regulation. For Knights, yes, they are perfect on the stage so far. However, 2 overtime victories as opposed to clean sweeps. They're not really looking the dominant force that maybe the other 2 teams have looked at times. But another victory, right? They're 4-0. Yes, technically, they're 2-2-0. But
yeah,
they've won every game they've played. You can't really complain either.
Well, unfortunately, that positioning, I think, is going to be reflected in the standings here as well. I mean, Knights still holding on to that top spot by the looks of it here, Jonah. But, I mean, Vasco and Alpha Team absolutely nipping at their heels and, you know, put in some more ties. And I feel like this is almost Alpha Team's division to win.
I feel like this is a 3-way tie for the top right now. I feel like Knights, Vasco, and Alpha Team on any given day you're going to have one of these teams at the top and one of them at the bottom. And today, maybe Knights were the worst of the three, but next week, I would not put it past the Knights to be at the top and actually deserving of that spot again. It is a cutthroat top three in the South. We're going to see that the entire stage long, and it is not going to change. My biggest takeaway today that I'm excited to see for the rest of the stage is that those bottom three teams aren't just going to roll over and die. Maycam, they put up fights. T-Rex, we just saw it. They know how to put up a fight. One of these days, we're going to see some pretty crazy upsets. That day just didn't happen to be today.
Well, there's still time. There's still games left. Perhaps not in LATAM South, but certainly in LATAM North. Our first game in the Northern region coming up to you right after this break. Stick around for Cincha Negra versus Team Cruelty.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. And out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Welcome back, viewers, as we get ready to shift gears and head up to LATAM North. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me, we have Gibson and Jonah as we get ready for our first match of the upper division, at least geographically, as Sintenegra Esports gets ready to take on Team Cruelty. And Gibson, Sinta, they're a team that I said last Monday just kind of consistently underperforming, and it felt like they had a good start and they've just been sort of stifled since then here.
I think it's very similar to some of the teams in the South where they have very good players, but the problem is it only ever seems like it's one of those players that are on form at any given time. And because of that, they're going to struggle against the better teams.
And their opponents here tonight are definitely a team they're going to struggle against. I mean, what can you really say about Team Cruelty, Jonah, other than that they've just kind of been on cruise control here in Stage 2?
Well, Corbeck, I said these words 2 days ago, that Cruelty are definitively the best team in the North. I wasn't convinced coming into day 3. I'm convinced now. That Game 3 victory against Revan, that 7-4, it showed us that yes, indeed, they can play against these top teams and take down these top teams. They can do it with style, with panache, with a little bit of flair, and I think they did that against Revan, and that was what set them apart from the rest, right? CNE, they're a scrappy team. They know how to fight, but Cruelty, they know how to win.
It is worth putting out, the first time these teams met in Stage 1, it was an 8-7 in favor of Sintenegra. Will they be able to pick a map here that will let them pull off that kind of massive upset again? Gibson, some of the maps, most of the maps that we've already seen today have gone. We're going to be on labs.
Yeah, I'm going to see some more labs inside of LATAM. I feel like I have seen Dante in particular have huge moments on this map. This is going to be a very tough ask indeed for CN, particularly with the way Labs plays. But for the viewers at home, you're going to see a hell of a lot of good mechanical plays here.
I like this map for CNE, I really do. They played Revan on it and lost, but it was a close game, 7-5. They can hold their own on Labs, and I think we'll see that again against Cruelty.
Well, I'd love to see Labs getting into rotation, and I'd love to see the two of you casting it, so take it away.
Thank you, Corbeck. Love to see you back on the desk with us. Fun as always. Our second and final map together of the night here, Gibson. But a good one. We get to cast some labs, which is something that I feel like still, even though this map has been out for almost a full year now in the competitive pool, we just don't see all that often, especially here in Latin America. We did see it a little bit, though, so far in Stage 2, a lot more than we saw in Stage 1. And as I said, it was a 7-5 victory that Revan had over CNE on day 2. It was a competitive game, CNE taking 2 rounds on the attack, 3 rounds on defense, not quite able to close it out, but going toe-to-toe with one of these other top teams in the North.
You're going against the top team in the North, in my opinion, the top team in all of LATAM. And the crazy thing about it is, they're even better than they were last stage. They've brought in the best player in the South. They brought in Dante. I'm first person in the queue for a Dante autograph signing. I'm the head of the Dante fan club. If Dante has no fans, I am no longer of this earth, Jonah. That's how highly I rate this guy. And he's not even playing the same role that he did in the South. You've got who was the mechanically best player in the North, in Pyrox, now joined by the best mechanical player from the South in Dante. And Dante, if you didn't know, who got a little bit of IGLing at EWC pretty recently for this side. And you were talking about how you thought CN were pretty good on this map when they played Revan. Well, I'm going to counter that. I'm going to say Cruelty looked pretty good in the past on this map. And even more so, I'm going to say that Cruelty will have been able to watch back that game tape from the game against the CN game against Revan. And they'll be able to get a really good read of how they want to play this map.
Cruelty didn't play this game at EWC, did they? Because last time I have them playing this is like a year ago, a full year ago.
Cruelty did not play very well. It didn't play much at EWC at all,
Okay.
Jonah. It didn't go well. It did. We're just gonna brush over that, right? We'll not talk about their performance at EWC.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, then we don't have to talk about their supposed performance on Labs because we just have not seen this map from them very much at all. So proving that they can hang here will be important, but again, we know they are in the upper hand considering their standing in the north. The best team against one of these bubble teams, your fourth place team, continuously trying to pester these top few, but continuing to come up short time and time again. Maybe this is the map for them. Cinta Negra, they start on defense and they have a chance to make that impact early. You see all the utility they have on their side. It'll be Physics bringing those Zoto canisters on the Tubarão, trying to delay this attack even further, but you already saw early on in IT the success that Cruelty have had just getting this wall open. Good use of the Maverick, good use of those Selmas, and now they're going to pivot and look to continue to open the other side of this top floor.
And they'll work on doing that. You can see that the Zoto canisters are being utilized to slow down the tempo, slow down the pace just a little bit. Minute left in the round, and you see Coffin took a little bit of damage there for CN. However, I'm going to say it, Cruelty are on pace, but you feel like the very first pick of this game could be pivotal, and it's going to go in the favor of Ivan from Cruelty. A refrag is going to be attempted here, but a little damage has been dealt. You can see there's going to be a focus put on IT here as well, as they look to just bamboozle them, and Gladius has gone for a retake here. 45 seconds to go, and he might get a flank off.
Of course, it's Ivan and Mutombo to get the first two. Your top two rated players on this team right now. Ivan, the second rated player in the entire league. Dante, he gets one. Fatal, he'll join. Everyone getting in on the fun for Cruelty. It's just Flacco, the only player that could possibly deny this. He's got some relatively low HP attackers and a shotgun, but he doesn't take advantage of the first opportunity. He'll take the second and the third. Wait a second, Fatal is on 1 HP, and now he's alone. It's a 1v1, he's gotta hit the shot, but he does. Oh my goodness. A very good attempt in the end, but Cruelty in the 3v1, they do not let it slip away.
Wow, Gladius almost pulled off an incredible flank. He got one, but he got traded back almost instantly, but Cruelty take the first round on attack. So, a change in scenery, basement will be the site. You know, you've been learning Spanish. I've been learning some Spanish too, and I know that S is for the basement, Jonah.
Hey, you were listening to me a couple last week. I like that. It's good.
Yeah, are you impressed? Like, I've shown that even though I am Irish, I can learn some things.
Hey, it's important. Good skill. Yeah. Sotano in the basement. That's where Cinta Negra go for round 2 here. So looking to recover after that one. A valiant effort, really, by Gladius in the end, but it was not to be. You had the 2 downs. I guess we're not even seeing the kills credited because there were 2 downed players. One of them finished off. The other still alive, kicking, and eventually getting that kill. So maybe not the way that Cruelty wanted to win that round in the end, but until that point, it was just another confident Cruelty round, Gibson. So, I mean, that's the Cruelty we expect to play this game, and any pressure that CNE can apply, I mean, they will take anything, because it could potentially go a long way to getting this momentum on their side, but they got to be careful, because Cruelty, if they don't stop them soon, they're a very confident team, very momentum-based team, and they could start to rack up rounds very quick.
May I turn your attention, chat, to the Cruelty utility this round. They have 6 smoke grenades in the back pocket. They have a Glass. They've got a Thatcher. They've got a Thermite. Have a quick guess as to what you think they are going to do. 3, 2, 1. If you guessed anything other than opening the main breach and dumping a ton of smoke grenades and using Glass, then you were incorrect. Now, to get that breach open, You do have the Thatcher. There is the Tubarão in play, which means you will want to get some control inside of stock to get rid of those bandits, as opposed to just relying on the Thatcher alone, as Tubarão can be used to trick those. Oh, I feel like it's two very good lineups in this, right? It's like the perfect attack and the perfect defense for the site to go head-to-head.
And you see that Flacco, not interested in doing that, not interested in going head-to-head. Instead, he wants to take these fights vertically if he can. It'll actually be Ivan, though, who gets in the first engagement with the Bandit, no less. Sit tough. He'll fall first. Ivan, 2 for 2 on these entries. Doing such a good job of joining Pyrox on that entry roll. Even doing more of the entry heavy lifting these days. And, well, it looks really good on him. It really does. Fatal, someone who's supporting this team so well. He'll get the next kill onto Flacco. He's just confused. It's a 5v3 as Cruelty, once again, they start off the round strong, and then they continue to apply the pressure well.
Yeah, this is a perfect start for Cruelty on this attack. It's, as you said, a 5v3. Glass took a little bit of damage, but a little change up in the active F-Knots here for Coffin, who is still a long ways away from the site. Pyrox with the Ying will find physics, meaning there's only one defender max left on site, but an attempted retake. Gladius, no defenders on site. He's going to peek and he manages to find one. No trade just yet. An opportunity to find another kill here if he is aggressive enough. 1 versus 1 in stock. He's going to sprint. He switches over the primary. Gunfight lost this time. Drops. There's Mutombo on the off angle. 1v4. They're going to flood the site. Attempted retake above of Coffin. What? Chat, are we cooked? Yes, we are. Cruelty take another round win.
It's kind of this never-ending death spiral in these first 2 rounds for Cinta Negra. I mean, there's only so much they can do when you're facing Cruelty like this, because Cruelty have been so consistent on the entry and picking off those few roamers that are positioned around the map. And what that does as a defensive team is it puts you on the back foot, but your reaction instinctively, and what we've seen here for CNE, is that they've tried to then recover that disadvantage by continuing to roam, by playing even more heavily on the extension. They're like, oh gosh, we're down 2, we have to go crazy to get a kill back. That's not an unreasonable response, that's a very natural response to being in the disadvantage like that. But because Cruelty are just so good at picking off those few early players, they're going to be equally as good at dealing with some sort of a late flank or some sort of an additional roamer. Cinta Negra are trying to continue to put the pressure on Cruelty, but when those defenders are available to be killed, they are getting killed. Cruelty are dealing with them, and it's not even close. So, Cinta Negra, going forward, they may just need to try to, I don't know, resist the urge to try to bounce back by going for more aggressive roams, because it seems that Cruelty have that down pat.
Couldn't agree with you more. And this is the thing about Cruelty. If they, they can beat you with strats, they can beat you with just sheer mechanical skill. And so far, it's working out pretty well on the attack for them. For CN though, reminder, this is still very early on in the game. They, get around here on defense and all of a sudden things don't look too bad. But in the early stages, Pyrox is taking a lot of ground. And a little bit old-fashioned here, getting droned in by his teammates as they move horizontally across the top floor. You take control of top floor, you get verticality. It means that you can vault in stock and get the case down a little bit later. Oh, you look at that lineup. Ying, Maverick, they can do a ton of damage, Jonah. 2 minutes on the clock and they're already holding eye. There you go. Pyrox was just waiting for it, but Mutombo right on cue will get the second kill. A lot of damage being dealt here on Situf, who will dip into cover. Oh, Cruelty, yeah, Cruelty, they've just decided they want to win this game. They're speedrunning Lair. Or Labs. I
wish it was Lair, that'd be fun. They are speedrunning Labs though, but they're doing it in such a unique way. They're doing it by not moving. They're doing it by holding an angle. You just saw those first 2 gunfights. We watched Pyrox get the kill, not by swinging the door, by holding the door. Instead, the defense walked into him. This is the problem that Cinta Negra keep having and Cruelty just keep taking advantage of. We said it at the end of that last round. CNE, they're just doing a little too much. And they're getting themselves into trouble. Flacco is able to work his way back a little bit here, but now he's lost Gladius, now he's alone with a pistol, and now he's done. It's 3 in a row for Cruelty as they continue to dismantle the Cinta Negra defense.
Just Cruelty are so good, and it is a mismatch for the first play day of the North. I know that you said CN are that bubble team, but if CN are the bubble team, Cruelty, they really are the top dogs at this point. And, you know, I'm no body language expert, but when you look at the CN players, they don't look like they're having a great time so far. And then when we see the Cruelty guys, they're smiling, they're having fun. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Mutombo at some point uses that guitar that's in the background, sings a little Wonderwall for the team because things are going that swimmingly.
Clearly, Cruelty have somewhere to be. Got something in the oven. They got to go get home after this game. Whatever the case may be, they want to get out of here quick. And so they are 3 rounds out of 7 on the way to doing that. Cinta Negra, we got to see a response. It's got to happen soon. And maybe this is the change. Just looking at this defensive lineup, you can tell that this is likely going to be a bit more anchor-focused. Top floors, so you can't roam above the site, although you could position someone down below or in warehouse on those rafters, albeit temporarily. So this site could force CNE to play a more disciplined game here, a more anchor-focused game. And that could be good for them. At the very least, it's an adjustment that we need to see. Maybe Cruelty will still have no problem, they'll storm into the site and kill everyone, but at least we need to see CNE try something new. We got to see them attempt these adjustments, just given how well it seems to be working for Cruelty. So we'll get a chance to see that here as they showcase a little bit of a change, but Cruelty, just the same, are going to keep it as consistent as they can. Early entry, early openings, and holding these angles as soon as possible, making sure that CNE have nowhere to go.
And Dante's below, just holding the angles for his teammates while they look to clear rafters. They'll at some point look to open up that breach with a Maverick, but there's a bit more pressure on this floor this time around. There's going to be a drop down and it's free. Dante gets that all day long. You hear the sprint, you realize the vault is going to come. Logic Bomb now deployed as well, giving even more information to those Cruelty attackers, as once you've cleared rafters, now you can work on getting that IT breach open. I was almost about to say into the breach there from EU, but stun grenade thrown. Dante now moving up on top of Garage, and the head holes being held by CNE. But I will say this, if Physics can win his one on this other side of the map and they can focus towards the rest of Cruelty, they're still not in the worst position in the world, CN.
Still could work their way out of this disadvantage. They're not getting crazy. Like we said, they lost someone, and in the past, they've gotten active as a result. This time, it's gotten them maybe to be a little more passive. As I say that, Physics is caught swinging, Flacco is caught walking the wrong way, and they're completely forgetting everything they just tried to change. Coffin is dead, Situf is dead, flawless for Cruelty. The dominance continues.
Oh, it seems unfair. It really does. Cruelty have come into this game flying, and remember what I said about the fact that Dante's just keep flanking. Fluent in English, by the way. I've met him. I've had the chance to talk to him. Really positive guy. But you can just tell that Cruelty seem to be able to read what CN's game plan is. Like, they know when they're going to flank. They know how they're going to set up on defenses. And I think that what CNE maybe need to do, Jonah, change things up. Try something a little bit different. Try to get Cruelty off tempo, off pace, because they've tried sitting back, not worked. They've tried roaming the whole way across the map, it's not worked. This time, get some spawn peaks going. Maybe try to get an easy pick off of Cruelty in the early stages, but at this point, Cruelty, they're ahead of schedule. They've got 4 rounds on attack. If CNE are able to win this game, dare I say, it'd be way more of a comeback than what we saw in the Knights game earlier.
Yeah, this one will take quite a bit more, and would even be more unexpected than the final game of the South. Cruelty are not a team that you want to be contesting in early gunfights. They simply are not. In the entry game overall, Cinta Negra, not struggling a ton. They're -3 as a team, compared to Cruelty, who are +4. Correction, +5 as a team. That may seem trivial, but considering the fact that we are only 3 games in, +5 on the entry is an overwhelming number. It's just 5 kills, but it's 5 opening kills. It's telling you that getting into the map on attack, locking it down on the roam on defense, Cruelty are winning those engagements more times than not. You have someone like Dante, you have someone like Ivan, both of whom have been involved in a plethora of opening engagements. They are winning those engagements more time than not. Ivan is 6-2. You're not going to beat him. Cruelty, as we said, whatever they're doing right now, it's working great. CNE, it's not. It's time to make that change. I think they had that mentality for the first half of round 4, and then they lost it for the second. They were a lot more patient. They were a lot more anchor heavy for the first half. But once Cruelty started to apply the pressure, Cinta Negra got antsy, and then they just started getting swung and swinging and dying. It was just a mess. They've got 2 rounds. They've taken their tack time out. It's not over if they can regroup.
And the thing is, they need to regroup. They took their time out, but already Cruelty putting a ton of pressure on the Coffin, who had the FNAT set up here inside of Kitchen, and Cruelty are looking to clear him from this position. They see it as a free kill. 2 defenders taking a ton of damage as Fenrir and Legion get damaged a bit. Coffin almost getting the opportunity to get the kill, but missing the chances. There's the Candelas. Here comes Dante. He's going to step up, but he doesn't get the kill in time. So, what's a good response? Another one of those Candela charges. He will get the DBNO, and oh my god, it's all down to physics. He's a mile off site. He's caught out another flawless round. Back to back. Now, the reason why Cruelty look this good, Jonah, is A, they've got some of the best teams, best players inside of the whole region. E, they've got great coaching. But C, and this is a factor that we're seeing with some of the other developmental regions. When you qualify for international events, like Cruelty have done by going to back-to-back events, the Major and EWC, what do you get to do? You get to scrim and play against the best teams in the world. You're going to learn a lot in those games. You're going to get talking to other coaches. You're going to get talking to other players. And every time you go to these events, you're going to come back a little bit stronger. It's happened to PSG. It's happened to Gaming Gladiators. It's happened to Bleed. And if Cruelty keep qualifying for these international events, they're going to keep extending that gap. Now, the idea is that when they come back, they're going to teach these other teams these things just by playing against them in scrims and practice. But you can tell, Jonah, that Cruelty have international experience, and they just looked at even better than they did in Stage 1.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is a fight of 2 equal teams here. This is, it feels like a giant stomping on an ant. Like, it's just not a fair fight. And it just hasn't been this entire time. 2 more rounds. That's all Cruelty needs before they will walk out of here with a 7-0 victory. It feels like that's about to happen. And it feels like CNE, just by the way that they are playing here, are just going to do whatever they can to just run at Cruelty. I mean, you're seeing it already. Every single one of those blue outlines inside of the map is just running around. They're trying to get active. They know this one might already be over, so they're just going to do whatever they can to do some damage. Instead, they've ended up taking damage and not dealing much of anything. In fact, not a single bullet has landed on Cruelty, and you've already got Gladius, 18 HP. He's going to go down in 1 shot. You've got Sittough, 56 to his name. Not a lot going for them there. There is still utility happening. There is still this little cat and mouse game on the site. Cruelty trying to breach, Cinta Negra trying to deny it, but it's not going to last much longer. You see that C4 wasted, wall not opened up. Now it will be Cruelty who open it up at their leisure, and Mutombo hits a nasty shot onto Sittough through the window. This one is as wrapped up as it is ever going to be. Put a bow on it, Cruelty, and walk away with it. The flash comes in, Gladius is done, Flacco is done, Cruelty, casual, dominating again.
And it was almost a flawless round once more. CN have 7 kills in 6 rounds. 7 kills in 6 rounds. Cruelty have been, they've not been perfect because they have given up those kills, but this has been one of the most dominant displays we have seen in either LATAM North or LATAM South. And, CN, as we pointed out, they're a bubble team. They will win games. They're not a awful side for LATAM North. However, Cruelty just look locked in. And I feel like at this point, for CN, I don't even know if you're going to look for positives in this game. It might just be best if this is a 7-0 and you can go and regroup and get ready for next Monday. Because it's the hope that kills you. You win 1 or 2 rounds. It is the hope that kills you.
I don't know. I mean, yes, the hope would be tough, but at the end of the day, like you said, getting some reps in against the best team in the region can't hurt, right? Getting a little bit more time to play against them, see what they're capable of, see the kind of thing they're bringing out can't hurt. At this point, though, are Cruelty going to be pulling out all the stops and showing you all their secret hidden lab strategy? No, probably not. I would be shocked if we see this defense stay still for more than a couple seconds in this round. This is a team that wants to finish this quickly, as we said. Clearly, they've got somewhere to be. I will echo your sentiment, though, Gibson, that CNE, I have sung their praises many times as one of these teams who has so much potential and has just come up short a few times over the last few stages. They hustle in off-season competitions. They've played in, I think, every version of Element that we've had in the NA off-season. This is a team that wants it badly, but they just aren't quite clicking when they need to. This is a tough opponent. We've known that. They've had their work cut out for them the entire time. It really does feel like this is a Cruelty win more than a Cinta Negra loss. Still, potentially a few rounds to go if CNE can survive this first match point. Cruelty not likely to let that happen, but CNE, as they make their entry, all 5 of them still alive so far. That's a decent start compared to where they've been a minute into several rounds previous.
Yeah, but the Boss G is going to be put in play, and Situf will get the opening kill. So it's a 5 versus 4 as down goes the castle. Something maybe for CN to work with here. They've got, as we pointed out, it's actually not a bad roster. I'm a massive fan of Gladius and how he plays, but there's Fatal. Physics will fall. And then there's a repeat. A little bit more damage dealt off on the other side. However, still 4 versus 4. Round is not over in any way, shape, or form for Cruelty if CN are able to find another kill. That angle still being held as Cruelty players, they're just waiting for CN to overstep their mark just a little bit. And speaking of overstepping, that will be the Ash. Now, Flacco will trade back Matumbo, and Coffin is there, and Ivan will bring us back to a 2v2, but Dante will get it. 2 versus 1. Coffin makes it to a 1 versus 1. Come on, Coffin. Get the kill. You've got 1 logic bomb. You've got 57 seconds to work with. 5 drones have been utilized. You should have a ton of information. Let's get 1 for CN.
Ivan has not died yet. This entire map. The only player in the lobby to do it. If he survives this, that would stay the same. But if he goes down, Coffin would be breaking that pattern and he'd be getting CNE on the board. Typing away at the diffuser. Ivan hustling, sound cue, so Coffin will pull off through the wall. They'll exchange bullets, neither coming out on top. Through the wall again, Ivan back and forth, and he goes down. Coffin delivers Ivan's very first death of the game and the very first round for Cinta Negra.
Did he just drop the L sign as well after that on his forehead? I love that for CN though. There was so much better. Absolutely everything in that round was an improvement over what we had seen previously.
They're at it.
They were... yeah. But when you look at how they played it, they were more aggressive. They backed themselves in 1 versus 1. They were able to trade. And more importantly, whenever it came down to the final 1 versus 1, no panic. Bait. Go for the plant to bait out where that defender is and then win your 1. That's what they did. So much better. CN are not going to win this game. You can at me on socials if they do. You can clip it and send it to them. But I saw a lot more positive signs in that round. And that's the CN, Jonah, that you were expecting to see more often in this matchup.
I knew that this would be an underdog story, but I expected this to be at least somewhat close. I expected CNE to put up kind of a fight like they did against Revan on this same map, right? Not a victory, but a good fight. 7-5. I was thinking, all right, 7-4, 7-3 if the pattern holds. But apparently, Labs is a cruelty map. We have not seen them on this map in a year. Yet, they have come out swinging, and so far, it has been going very, very well. And yeah, you could argue that we're not seeing a lot of objective play, that it's been a lot of frag play. You see it on the screen in front of you every single round, decided by kills. But in order to get those kills and have such an effective roam clear, you have to have, one, a good understanding of the map you're walking into, and two, a good plan of attack for the rest of your team and how you are attacking the map together. That kind of order of operations, so to speak, the PEMDAS of your attacking plan. Very clearly on that first half, Cruelty had that locked down. But now it's the defense. Now it's kind of not up to you as far as the pace of the round goes, and Cinta Negra, now that they can finally dictate that a little bit, you see them finding a smidge of success. We'll see if they can continue to find it. It is 6-1. We'll step aside for a moment for this brief tech pause. When we come back, does the comeback continue? We'll find out. We baited you there a little bit. The servers baited us there a little bit. Cruelty just about to win the game, and then the servers are like, well, we don't need to play the game, do we? We don't have to see it through. See any... I mean, they don't need to lose yet. Let's wait 10 minutes, and then they could lose. So instead, let's do that. We dive back in to round number 8, where we see if CNE can indeed pull off some sort of a miraculous comeback here, Gibson. We saw one round go their way on the attack. So far, this has been a map where the attacking team has won every single time. And maybe that pattern will hold true for the rest of the second half. You never know.
It was bold of you to assume that Cruelty are going to win this game, Jonah. In fact, Cruelty...
It was!
They've not won a round in over 15 minutes, I'll have you know.
Oh,
and
you got me.
Well, I kind of want to talk about something, right? So we were speaking about labs and, you know, these teams' performances on it. And it was something I did want to say. So, one of the players who've come in as an IGL for this team, Cruelty, is Dante. He's involved in a lot of the shot calling. You know that Dante, there we go, Pyrox runs out, gets a kill, but Vasco, who Dante played for, did play labs last stage, and it was a 7-0 win for them. So Dante's got a pretty good record here coming in as the IGL. They're going to be confident in this map.
Well, we started off with a good old-fashioned opening kill for Cruelty. That's something fairly familiar to us. The one round that CNE did secure, it was actually Situff who got the opening kill. This time, Situff is going to have to come up clutch as he picks up the kill onto Ivan, giving Ivan his second death of the match, but also putting CNE maybe into a winnable 2v3 situation. Biggest problem here is that Flacco and Situff are fairly separate from one another. They're going to have to group up and try to make something happen as a unit, because taking 1v1s, as we've seen over the course of this map, has gone Cruelty's way, overwhelmingly so. So they have some information here that's helpful thanks to the Jackal pings. They know the location of one defender around the other side. Mutombo, there he goes, will be the next to go down. Flacco now should have another defender around the corner, potentially another opportunity to get a kill, but Fatal recognizing that maybe he doesn't want to take that 2v1, will drop down away. But Dante, he'll do the same, eventually dropping down and rotating towards the site, making sure that, yes, even though it's been a hectic round, that CNE will have to actually execute on this site for this last minute.
Yeah, Dante gets the kill on the Flacco, leaving it all down to Sitov, the Jackal, and the 2v1 down to 50 HP. And a Dream smokes being thrown. At his HP, he cannot spend too long in the midst of that smoke, so we'll have to wait for it to dissipate. Oh my god, Sitov gets the ping and gets the kill onto Dante, putting himself in a 1 versus 1. Now remember, CN won the round before the pause. 45 seconds to go. It's actually a scarily similar situation, and Sitov will get the kill. Fatal falls. And CN now, every journey starts with the first step. They've taken 2 in a row, and look at glad he is. He's loving it. Okay.
That's all you can
CN.
ask for. That's all you can ask for, really, is just a team that is happy to be here. They know that the cards are stacked against them. They know that the timeout may have just delayed the inevitable, but they've taken 2 rounds since the swap. You never know. A little bit of come on, a little bit of let's go from Coffin in the chat. So a little hype here for this CNE team. As far as they're concerned, it is not over yet. Did that look like a team who is putting their blood, sweat, and tears into winning these next 4 rounds? It didn't, but it did look like a team who was prepared to be winning these rounds. To, you know, have some fun with it, but try to do what they can to win it. That one especially impressive because it started off so terribly. They lost the opening kill right away. Things were looking rough towards that execute, and they had to pull off a miraculous, 2v3 clutch there, and Sitov and Flacco getting all the kills in that round and delivering the clutch. So as you said, Gibson, not over yet. Every journey has to start somewhere. And maybe there on round number 8 was the spark that would light the Cinta Negra fire and maybe carry them home. Long way to go, though. And Cruelty, you know this is a comfortable team on both sides of the ball, both attack and defense. So as they lock in for defense number 3, we'll see if this one goes any smoother than before.
Well, Jonah, do you want some more copium for CN fans?
Go for it.
CN have never lost a game on Labs against Cruelty where they were 6-0 down on the attacking half and a technical pause after their first attacking round. There you go.
Never won one either, but I like your spin on it.
Look, you gotta find the copium somewhere. So
Same thing for Cruelty. Yeah, they haven't won one. Cruelty have not ever managed to win a 6-0 advantage with a tech pause in the middle like that on Labs in stage 2. It just hasn't happened.
Exactly. So 2 minutes to work with. Bandit will now fall back towards site, unable to trick that breach by connector. Ivan on the roam below with the Solace. Not as powerful as Solace once was, but certainly can be effective in the right hands. On the attacking side of things, Thermite Thatcher should be able to get the breach open with Maverick. The Ash for Coffin, though. When you're playing Ash and you don't have a Solace in play, the other operator that you want to deal with is the Mira, so it's really important that Ash gets lots of value out of that utility.
C4 goes out. Speaking of utility, opens it up in the hands of Dante. Brutal way for Flacco to end his life there, but a fantastic opening kill for Cruelty, as we have come to expect. Only 1 round this entire map. We've seen the opening kill go the way of Cinta Negra, and the pattern will not change here again on what is match point number 3. CNE now moving in, trying to get something done. It's Sitov, who is apparently the clutch player on this team right now, who will get the trade. He'll get 2 as he takes care of Dante as well. Physics gets a 3rd here, so now we've got more than a fight. We've got an advantage for this CNE attack and a 4v2 at that. They are clearly feeling good now, and it's just up to Fatal and Ivan to come back and now clutch it on their side of things. Fatal can't make it happen. It is Ivan, who's been off the site this entire time, who now comes back with a couple of bullets awaiting him. 83 HP. He now has to find a way to deny this plant from going down. That's going to be impossible. He picks up the kill onto Gladius. Wait! He picks up the kill onto Coffin. Ivan wakes up at the right time, but he still has to find one more kill. He's got 4 HP. Physics. The diffuser's down. He can sit back and wait. Baiting the swing. Ivan waiting for the opportunity to peek the door, not in a pre-fire, but Physics is not going to allow that to happen. Cinta Negra, they still have some life, and they're having fun while doing it.
I cannot believe that Ivan almost won that one from that situation. A 1v3 to a 1v1. But CN win again. Now they only need 3 more rounds. At the start, they needed 6. They have half the equation. They just need 3 more. And here's the thing. Do you see the smiles now on the CN players' faces? Even if they lose this game, they're going to feel so much better. Look at Gladius. He is loving. He looks borderline giddy. Like, he genuinely looks giddy. And all of a sudden, would you say that's locked in face for Team Cruelty, or would you say that's, hold on guys, this is starting, you know, we're starting to throw a little bit here.
Funny enough, the facial expression on Cruelty has not changed from the very start of this map. They've been just kind of in cruise control. I think that at this point, though, you got to think, all right, maybe we come out of cruise control and, yeah, talk things over, try to get this round. Because, yeah, it's still all fun and games. But if CNE get one more, I think our approach to this map is going to change. Their approach to this map is going to have to change. And I think both teams are going to realize, wait a second, this is very possible. And, you know, round diff doesn't come into effect until you're tied with someone and there's no head-to-head tiebreaker. But round diff is a very real tiebreaker that could make the difference later in this stage for Cinta Negra, one of these teams on the bubble who are just battling for a playoff position. If they can get away with a couple more rounds here, you never know. It could make the difference in a few weeks' time when we look to move into playoffs and wrap up the stage. For now, though, our focus has to remain here on match point number 4. Cruelty's 4th opportunity to close this one out in regulation. Can they do it this time, or can Situf and CNE pull off another heist?
Well, Situf has been the difference maker in this attacking half for CN. Extended room or Cruelty. As you can see, they're just keeping the pressure on, but as we can see, Ace is just outside the main breach. Drop now from Pyrox as he gives up that space, but they're waiting for that first kill, and Dante reveals his position as well, as he was hoping to capture the player walking in from that bottom garage door. There's that first lion scan, and we're going to get the logic bomb deployed at the same time. And that's not going to stop Dante from peeking. He spots the head, but he's going to miss it. Dante takes a lot of damage, and he's now going to fall back after dealing some of his own. But he's going to get held on the other side. Fatal will find Gladius, though. Great cover there for Dante. And now he'll stay in the fight. And I love how Fatal can play for the trade here if Dante falls as well.
Such a versatile player, Fatal. We haven't seen him involved in any opening engagements until now, and when he finally gets involved in one, well, guess what? He gets the kill. Again, it is Cruelty at the start of these rounds doing so much damage to this Cinta Negra team, but as we've seen over the past few rounds, it simply does not matter all the time. CNE. A lot of comeback opportunity, especially when Situf is still alive. I'm going to put the win condition for Cruelty on that very thing. If they can kill Situf here, they're going to win this round. If he's alive, if he's getting a kill or two in the next 30 seconds, this is a very different story. Flacco's been killed. That is certainly helpful. And Ivan is in a great position to make CNE's life a living hell for the next 40 seconds. But will he avoid Situf? That's the question. He's going to work his way for a bit of a flank as the flashes come in. He knows this execute is only seconds away, but there it is. Dante gets the kill onto Situf, and now it is Physics who needs to do all the work. It looked like CNE had a little miracle maybe brewing, had something left in the tank, but finally the fire extinguished. Cruelty, stone cold, close it out, 7-3.
To get the job done. It wasn't pretty, but they got there in the end. A phenomenal attacking half, followed by a little bit of a trip, a fumble, but they got the job done. And that means that they will continue to hold on to top spot inside of LATAM North. Let's bring in the top host of LATAM North, Corbeck.
Hi, thank you, Gibson. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I feel like the long tech pause took some of the sting out of that, because heading into that, we were really, you know, cruising for Cinta Negra bruising, and then they managed to sort of revert a little bit after that. I mean, what is there to say about Cinta Negra here, Jonah? Is there any positive upside? I know Gibson was trying to give him a little bit of hope there at one point in time, but is there really any good to take away from tonight?
I personally was a huge fan of just the way that they were smiling, making that comeback happen in those final few rounds. What we did see in game was hero potential. In the 3 rounds that they won, we didn't see any hero plays in the first half from Cruelty, any hero plays for CNE in the first half. In the 3 rounds back to back to back that CNE won, it was a 3K for Coffin, followed by a Coffin 1v2. It was a 3K for Situff with a Situff 1v2, and then a 3K for Physics and a 1v1 for Physics. Back to back to back rounds, this team pulled off absolute clutches, absolute insane performances, and that is why they stayed alive. It wasn't necessarily a team effort. If there's anything you want to look at as a positive, it'll be that right there.
Cincinnati, perpetually the bubble right there with them, unfortunately. But, you know, on the other side, Team Cruelty Gibson, I mean, it was pretty much business as usual for them. Those 3 rounds that Jonah is speaking about, though, is that something that should give Team Cruelty a little bit of worry behind the scenes? Or do you think that was just kind of, you know, every dog has their day, for lack of a better term?
You kind of fall back on what Jonah said. It was clutches from CNE. So you'd still argue that Cruelty did so much good work in those rounds. I don't think they're going to be worried about that at all. You know, the scoreline is 7-3. Best teams in any region are not going to win every single week 7-0 or 7-1. They've got the win. I think that they didn't show anything either, which is a really important thing. Like, there was nothing they did that other teams in LATAM were like, oh, we can counter that. So Cruelty are still in a phenomenal position as we get closer to the halfway point in LATAM North.
Yeah, go ahead, Jonah. I think there's something you wanted to slip in.
Oh, all I wanted to add is just like Cruelty, you're going to let off the gas a little bit when you get into that kind of a spot. When you're 6-0, you're not calming as hard as you were in the first half. You're not taking it quite as seriously. Again, this is like the best siege in the region, and you're going to be intense no matter what. But everyone in a situation like this is going to be like, relax a little bit. And so maybe they relax a little bit too much and let CNE back in. But we knew it wouldn't be too much trouble in the end.
Well, it wasn't too much trouble in the end. Team Cruelty maintaining their cruise control here through LATAM North, but we got 2 more matches to go. Stick around. Q Synergy Gaming versus Revan E Club coming to you right after this. Well, welcome back, viewers, here to LATAM North. It's play day 4, and we've got one more caster rotation for you, just to make sure you're all paying attention there in the audience. Flynn is back alongside Jonah here for our second game in LATAM North. It is going to be True Synergy Gaming versus Revan E-Club. And, well, Jonah, for TSG, it has been a rough start. This is pretty much the nadir of their fortune. 0-3, nothing has gone right for them.
Well, I thought it could, and I thought it was going to, because they had a chance 2 days ago against Lycus Empire. They had a chance to finally prove that their schedule was hard, but they were actually one of those bubble teams. Instead, Lycus Empire comes out swinging and TSG just gets rolled. But that was the moment when I realized, all right, Lycus is here to stay. Okay, apparently TSG are a little more flip-floppy than we thought. I wanted to see this team perform, but they just didn't step up on day 1 this week. Day 4, day 2 this week. Man, the numbers. Maybe they could do better today.
Yeah, no, and it's disappointing for them. It's also been disappointing for their opponents here tonight, Revan E-Club. I mean, Flynn, they had a big skill check against Team Cruelty on Monday, and they just fell flat.
Yeah, and I mean, for Revan, again, there's so much change going on here, and I think for a team that finished outside of the final playoff picture, this is a team that wants to make improvements upon their placement in stage number 1. They want to improve beyond where they were. This is a team that's going to have to make a lot of changes to do that. And I think tonight is a good get-right game for them, although via the transitive property curse of Rainbow Six Siege, what is it now? Cruelty beat CNE, and CNE smoked Lycus, and Lycus smoked TSG. So everyone would think that Revan should win, but because it's Siege, and because nothing ever goes according to plan, TSG probably beats Revan just for the memes.
Oh no, if there's ever a time to flip the script here for True Synergy Gaming, it's right now. But where could they potentially flip that script, Jonah? Well, it's not going to be Banker Chalet, that's for sure.
Well, in a full slate of games that we said we had to see at least one upset because they were all pretty one-sided matchups, we haven't seen an upset yet. Statistically, we're getting down to the final two. You gotta think one of them is an upset. Maybe this is it. TSG go to Cafe, and maybe that is the place where they will conduct their miracle. Who knows?
Well, I think for Revan, Cafe's got to feel like a pretty good map for them. We referenced it many times in stage number 1. It was the place of the 7-0ing of 6 Karma to start the stage and start 2024 off on the right note for Revan. So, like I said, it's an opportunity to be a get-right game for Revan to get back in the driver's seat, put some points up on the board, and stay in that playoff picture. It's a good map to go to with a good history for them.
I mean, Jonah, if we're looking for maybe like a weak point here in the Revan side that True Synergy can exploit, what do you think they're going to find? What should they be aiming for here on this Cafe map?
Well, it's tough because I don't know if they know exactly what they're walking into with this Cafe. They weren't around in stage 1 to witness that defeat, that destruction that Revan applied on Cafe. So, is there a weakness for Revan on Cafe? Hard to know. We know that their chemistry, bringing in 2 new guys, has been a little dicey as of late, and that was kind of one of their weak points in that game 2 days ago. But, man, Revan are a capable team. Cruelty are better, but Revan are a very capable team, as they showed us over those first 2 days. A great fight against 6K, not winning that one, but then coming back the next day and winning it. It's possible, I will say, for TSG to take this, but it's Cafe, and it could get dicey.
Well, Revan are a capable team. You're 2 capable casters, so take it away to Cafe.
Thank you, Corbeck. Clean transitions as always. Loving it, my man. But we dive right in. Here we go. Flynn, welcome back to the casting booth here. Took a nice little break, and now you're back. 2 more to go as we close out week 2 here of the LATAM group stage. Is there an upset brewing tonight? We've teased it. Do you think this is the one?
Listen, I am a dinosaur, and when it comes to this game, I have seen too many times when people place the transitive property curse upon teams thinking, well, if you just go down the ladder of who's beaten who, then by all means, Revan should walk away with the win. Listen, it's Revan starting on the defense on Cafe, TSG having to start on the attack. Saw Cafe earlier this evening in LATAM South. That it went 50-50 in the first half, but then came away pretty defender-sided by the end of it. And I think right now for TSG, you're just trying to find any kind of traction, any kind of momentum. We said this about Orglis last stage, where your first time around is your learning experience, and your second time around it is where you're trying to show that you have learned from those mistakes in your first round robin. I think right now for Revan as well on the defense, I'm a little more concerned about Revan's defenses than I am their attacks. Their attacks have looked pretty clinical, pretty aggressive as well. Their defenses, though, have looked a little shaky. People getting a little overextended and isolated. And I think for Revan, again, this is the opportunity to kind of correct some mistakes from early on here in week number 2 and week number 1 of stage 2. And just put some numbers on the board that feel good in the back pocket to be able to move into week 3 in a positive position.
Couple of notable bans here. First of all, the Deimos ban and the attention that Revan drew to that in chat. Lambe has been playing a lot of Deimos. In fact, it is his most played operator by far. It seems that True Synergy want nothing to do with that, but in doing so, have left up another powerful weapon for the hands of the Revan attack when we get around to the Revan side. Marteau loves the Monty. We've seen that a lot. And this is a map where shields can be incredibly powerful, especially that Monty, especially on that top floor and that kitchen site execute. So watch out for that. For now, we stay on True Synergy as they will be the ones attacking, but shield play will come to the forefront right away. Not the Monty, but it is the Blitz. It is Cuervo who takes up the Blitz. Could be interesting because we do not see that from him or specifically from True Synergy much at all. So keeping us on our toes here. Cuervo typically favors the Monty, but in this case, it is the Flash Shield as his primary utility instead.
Yeah, I think with Blitz on Cafe over the Montaigne, again, it's about whether you want to go with speed and aggression or you want to go with safety and, honestly, overwhelming force. The Montaigne gives you that safety and, honestly, it can be very smothering in 1v1 situations. There's a lot of choke points on Cafe that can isolate defenders and put them into corners that are very uncomfortable to go 1v1 against a Montaigne on. But the Blitz can get in your face very quickly and suddenly make an entire floor of this map uninhabitable. Quick now dodging the flash at the top of the white stairs, and he will be integral in delaying the push from Cuervo on the Blitz. As the smoke position the top floor, utilizing that utility will be key for Revan to be able to hold top floor for as long as possible, but instead, we're just flooding into reading.
Here they go. Cuervo is in, Royce is getting this diffuser down, and here is the response from Revan. They've got control of this top floor still, which makes it very difficult for TSG to hold this in the post plan. Marteau makes that very clear, taking the head of Royce immediately after the diffuser goes down. The retake continues as TSG try to sit back and survive, but Revan are not allowing it. Out the window goes Draw, into the grave goes Cuervo. Lambe claims the final kill, and Revan, despite allowing the diffuser to go down, win round one flawlessly.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. You don't see many flawless post-plant retakes by the team that didn't plant. Interesting. I actually don't think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened in Siege, at least in professional play. I think the unfortunate nature there for TSG was they get in, they see that the gap is reading door and that their vert control can be held from Heaven Window. We've got flashes and nades flying into the Heaven Window towards Cocktail to dissuade anyone from playing the vert angle so we can facilitate the plant. But you still have Alan Durf rotating on Snowbalk as the Nomad to get into position to hold the plant after the fact. Just seemed like the call from TSG was rushed, and I mean, it was a rush at the end of the day, but there weren't enough people on the attacking side for TSG in position to hold the post plant very effectively. It was a tough one there for TSG in the post plant. On the other side, though, Revan, good response, and honestly not a lot of panic being shown by them on the defense. They do give up the plant, but at the end of the day, everyone looked pretty solid in terms of their reading of the situation, understanding what they had to do to aggress onto the attackers that remained for TSG to give them the bomb site back. So it's a quick 1-0 lead for Revan on the defensive side. Haven't suffered a casualty as of yet, and they will head downstairs to the basement. So a good start here for Revan. For TSG, like we said, banning away the Deimos, it gives them the opportunity to play the shields. We saw it in round number 1. We will not see a return of a shield operator for TSG in round number 2.
Well, I took some time to run through the database here, seeing the last time that Revan actually played this map. We mentioned the opening day of Stage 1 and the win that Revan had over 6K 7-0. That was actually the most recent time that Revan has played this map. So coming right off the heels of a very strong Cafe victory, you could say, Revan looking to, continue Stage 2 with a bang as well. Well, they continue round 2 with a bang, to be certain, as Alan Durf is the first to fall at the hands of yet another quick draw from Revan. Early peaks for them. Well, speaking of draw, he did not see that one coming. Roy's on the window, keeping an eye on that white hall, says goodbye to the Goyo for good. So a 1-for-1 eventually, as True Synergy will get that back. But now, with the control they've secured on the top floor, they need to actually start turning their attention towards clearing the rest of this map. And Lambe, the player who did get that opening kill, is not looking to allow that to happen without a fight.
Spring into action at the top of the red stairs. Lambe gets his double on the round, taking away Caden from play. And you look at the two operators that the attacking side have lost, the Ram and the Buck. That's basically all of your soft destruction taken care of. No soft breaching charges. There are still can openers on the attacking side to facilitate opening up the hatch. You can use those on soft floor, but it's not going to create the same kind of impact a skeleton key or a boogie drone would. Lambe is now ascended to the top floor, retaking where his comrade Draw has fallen. And Kronk playing Ring Around the Rosie with Lambe topside, trying to push through the pixel hallway, and Lambe going to post up underneath Skylight and continue to wrap his way towards the white stairs. Seemingly hearing the approach from Kronk and from TSG as they try to collapse upon him topside from the top of the red stairs, but Lambe continues to evade. Abonai, though, off screen, will be felled by Cuervo. Z seems to be focused on the bomb site. Lambe is wreaking havoc upstairs. He gets 3 for his trouble, nearly a 4th, but it'll be down to the 2v2 now for Quick and Marteau.
Well, the back and forth continues here. Both teams very willing to take these gunfights, but with 20 seconds, it'll be TSG who needs to be the one to facilitate those gunfights. Have to drop down this hatch, and Marteau is waiting. He can see clearly through the smoke, and that is an easy kill for him. It's just Cuervo. He's got a couple of very important kills in this round, but he needs to find 2 more, and he is walking into his own grave. Marteau repositioning expertly in the freezer to close it out and get the final kill. It's 2 in a row for Revan as they continue this defensive half strong.
It was a really good read there. So Lambe got aggressive in the red hall outside onto the balcony outside of mining, and he got the opening pick, which is a really good start for Revan. And Draw kind of overstayed his welcome top floor as the collapse came in, but then Lambe found that there was nobody guarding red stairs. We head skyward. We drop Caden. That's all the soft breach gone. We continue to linger around Cocktail. And look at the clock that's left here. He gets the pick with 38, turns for another engagement with 35 seconds, and it just leaves the remaining attackers for TSG in a pure scramble to get to the bomb site. We're smoking and trying to drop, but we're not smoking off our biggest liability on the drop. And unfortunately for TSG again, it's a round that doesn't really get started all that well, and it's a round that doesn't finish particularly well for them either. Revan quickly up 2-0. Like you said, Jonah, last time I played this map was that fateful 7-0 a very long time ago. They haven't dropped a round on Cafe in 2024, and I kind of want to keep track of that as we move on.
Well, Revan has started this one out cleanly, Glenn, and they will, of course, be continuing to do that unless TSG can really start to find something that works for them here. 2 rounds where they've allowed Revan to get the opening kill. First, it was Abonai, then it was Lambe. Lambe, one of the new additions to this team, the Finnish gunner, who has indeed been gunning. Everyone on this Revan team, strangely enough, has been relatively even in overall stat line. Nobody emerging as the clear top-rated player. I believe it is Abonai who just edges out Draw for that top spot in terms of overall EPS. But when you look at this team as a whole, we've mentioned chemistry as one of the big talking points for this team, coming in with 2 new players, trying to have the same success that this roster has had for the better part of the last few years. And it seems that even though not every game has gone their way so far this stage, they have emerged as a threat in this North region. TSG trying to get themselves into that position as a threat, or at least as one of those elements of surprise, you could say. But they've yet to do that after their loss to Lycus just 2 days ago. This 3rd round really could help set TSG up going forward about how exactly they want to improve, how exactly they could potentially ramp things up, get some sort of comeback going. But right now, it is Revan in control, all 5 men up. Still 90 seconds here for TSG to make something happen.
Well, Lambe is going to get pulled out of his position at the top of the white stairs as Caden comes flying in with the assist from the Logic Bomb, the Grim Bees, the Flash Grenades, and he's continue to push down white stairs to take the engagements. Cuervo at the bottom of the white stairs looking to join in, and they pinch out Lambe quite successfully, avoiding the frost mat as well. And a nice shot there from Caden with the SMG-12 drops Marteau. Suddenly a 2-man advantage for TSG as they slow the pace down in the early round. It seems to be paying dividends later on.
See if they can keep that up. Back turned, Alan Durf. He gets blindsided by Quick. First domino falls in what is otherwise a very good TSG attack. Keeping it up, keeping that pace up with 40 seconds to go is essential, but here comes Draw upstairs. Caden not looking up top, and he goes down. Cuervo, a big recovery, possible again for TSG. Quick and Abonai, look how active they're getting right now. Abonai up top once again, not sitting still, but a great air jab will send him flying. Kronk picks up the kill. It's just Quick to pick up the pieces. The flash comes his way. That forces him back into dining. He's now fully blinded and needs to reposition. He somehow wins the fight. 2, 3 kills to his name. Kronk with a diffuser dropped. He had to find the kill, and thankfully, he did. Quick with a little trash talk, but TSG take the round regardless.
I'm sorry, that caught me off guard.
That's the only reasonable reaction, is to just laugh.
It caught me off guard, because usually if there's some chirping going on in all chat, it's a little more, I guess, specific about the situation or specific about the round. No, we're just cutting to the chase from quick. You guys are really bad. We saw this in the game previous that I was not casting, which was the Cruelty game, where they were up 6-0 and yapping a lot in all chat, and all of a sudden it seemingly gave CNE a little bit more desire, a little bit more energy to get back into the game and make it more of a contest. And I think for Revan here, you lose that round, you're yapping in all chat, you probably don't want to be giving TSG any more energy or reason to be taking arms against you. But for the time being, I mean, Quick is at least partially correct in his assessment. They seem to own the positioning battle, and they seem to own the fragging battle on 2 of the 3 bomb sites that they've played so far, which would lead you to a 4-2 half, and with how aggressive and honestly pretty succinct the attacks have been for Revan so far this stage, you gotta think you can take a 4-2 half to the victory line in regulation pretty simply if you're Revan. So all eyes are on TSG now to make some corrections here and prove Quick and all the Revan fans wrong.
First piece of utility already brought into play there by Abonai. C4 goes up through the hatch, connects with thin air. No one from TSG minds. In fact, they will be pleased that they no longer have to deal with that explosive piece of utility when the execute comes around. We're a long way off from that, though, because TSG still have plenty of work to do if they want to clear out this map and go for that push. Right now, seems that top floor, very reasonably so, is the objective they've got in mind. Clear it out, work your way down to the second floor as Revan repeat bomb sites, hoping to alleviate the mistakes from last time. The early round is largely what it's going to come down to, because TSG, they put themselves in a nice 5v3 advantage that Revan pretty much working an uphill battle against for the rest of the round. So if TSG can do that again, and set themselves up for success, despite the mess that we witnessed in those very few seconds.
Again, TSG staying away from the shield operators. They have the Montaigne and the Blitz at their availability. They are opting not to bring either of them. Instead, a lot of flashes still coming out. The attacking side of TSG and a repel from Caden into the white hallway upstairs. He's flame bolted off both sides of his white corridor as he makes his way into the bathroom and will press upon his advantage into Piano, but Draw wins the engagement, whipping out another Kiba barricade for safety from inside of the Piano stand, but Royce wins up against Draw, leaving Lombe alone upstairs inside of Freezer. It's a tough one there. He actually has Quick for support inside of Cocktail as well. The two of them will continue to fight over this ground above the bomb site, continuing to apply pressure to the TSG attack. He's doing a good job of taking floor space topside and cleaning out defenders.
Roy's double kill for him. Abonai, yeah, he swung right into that. Alan Durf was waiting. Lombe now alone. Can he gun his way out of this one with the UMP? Doesn't look like it. He's found himself in a crossfire. 3 players staring right at him. Where is the chirping now, Quick? 2-2.
I was saying, man, we saw it in the game right before this. Cruelty getting mouthy in the all chat, and all of a sudden CNE spring into action. They make it a game. It's pretty close near the end. Listen, we're a long way from the finish line here, but I do think for TSG, this is a much better response, and I think it's a weird thing to say in 2024, but abandoning the shields might have actually been the correct call for TSG, because it makes the focal point of their attack much more clear, and it makes it much more, I guess, cohesive. Like, they're playing off of one another on an entry, as opposed to just leaving the Blitz alone to do whatever he can. They're playing off each other on trades on entries, and they're actually maintaining map control while doing it, not suffering extreme casualties. It's impressive to see them turn around here for TSG. I think for Revan, okay, we went swing happy. We had some fun. Now, we've seen this before from Revan, where they kind of have to relock into the server and make sure they're not over-aggressing and overstepping their bounds on a few rounds. Go back downstairs to the basement where, again, they had a pretty good job from Marto and Lambe on the roam, being able to completely disrupt TSG's attempt to get into the top floor and utilize the soft breach.
Again, though, the winning formula for Revan in those first 2 rounds was their ability to pressure TSG right off the bat. First 2 rounds, it was Revan with the opening kill. TSG could never recover after they were put on the back foot. Rounds 3 and rounds 4, both of them, we saw a very different story. Yes, in round 4, it was Draw who got the opening kill, but at no point did TSG allow that advantage to turn into something a little bit scarier. They immediately got the trade, they immediately worked their way back, and here they are trying to do that again. Abunai, though, through the Blitz shield, takes care of Cuervo. Draw gets the kill onto Royce. Kronk gets dismantled, and now it is again TSG who are looking a bit lost. Revan now finally finding their stride again, winning gunfights it looked like they really had no business winning.
Yeah, this is kind of what I didn't want to see from TSG. We return to the Blitz, which isn't a bad idea. Again, it's 2024. Shields are very powerful. We go to the Glaz with the Sens, so we're trying to obscure some vision and try and peer through the smoke with the Glaz. We start marching one by one at Abunai, Yella playing inside of VIP, and we all individually lose our gunfights to Abunai. It's one man with a Scorpion, but he's got 3 kills sitting inside of VIP. A little bit of help from the front door, but for the most part, this is Abunai setting up shop inside of VIP and refusing all entry. Lambe cleans it up with the MP7 from inside of Freezer, and just like that, it's another flawless round for Revan after the rails started to get a little detached there.
This is such a weird game, man. Like, the 2 rounds that Revan win, and they win them flawlessly, I should say 2 of the 3. I mean, they were just complete chaos. TSG, twice now, run in with a blitz and fail miserably. Like, why go for that again if it's very clear that Revan know how to counter it? That's one of those head scratchers. That's one of those thinkers. The blitz is not it. Clearly for TSG, that time, instead of getting the diffuser down and then crumbling on the retake, it was everyone running at Abunai and everyone dying. Not generally a winning formula. We'll give credit to Abunai, though, for surviving that somehow. No idea. He is like 90% flash. I don't think he was full white. He was nearly. And he still was able to take care of Cuervo on the shield. He then got 2 more kills in the round in the very same position because he was able to stay alive. So TSG, maybe they learned their lesson a little bit too late. Maybe play a bit more methodical, a bit more standard. In a heads-up gunfight, Revan wins. In a slower, more drawn-out round, so far the pattern is that TSG are winning.
Draw going for a run out, and he's going to take a lot of damage in return. Barricade up the snowball door and get the hell back inside the building. So an unsuccessful immediate aggression there for Revan. And I think, yeah, much less than the operator selected, just the tempo of the round should be the takeaway for TSG. And they have played more methodically and played to a structure. Things have gone a lot better for them when they've tried to actively ramp up the tempo in the round, get as fast as possible up against Revan. So when we get into more chaotic gunfights, and if there's anything we know about this Revan team, it's that they can shoot back pretty well. I think their aggression sometimes is their detriment, but at the same time, they play against aggression really well. They play against structure, and that's where the things start to get a little hairy. Draw again at the bottom of the white stairs inside a garage, and TSG in a good position again to play this a little bit slower. We did have the Montaigne picked immediately for TSG. They've since swapped off the Montaigne, so again, we go away from the shield, but more importantly, we slow down the tempo, try to focus on garnering as much map control as possible to make these aggressive swings from Revan really be from disadvantageous positions and make sure you have the utility to counter them.
Love those moments where it looks like you can almost see the thought that each player is having in that moment. You saw Draw in that little back and forth with a drone down below in that garage, just playing the, oh, it didn't see me, I can stay here game. until eventually he relinquished the position. It's Lambe, though, who strikes first as Draw rotated back towards the site. He's got 69 health. Lambe has 41 after he walked away with the kill onto Alan Durf. Coming into the game, the top-rated player on this TSG team. He will not get to contribute in this 6th round. With 55 seconds, the rest of TSG, though, they do have a couple more defenders to worry about. It's Marteau. He's been dealt with. It's Draw. He has not. On the white stairs, surviving the push from below. Now it's going to make this a lot more difficult for TSG to get this done in the final 40 seconds. An important kill for Kronk will open things up a bit and deal with Abonai, who has been a pest in the side of TSG. But now with a 3v3 and the time ticking away, it is execute time for True Synergy.
Certainly, but we are executing train side, mining side. We're running it down 90 at the moment. Lambe has this completely covered. Draw as well from the midst of white stairs. Bronk will get one in return, but all of his friends have since perished. It leaves him alone with an ARX against the world, walking into the middle of the bomb site, hitting a goo mine, and no diffuser in hand either. So the end conversion of that round for TSG, not ideal. Transitioning that to a dining take through train in 90 after establishing the top control, and not really doing a whole lot in terms of dissuading anyone from playing inside of Reading to hold that 90 corridor. So again, an unfortunate conversion at the end there for TSG after a pretty decent start to the round.
Good start and a good back and forth early, but when they tried to transition towards the execute, that's where they faced all that difficulty. Because it was a few of those positions from Revan that they just had not dealt with yet. I'm thinking specifically about Draw on the white stairs. You had Draw and Quick kind of alternating around that position, proving to be such a threat as TSG wanted to work their way in the building. We saw Draw very early on, down in that position, kind of the back and forth with the drone. Was he spotted? Did he get away for free? Sure, they spotted him then, but they did not actually force him out. You got to expect, when someone's defending that second floor site, that you're gonna put somebody on the white stairs. And if they can't play the top of the white stairs, because that's where the attack is coming from, and you know they're going to play on the bottom. It's such a vital position to maintain. You've got a crossfire into Reading. You can look straight through all of dining, into train, into mining even. And still, TSG did not dedicate more than a single player pushing by himself to deal with that position. It's no surprise that he went down, and a couple other pushes that just did not go TSG's way. Give Revan the win and give them the 4-2 split at the swap.
So I've only seen Abonai so far, who is on the fuse, which is certainly notable, but I've only seen him be on a drone or have a pistol in hand. We might have an appearance of a fuse shield here. We're gonna have to wait and see. I haven't actually seen him yet anywhere, and I haven't seen him do anything but pull out a pistol, a PMM, and be on a drone. It would be an interesting choice for Revan. Again, the Blitz and the Montana are both available. In times of extreme desperation, we have seen a fuse shield every now and again from teams when they don't have the Blitz and the Montana at their disposal, but just outright picking it as your favorite choice for a shield operator would be interesting, let alone just the fact that it's a fuse in 2024, which doesn't see a whole lot of play these days either. The rest of the attack, though, for Revan, again, establishing top control. We got the Buck and the Ram. We're going to try and rip up as many floorboards as possible, and TSG not providing any resistance upstairs.
Boogie drone down, and it's going to go to work. Soft destruction begins, clearing a path for Revan to begin to get a good look on this site below. Keeping an eye on Abonai in his position. If he indeed is rocking the fuse shield, you know he's going to work his way up top before eventually going for the push on the site. For now, though, the focus is on Alan Durf. As always, doing what he can to put this team over the line. Opening kill onto Lambe. That is a great player to take down first. Now you have a 5v4 favoring the defense all of a sudden, and Revan, yeah, they've got a lot going for them up above. The cluster charges now detonating through the site, but they do find themselves in a disadvantage with less than a minute to go.
I have just been staring at Abonai, and he hasn't pulled out either a primary weapon or a shield, so I'm not sure with the new HUD if that means it is quite literally just he has a shield or not. We haven't looked at him either. We were looking at Quick momentarily. We didn't see the fuse. The good news is, for Revan's positioning, though, is that Draw makes his entry in through Wedding. Didn't clear out Cuervo inside of Bakery, though. He's going to go 1 for 1. Another fuse charge comes out onto the Castle Barricade, the double door into Bakery. Revan is running out of clock here in a hurry, though. Marto trying to work his way down red stairs, but still 2 defenders holding out inside of Whiskey, 1 inside of Coat Check that we are not checking for, and have no idea, and we finally get our answer as to whether or not Abinai was a fuse shield. The answer is yes. It just didn't have a whole lot of impact on the round, unfortunately. Lots of time being spent by Revan upstairs, not a lot getting done in the later portions of the round. Nobody really even getting close to the bomb site.
Oh, there's no question. That TSG defense was airtight. I mean, Revan kept looking for gaps. They kept looking for ways to exploit it, but TSG were just not giving them that opportunity. Revan, on the other hand, you could say they were putting a little too much attention into that top floor, right? Any good attack on that first floor, you're going to want to get control up above. Soft destruction is so important. You've got the fuse. That's so important. The one thing they forgot is that, well, you need to actually get into the site. And the way you do that, if you're not setting up a freezer push, is through Bakery, is through the first floor. Unfortunately, you can't just phase through the floor and drop down. At some point, you need to get your boots on the ground and clear out that castle and Bakery. They never did. They never went for a cohesive push on the freezer side either. It was just like they got the first half of the attack done, and then by the time they were like, all right, it's time to do the second half of the attack, there was 20 seconds left, and they had nowhere to go. Little too long there for Revan before they eventually stepped up. We saw a couple of moments where, okay, good early progress, just did not turn into a round win.
Well, for TSG on the defense, feeling pretty confident after their ability to stall out Revan on their execute at the end, and we are going to get aggressive now. Piano window opened up prematurely by the defense, and 2 defenders will take aim towards the Piano South rappel, and yet no damage is done to the attacking side. The unfortunate truth there, though, is that Caden has suffered a little bit of damage. He'll have to back off and play a little more passively in the midst of the round. We got Roy's with the Pulse as well to try and feed as much intel to the rest of the team as possible. You can see Revan, we've got Quick halfway up White Stairs, destroying the barbed wires, the sledge. We might be going bottom up here for Revan as they try to gain control of the middle floor by unusual means.
Marteau is already in, looking to make an impact here. Watch out, there's the rotate. Cuervo's dead. Just like that. Had no idea that was coming, apparently, despite Marteau walking through the Melusi Banshee, which Cuervo had placed down around the corner. Cuervo distracted, apparently, and Marteau happy to take advantage. Abinai getting away from his gunfight with 2 HP, meaning that although he looks like he might just be about dead, it is a 4v3 as Revan crossed the halfway mark in the round here. Another swing. This time it's Draw. He can't find Kronk. Revan very active early on in this round. Unable, though, to take that advantage and turn it into a win just yet. Now it gets a bit more dangerous because Abunai has hit the floor. TSG, they've got a great way to hold this and just lock this down.
Well, Marto picks up the flank from Alan Durf, but he still hasn't cleared out Kronk from his position inside of Laundry. Gotta keep a barricade to help him, but Kronk gets down as Lambe is able to push all the way up through 90. And Lambe, with the reactionary shot, he finds the hole in the defense coming through the 90 hallway, and on a reactionary turn picks up both kills. And Revan, it got a little dangerous there near the end, down to the 2v2, but Lambe comes in and saves it. And it's Revan now up 5-3.
Saving it. I think it's a great way to put it. That one nearly slipped away from Revan after the early start. Seems that Revan are fully leaning into the frag-heavy game. They continue to rotate between the 2 styles, both on defense and attack. Run at the attack or run at the defense respectively and try to get those kills. Then the next round they slow things down and, well, you look at the results. This has been a little back and forth. Revan are winning the rounds when they're winning their gunfights and just getting aggressive. TSG, they're winning the rounds where things are a bit more traditional, a bit more slow. Probably at this point, considering we're 8 rounds in, I imagine Revan are starting to recognize that, and that's why we saw such an aggressive attack, especially from Marteau, who just walked right into the site within 30 seconds, it felt like. Revan can keep that up, there's no question about it. TSG, you imagine they'll adapt eventually, but right now for Revan, it is working. They keep up that pressure, they're going to keep winning these rounds.
I do like the idea for Revan. Mining Dining is probably the one bomb site you could go site direct on this map, other than just like a complete kitchen rush. Just because of the nature of the hard ceiling inside of Dining, and then the vert control inside of Mining is much more doable with an Azami on the board, but you still have repels to try and answer that. And I think for Revan, trying to go site direct, trying to ramp things up, like you say, get in TSG's face, I think Revan feel very comfortable in the gunfighting department against this team. I think there's been some nice shots hit from the side of TSG, but for the most part, Revan have looked in control when things have been excessively chaotic and everyone's been kind of despondent from one another and not working as a team. When they isolate it down to a bunch of 1v1s, Revan's been looking pretty strong. But like you say, when the clock gets low, all of a sudden everyone has to flood as a team and TSG can play as a team off of one another. Looking pretty good in a defensive response. I think for Revan's attacks right now, we're again focusing top floor because that is the bomb site. And again, we're trying to go site direct, no vert control from underneath. This is very much repels and intel as much as possible.
We mentioned information. TSG have plenty of it thanks to Caden on the Echo. As a result, they'll pick up the first. Lambe with the trade immediately keeps it even. It's a 4v4 here as the pressure from Revan is once again instantaneous. They are not going to wait to execute on this site and take some kills. Quick, right on cue gets another. The drop into Longbar. I think he's in now. Royce recognizes it, turns around, and takes care of him. But you're seeing a Revan team willing to force the issue. Marteau didn't know what he was looking at, so Caden wins that fight from Deep Freeze. Lambe and Quick still alive here, but the diffuser down, and TSG able to finally slow it down. The winning formula, it has seemed, for this defense so far.
Yeah, I feel bad for Lambe here. I think he's been inside of Cocktail for closing in on 2 minutes now, and he's done some good work. Don't get me wrong, but he's been kind of left alone on an island. Quick, though, will make his entry over on the new balcony. From the new hatch, Lambe slowly pressing up, but that bulletproof camera, I believe, is still active behind him, so all these movements will be known. Good shot there from Quick, being able to dance around the humidor wall and collect the headshot onto Roy's, leveling the man count, but the diffuser is still surrendered inside of Cocktail. There's been a reposition now from the defense, as Kronk is able to burst out of his position inside of Bathroom. Caden as well makes the rotation from top white into Cocktail, walks it down, and TSG, they're back within one.
The back and forth continues. Finally, towards the end of that round, the pace, that relentless speed that Revan were moving in and taking names, taking kills, finally eased off the gas a little bit. TSG had their chance to just sit back, to wait, and to reposition and establish a crossfire around the diffuser. That was really the key in winning that 3v2. Maybe it got closer than they wanted. They did lose one, but they did not have a problem holding down the case and preventing Lambe from pulling off a miracle. He was in the trenches for a while, like you said, Flynn. He was in Cocktail. That was the site, but he was in there for a full minute before the eventual push and attempt to return the diffuser to his hands happened in the end. Alive in Cocktail for a while, but unable to get out of there with nothing else than a kill or two. Had so many different angles to worry about. There was still plenty of defensive utility in his way. An example where maybe Revan bit off a little more than they could chew. Took a little too much space, and so when it came down to surviving in the space they had taken, it was a bit harder than they would have liked.
Well, we've been talking about one shield a lot. How about two? Abanai on the Fuse Shield, Marteau on the Montaigne. We've seen this from a few teams, and we saw it notably earlier today, if anyone was watching the European Games. And there was a mighty discourse on the internet about two shields. But I think at the end of the day, it, again, allows you the ability to isolate 1v1s as aggressively as possible and as safely as possible, really wreaking havoc on any defenders who want to play in bunkered positions. I think Cafe does offer you quite a myriad of bunkered positions with impervious walls around you. I think, again, for Revan, they're not going to face any resistance on the roam. They've identified that. They are swiftly getting in the building. We still have the Buck, and we still have the Ram with the Fuse. So lots of work to be done from up above. And the last thing they want, though, is to run into the same situation they had last time, where the clock was running against them, and there was still a mountain of utility to clear through.
One of the problems with 2 shields is a lack of explosive utility. Typically, if you have the Blitz and the Monty, you have very little destruction to deal with these power positions. As you said, Flynn, yes, you can just walk into them, but can you actually remove the utility standing between you and the defender? Not really. Here's the difference. Fuse is one of these shields, so you have a ton of that explosive power. Is it as pointed and directional as exactly where you want to put it at all times? It isn't. And you have to have a soft floor above or next to the place you want to clear. So, something to keep in mind as Revan look to transition this control into an eventual push. Last time, they forgot to clear Big Bakery into the last 20 seconds. This time, they are not going to make the same mistake. You can already see Marteau pressuring this position, and Cuervo now finds himself deep in the trenches as well. Getting lit up from the window behind, Marteau bearing down upon him. There is nothing he can do in a position like that. Draw will combine, getting Roy's on a kill. It's Caden and Kronk not exactly in the right position to stop this. Draw gets another as he takes over the site. Here goes Marteau, and it's flawless for Revan.
Well, if you count round number 1, where it was a flawless round after a plant went down, I think that's 3 on the map so far for Revan. Again, double shield, smothering and suffocating, and the real problematic position was Bakery for TSG's defense. When you lose your small bake wall and there's still so much time remaining and the ceiling above you and your rotate back gets cut off, you may have all been watching a Malusi just sit and accept death, but it was checkmate. There was no move to be made for the Malusi other than hitting the wickedest shot of her life trying to rotate out through small bake, because top was held from Quick with the Buck above. You got a Montaigne walking at you. Your small bake is being held. You would have to hit the shot of a lifetime to even continue to live in that round. And even then, the Montaigne chasing you down probably has a bead on you and can probably lock you in a corner again. Tack timeout coming out from TSG in response to being put on match point. It's Revan guaranteeing themselves a point at the very least, should we see, again, the makings of a comeback. Revan as well haven't been as active in the all chat since round number 2, which I think has served them pretty well, as it seemed like TSG again played off of that and used a little bit of that to their advantage to get back into the match. Oh, never mind.
Wow, you really jinxed that. That's so funny.
Yeah. I'll just, you know what, Jonah, you can have this. You can have it. I'm just going to pass it off to you, buddy. I'm gonna stop.
Well, it's much easier when the trash talk is in English. So at least I don't have to translate for you. At least you can understand what you saw there. But yeah, we saw some more trash talk from Revan. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. we're gonna just let that be. They have a chance now to close out this game. 6-4. 7-4 win would be nice. Let's remember though that Revan have been in a situation like this before, and they've lost in a situation like this before. It was against 6K. Day 1. 6-3 on Bank. They lose it 8-7 in overtime. They go on to play Bank again and lose the map again, so maybe that's just a Bank thing and not a Cafe thing. But this is not a team who has won convincingly even in a situation like this before. Now, they are giving us a performance that does indicate this one is going to be over soon. They're playing well. They're keeping it nice and close in every single round, and if they're not winning rounds, they come very close to winning rounds. That last one, a flawless. Their first flawless attacking round, if you can believe it, their third flawless round on the map as a whole. So they are clearly feeling good. Just got to close this one out in this potentially final opportunity to do so.
Well, the site that TSG will rest all their hopes and dreams of continuing this match on will be dining and reading. And now we're going to lose a lot of these Kiba barricades from Caden upstairs with the use of the Hibana X Kairos onto the Kiba barricades from the hands of Abinai. repelled out the minibar window, and that's going to push Caden back from his safe haven that he had fashioned for himself with Kivas inside of Piano. That's a good position for Revan to be in. Only a minute deep into the round, opening up the reinforcement in towards Bathroom. Draw's made his entry, proning underneath the Hibana breach, but turning the corner. Draw gets one, waiting the swing at the top of the white stairs for a second, and it will not arrive as expected. Alan Durf having to move out of his position from inside of Cocktail as well, as he's trying to take aim towards the rappel. He's going to lose his reinforcement next to him.
No longer the coverage from his left. Have to be more conscious of exactly where he repositions and when. He might just be committing to this top floor to live and potentially to die here. If he could get to the hatch, he could drop down. He does! He actually rotates into long bar and takes care of Lambe. He just steps up from his position, close on that cocktail wall, steps up, relocates, drops down. Little mishap for Revan, but they still have the man advantage thanks to Abonai. They take care of Cuervo. Still a 4v3. Revan's had problems with the clock before. A similar situation here as they are currently prioritizing the vertical destruction. A lot easier, though, to move this control into an execute. They just have to do it soon.
Well, that Goyo canister is well timed. It's going to leave about 5 seconds, and Alan Durf up to the floorboards. He may be identified by the Grimbees, but nonetheless still reaping havoc up against Revan. He identified on the rotation back in towards Reading, and the unfortunate nature for TSG's defense, they've lost the ceiling above them in a lot of crucial positions, forcing them backwards into the depths of Reading. The flashbangs will come out as Abonai is able to sneak on in past the flames of the Goyo canister and attempt the plant going down. The coverage from upstairs, it whiffs! Abonai is left exposed as he's trying to get the plant down. His coverage fails him, and TSG will push us to round 12.
And Alan Durf, rightly so. Little LOL in chat. Revan cannot close it out in their first match point opportunity. They will have to look to their second and final opportunity to close this one out in regulation. It'll have to be round number 12, but disaster strikes for Revan as they thought they had the chance to get that diffuser down. Yeah, sure, started off well. You've got good coverage from Draw up top, but that's where it ended. That's where the good coverage stopped. Abonai going for the plant, had a chance to get it down, but was not able to get the proper support from his team. So it is 5-6. TSG, one round away from sending this one to overtime, and you gotta know, if they do that, that would put the fear of God into Revan.
Well, I think, again, you mentioned it, the run back from 6 Karma on Bank. Is it a Bank thing, or is it a Revan thing? Early indications were maybe it was a Bank thing. As time progresses here on Cafe, maybe it's a Revan thing, unfortunately for them. TSG, the opportunity to snag a point against a projected playoff team, and I think for TSG, bouncing back just with, honestly, all the success they've had so far on this map, after getting walked 7-1 on Monday. This is a great bounce back. This is great for TSG, honestly. And again, coming in here and sneaking a point off of Revan, or just sneaking a 7-5 loss, either way, in comparison to losing 7-1 to Lycus, I'll take that to the bank any day of the week. And I think for right now, TSG in a good position again to force Revan onto their heels and force them to adapt to the changing scenario in front of them. TSG here, this is a very opportunistic moment for them, starting now on the basement defense inside of Kitchen. They have stalled Revan out on previously, and they get the opening pick onto Lambe.
I'm so excited to see the chat if TSG wins this round. Clearly they're feeling good. It's Kronk who takes the first fight and wins it. Cuervo comfortable enough to peek the door before reinforcing it. Oh, but Kronk had a chance there to put the dagger into Revan. Instead, Abonai flicks him, gets the kill, and, well, just gets away with 20 HP of his life remaining. So just barely alive, but that'll go a long way to helping Revan on this attack because those cluster charges They're going to wreak havoc on the utility down below. And there you have it. The hatch can now open wide. Kronk now getting active in the chat, saying there's a cav upstairs, which we and I believe Revan know to be false. They will keep their attention on the site, hoping to force these defenders around. It works a bit. You now have Roy's trying to tuck tail and run into prep. But because Revan have not established these angles down below just yet, that's actually not going to get him much. It'll force Royce to move, and then he can just move back. The next 50 seconds, again, Revan got to have some first floor control if they want to make an execute on this site.
Oh, and the gas from Alan Durf from behind the whiskey bar. Well, Chokeout draws approach from Brown Stairs. There's still VIP presence being held from Caden as well as the Tubarao. This is tough for Revan to try and piece their way through. Draw taking damage now as he tries to descend the red stairs, being double swung, but Marteau wins against Cuervo. Good trade here from Caden! Nice snap on the 90-degree turn to pick up both, and now it's just drawing quick, keeping regulation win hopes alive for Revan. The flashbangs come down, it's a self-flash onto Quick, still VIP presence held. Caden for 3 on the round, looking for more. Quick will put him to sleep, but the advance into the bomb site will quickly be repelled by an M590! Alan Durf sends us to overtime.
Oh, and the tack timeout. An LOL from Mr. Durf and Revan with their backs against the wall again. It is all tied up, but it certainly doesn't feel like an even match going into OT. It is TSG with the momentum, Revan with the pressure and the weight of history up on their shoulders, hoping to avoid a repeat of that disastrous game on bank on day one. Man, what a tough execute there for Revan. I mean, they tried to change it up. That's the third variation of the kitchen attack we've seen from them this half. Opening round, they just ran out of time. Second time they go for it. They bring out the double shield and it works like a charm. It's a flawless round. They clean TSG's clocks. This time, it's not a bakery push. They don't put all the vertical pressure directly over the kitchen site. The focus is on freezer. The focus is on restaurant, on VIP. And where did that get them? Well, it put them in a crazy back and forth that resulted in one man having to sprint into the site against 2 defenders. Revan have once again dropped the ball, albeit temporarily, and have allowed this to go into OT. TSG, this is the furthest they have gotten against any opponent so far as well.
It's good to see Abinai still laughing, and good to see the spirits are still high on the side of Revan, because that's 1 point that you've guaranteed surrendered. Will you surrender 2? The good news for Revan is that by making it to overtime, they've at least guaranteed themselves 1 point in the standings. And again, this is a double round robin group stage. It's not the end of the world if you're not picking up every single point. But you don't want to give a team like TSG or a team like Light in the standings usurp you in the standings, because there are benefits to being a 1 or 2 seed at the end of the day. You do get to skip a whole best of 3. You do get to skip deeper into the bracket and have more chances at running it to the major. We're far away from that. But for the time being, it is Revan, who did have the 6-4 lead, the opportunity to close it out in regulation, and the coverage failed Abinai. Then in the previous round, unaware of the roam topside and unable to convert through a VIP push into the bomb site. And a couple hiccups for Revan. Now they get to go to the defensive side and get active once again. And we're going to see Lambe returning to this red hall window as the boogie drone flies through past him. He'll open up the window. He will destroy the boogie drone by ejecting the canister. And he will not take a gunfight with Alan Durf.
Well, Lambe has been in that position before. It was round number 2. The exact same position, the exact same operator, the exact same circumstances, and he opened the round with a kill. TSG have learned from their mistakes, not exposing themselves to the window initially. Lambe, he gets away with his life, but he does not get away with a kill. So the first minute, no kills for Revan. They were very good at getting these opening kills so early on their defensive half. Not the case here. It was 5-1 entry Revan compared to True Synergy on that first half. It has been a very different story on this second half as we have gone completely even 3-3. And now TSG look to flip that script again and take that advantage back in their favor. Caden, Skeleton Key is in his hand. Will open up whatever he can above and see if they can spot Revan down below. But as you might expect, vertical destruction the priority for TSG. The next step will be getting Cuervo down below to begin the horizontal pressure in just a minute's time.
TSG very preoccupied with a potential flank up the red stairs from Lambe, as they should be, because that was their undoing a couple of times, getting top control but getting flanked upon, not having the requisite pressure on that stairwell to make sure that no one could ascend the stairs and be their waking nightmare. Marto will go for a little bit of a jaunt inside of Bakery and re-barricade the double door, because it's a nice sound cue and it's a nice little barrier to have between yourself and the attackers. This is an interesting extension from Kronk all the way down the white stairs without much help. A smoke grenade comes out, bounces it off the wall towards VIP, but Quick is able to get active from the bomb chassis and apply some more pressure with Kiba barricades as well to continue to slow the path for TSG as they try to make their way into the objective. They've only got 25 seconds to do so.
They still haven't dealt with Abonai. This is a consistent problem for TSG. They got completely hamstrung by this before, so now Kronk is just going to avoid it. He drops Freezer with no support. The wall is fully reinforced, and he has nowhere to go. But still, TSG are getting these kills. Kronk takes care of Quick. Abonai is now off the site. Lambe, they both have to come back and pull off a miracle. It is Abonai alone. He's got 4 to find and a diffuser to deal with, and TSG take an incredible attack and they turn it into a beautiful execute. 30 seconds. Abonai picked up a kill, but he's got to find 3 more, and he's got to do it now. Alan Durf and Kronk will not allow it to happen. It is TSG who take the lead in overtime.
Jonah, I think we've seen this movie before. I think for Revan, the unfortunate nature there is we're unaware of the drop through Freezer, but more importantly, the overwhelming force through Bakery didn't really have support. It seemed like Kochek and the rest of that Bakery contingent were cut off from one another, preoccupied with their own individual tasks and not working together to try and slow down the push through Bakery. This was all from overhead, but it looked like TSG had a pretty easy entry through Bakery with the time ticking against them, as compared to when Revan had the time ticking down on them and they tried to push through Bakery. They got repelled with relative ease by TSG, who will also elect to go downstairs to the kitchen on the defense. Interesting choice, because as Jonah mentioned earlier on, this is a round that TSG was able to win, and also a round where they got flawless against defending this bomb site in this map. Bold, but at the end of the day, we see Marto on the Montaigne. We do not see the presence of the Fuse. Abonai onto the Ace now, as he did whip out a Fuse with an AK last time. It's do or die here for Revan to send us to round 15.
Do or die is right. Do or repeat a troubling course of history that we teased before this match even began and somehow has nearly come true again. If the past holds true, we got to go to round 15 to see it. Revan on the attack. Going straight for Bakery this time. A 4th iteration of this kitchen attack. They've changed it up every single time, and they've had mixed results. They've done a nice job now of isolating Cuervo. He is alone in Bakery, but nobody has stepped up to take him out just yet. Marteau, 50 HP, staying outside, wanting to maintain the health for now, waiting for some support before he takes this fight. The wall is open. That gives a lot of protection to Cuervo if Marteau walks in front of him. That'll be a crossfire that Marteau cannot go in front of. He'll have to stay in the corner. He'll drop the shield to bait the Oryx, but this back and forth will continue at a vital turning point in this round. We cross the halfway mark, and it is TSG who get the first 1, 2, 3 kills on the round. Marteau has left the game, leaving it up to Quick and Draw to close this one out. A 2 versus 5, and TSG are about to repeat history against Revan. Kronk with 2, Draw outside with nowhere to go. Somehow, Revan have once again fumbled a regulation advantage of at least 2 rounds and lost this game on Cafe. Barring a miracle from Draw, this one is over. TSG end it with a flawless, and Revan just got derfed.
Listen, I want to give absolute credit to TSG. When I said in the pregame the transitive property theory, it was somewhat jokingly. We'll bring Core back in. I do want to highlight, though, as we bring Core back in, one absolutely electric 6 billion IQ play from TSG on the defense there to round out the game. Common practice, if you smoke the small bake wall to ace it or breach it in any way, it's so that a defender cannot shoot off the breach. That also means that when you throw a Zoto canister onto that wall that's being breached, you can't see the Zoto canister to shoot it to allow the breach to happen, and that is exactly what they did from inside of Kochak. I thought that was enormous IQ play for TSG, knowing that the smoke would come out and being able to use the Zoto to stop the bakery wall from getting open, and we saw what Cuervo was able to do when he had free reign inside a bakery.
Yeah, you're right. That was a brilliant play. I'm glad you caught that and brought it up because I didn't even think about that until now. But yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't. I'm laughing. I shouldn't be laughing. I mean, I'll be honest. It was a rough game for Revan. I think we all know it was a rough game for Revan. I think we could genuinely talk about Revan's future as a team just based on some of the chat that was in there at the end. Abinai obviously not happy. But I'm going to focus instead, Jonah, on TSG a little bit because this was a really good game from them. Flynn has already highlighted it. It just felt like they found something that they had been missing for all their other matches and really channeled it into a spectacular performance at the end.
I have no idea where it came from, but I love that it came out today. I mean, we were talking about this TSG team. We knew it had some untapped potential. We knew that it had a tough schedule day 1 and day 2. Day 3, was it going to be their day? Guess not. That set off alarm bells. But to come back today and to come back in the way that they did, 6-4, 2 match points, you then win 4 rounds in a row and just absolutely dominate Revan in the end. Incredible. Incredible work from them. Are they a threat in the entire group stage? Maybe now they are. Who knows? Are Revan plummeting fast down this leaderboard? You're damn right they are. They're not getting the points they need to be getting, and they're continuing to talk trash despite that. So, a lot of question marks raised here today. 1 exclamation point. TSG, well done.
100%. You got to give your flowers to TSG for being able to pull that game out of the gutter that was the first 2 rounds as well. Yeah, those were ugly starting rounds for TSG, and you could see it with Quick talking in all chat about how ugly those rounds were. That TSG had some work to do in the middle of that map to turn things around, and all credit to them, they did. Very impressive performance for TSG. Again, the transitive property thing, I said it as somewhat of a joke, but it happens. It happens so many times in this game. For whatever reason, you go down the order of who beat who, and all of a sudden it links back around as a circle. Tough one for Revan, but well done for TSG.
Yeah, no, that's LATAM, man. The wild stuff happens down here, folks. It really does. I mean, there you see True Synergy Gaming banishing the evil spirits they picked up against Lyca's Empire, but they create a whole host of ghosts there for Rev and E-Club to deal with. One more match coming your way. Could it be another huge upset? It is the aforementioned Lyca's Empire versus 6 Karma right after this break. Well, welcome back, viewers, here to LATAM Play Day for our final game of the day. On the way, it will be Lycus Empire versus 6 Karma. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me here to bring you all the action are Flynn and Jonah. We get ready to jump into this one. Let's take a look at Lycus Empire. Now, Jonah, they are coming off of their best game of the season on Monday. They absolutely beat the brakes off of Team Synergy, but that's about all they've really done.
Yeah, but it did look good. That was the big thing. It wasn't just TSG rolling over and Lycus taking the win. Suddenly, Lycus played really good Siege. It kind of came out of nowhere. It was like week 1, very new team. Well, let me say, similar team with one addition, new mentality, new coach, new stage. Week 2, they have time to talk things over. They have time to make some adjustments. And whatever happened between week 1 and week 2, worked like a charm.
Yeah, definitely did. But can they repeat that same magic here today against their opponent, 6 Karma? I mean, Flynn, this should be a match that's not even really a challenge for 6 Karma. They should just walk this one in.
I mean, if you had asked me that question an hour ago, I would say probably.
No, Flynn, we already had our upset. The quota is met.
That's it, and we're done. There's no more.
True.
Everybody gets one.
Listen, I will say, if you're coming off a 7-1 win, you're feeling pretty hot if you're like.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. They have to be feeling hot going up at 6 Karma, but 6 Karma, they're professionals, right? They're gonna handle this no matter what map they get sent to here, Jonah. They're gonna handle it.
Yeah, and they're going to be fine. They're also coming off a 7-4 win against Cinta Negra. They're going to be fine. They go to Chalet here. I think this map is a great place to see both of these teams do battle. I think this is a good place for 6 Karma. We've seen them be plenty capable on this map before, but I also think for Lycus, right, this is an opportunity to build off of last week. And if you want to play a little crazy, Chalet will allow you to do that. If you want to really lean into that utility game and play extremely disciplined Siege, Chalet will allow you to do that. So they do have some options here in how they want to approach this. 6 Karma will give them a challenge. It will give them quite a fight, but I do think, based on what we saw a couple days ago, and the fact that upsets are very much on the table now, it could happen. It certainly could.
Well, there's no need to delay any longer. Our first Chalet of the day, take it away.
Alrighty, thank you, Corbeck. Our final map of the night, our first Chalet of the night, and well, potentially our second upset of the night if Lycus Empire have anything to say about it. Feels like they just have their work cut out for them a little more, though, than TSG did against Revan. 6 Karma, they haven't made the same blunders that we've seen from Revan a few times now. In fact, 6 Karma was one of those teams who did the damage to Revan on day 1. Since then, they haven't had a problem at all. 7-3 TSG, 7-4 Cinta Negra, and now they face Lycus Empire. Will it be any different, Flynn? What do you think?
I imagine for Lycus, this is going to be a different challenge than what they faced against TSG. Again, if you go by the transitive property theory, they smoked TSG, who just beat Revan, who had a 6-3 lead against 6 Karma. You can play this game all day with all the games in this double round robin. At the end of the day, though, 6K starting on the attacking side on Chalet, I like that for them a lot. This is obviously one of the more attacking favored maps in the comp pool. I think for Lycus Empire, starting on the defense, you're going to need to find some safety because 6 Karma aren't going to let you have it for much of the round. Losing the Montane and the Ying, again, those are two pretty significant execute operators, but, as we've seen plenty of times now, you ban away one shield, you just play the other one if 6 Karma have any inclination to do so. We have the Finca coming out from Kurtz, which is an interesting one that's been creeping back up in the play rate numbers. A little bit more and a little bit more each passing day of the Finca coming back into the rotation. Just restoring a little bit of health, giving you a little bit of confidence taking in some later round gunfights.
Well, the early round gunfights here likely to take place in Library of all places. Already, it's Aphex, wow, dangerously close to finding himself in an engagement with the player on the sandwich window, but he backs off and repositions and rotates, looking to continue to be a pain on the 6 Karma attack. Instead, though, it is Faxi who strikes first. Some vertical destruction will aid him in getting the opening kill on the round onto Skimzy, no less. A great way to begin. So Lycus Empire strike first. a very important blow to land here in this matchup now.
You see the lack of setup here on the library side. It was evident that Aphex wasn't really meant to stay here for a prolonged stay. And he will back off indeed. They get the opening pick down through the floorboards into West Main. And Aphex decides, you know what? My time has come to return to the bomb site and join my friends. He now repositions himself up against the half wall and swinging out towards Library as his reinforcement in front of him will start to get chewed away by the Hibana X Kairos of Rayduck. But the opening pick does give Lycus the ability to play a little more aggressive onto this breach. Though as I say that, Skimsy is going to over-aggress straight into the waiting arms of a Claymore. And this means now that for the defensive side for Lycus, playing this overextension position for Aphex up against the breach now becomes a little more perilous.
Okay, speaking of, there's Rayduct right on the breach, happy to take care of Aphex, who exposed himself to that position. 6 Karma, they now have the man advantage as a result. So much for that good start for Lycus. You've got Ronnie, who's so low HP. Yeah, you've got some utility in the way of 6 Karma, but there is still a full minute left, and they are knocking on the door of the site. These defenders continuing to reposition. They've got to be careful, especially because Ronnie is so low HP. The attack will continue to build. The double door now, the next point of pressure for Kurtz. He'll go down, but Rayduct again, a swift trade, unfixed. Out the window, it looked like he jumped on top of a Claymore. He gets the kill anyway, but 6 Karma will close it out swiftly from the other side. A back and forth early, but 6 Karma will start off the map with a round win.
Again, good resilience there for 6 Karma. You surrender the opening pick through West Main. Let's be honest, there's usually always vertical holes from bathroom down towards West Main. You didn't have any pressure from the balcony, so probably just a better gunfight to be won from the side of Lycus Empire to win that. But good focus for 6 Karma to not get distracted. We had the repeated runs out the bathroom window, and trying to engage in a lot of the aggression towards the office breach as well. And 6 Karma, again, they just kind of stayed on mission, which was get into the bomb site and get a plant down, which should be your mission as the attacking side. They weren't getting drawn off with the side quests of hunting down people away from the bomb site or engaging with the runouts coming out from the bathroom window. They were a nuisance. They weren't the difference maker on the round. Getting in and getting the plant down was the win condition for 6 Karma, and they stayed on task, which you got to give them credit for. Lycus Empire now are going to run it back upstairs. Same position, nearly the same operators. Got an Echo and a Valkyrie coming out now instead of the Aruni. So some slight role changes coming out for Lycus, but same setup with the soft breach on the left side of the office wall in towards jungle. Again, lack of a setup library side. So we aren't going to be staying here for long if we are at all for Lycus Empire, which means 6 Karma again can make that initial entry library side, make that their pivot point to push in towards the bomb site.
One thing 6 Karma have done incredibly well, one of the major consistent patterns that have emerged in their attacks, it's been their pace. They like to start off quick, and sometimes it's just overwhelming for the defense to deal with it. Look at this attacking lineup. Lion, Finka, Blitz, they're going fast again. You better watch out. It's Swag to start. It's Falls who continues the pressure, and as the Blitz just rolls on in, Lycus Empire go crumbling to the ground. Unflexed and Aphex, the two that remain, as they back off and try to escape. It is Kurtz who cleans up one. The flawless round is denied. Oh, good flick there from Unfixed as well. But he has 3 more to find. Rayduct gets the diffuser down, and the Legion has to do it all from below, and Kurtz will not allow that to happen. It's the speed again for 6 Karma that gets the better of the defense.
Yeah, like you said, Jonah, the ability to play the tempo, but also switch the tempo. We go very methodical. We go very checklist in round number 1 on the side of 6 Karma. Round number 2. Okay, there's no Montaigne. We do not care. We have a Blitz. Again, you ban one shield, you play the other. That is the mantra of 2024. And we get into the bomb site immediately. And I think that was actually a very good response for 6 Karma into the operator changes that were coming out. If you're going to play methodical and later into the round, we saw a plant going down in round number 1 with 20 seconds left on the clock. Yokais and Valkyrie cameras and Nitro cells and the Toxic Babes from the smoke. That's a lot of late round utility. The easiest way to nullify that is obviously shooting them in the face. but also getting in their face as fast as possible and make sure the late round never arrives. So a very good job there for 6 Karma, winning back-to-back attacking rounds towards Master and Office, and that is going to push Lycus Empire away from that bomb site and turn their sights towards Bar and Gaming, try and get a foothold in this match. It's been honestly very impressive so far from 6 Karma, very clinical. We got the Blitz coming out again from Raduct. We've got Swag on the Yana, another operator. You show me this lineup and you'd say it's probably from 2022, but at the end of the day, Skimzy gets off the LMG, we still got the Finka, we got the Glaz, we got the Blitz, the Yana. We are turning back the clock if we are 6 Karma.
Well, Lycus Empire hoping to turn back the clock to Monday, where they took their first win of the stage over TSG. They played on this map, and they won very dominantly 7-1. You'd think going back here is good, but 6K, they just go right into it with a full head of steam. Here's Raduct again. No way he's allowed to do that. He takes care of Ronnie. Swag will get one too. The trades go back and forth, giving Lycus a chance here. A 3v3. They stop the initial onslaught, but they can't stop Skimzy, who is still very much a threat. He takes care of Aphex. That is a lethal weapon to remove on the side of Lycus. It's going to go a long way to allowing 6 Karma to get this diffuser down. Swag, he will complete the plant, leaving Unfixed and Faxi to retake from outside the site. Tough to get back in with the coverage that 6 Karma now have around the site. 3 different positions means that's 3 potential 1v1s. Unfixed takes the first. The next player inside the site to the right. The other one outside the fireplace double door. It's Skimzy who wins the first, and he wins the second. Round 3 to 6 Karma. They keep it quick, they keep it flashy, and they win the round again.
Again, 6 Karma pushing their advantage early in the rounds. Round number 1, very methodical. Very basic, step-by-step procedural take into the bomb site, breach the wall, get the plant down with 30 or so seconds left in the round. Last couple rounds, foot through the floor on the gas pedal. Absolute direct site takes with the Blitz, with the Finka. And man, they are winning a lot of their early engagements, and it's catching Lycus Empire off guard now. Back-to-back rounds that there's been someone just ill-prepared for a Blitz sprinting at. There aren't many positions you can be in terms of being prepared to win a 1v1 against a Blitz. It's kind of why you need the verticality of the setup. We saw it in round number 2 with kitchen play that didn't do a whole lot to stop the movement of the Blitz upstairs. And then in that round, we had vertical holes working down from mezzanine, but just not in a position to stop the Blitz from the torrid pace and the rush to the fireplace window. So it's swiftly a 3-0 lead for 6 Karma. We see the Frost, the Legion, the Malusi, the Fenrir, all operators on the side of Lycus Empire with the sole discretionary objective of slowing 6 Karma down. But if you also smack open a big window, Raduct will shoot you in the face.
That's a tough loss for Lycus. Aphex and Ronnie, they were the two big MVPs in that game against TSG that they won a couple days ago. Ronnie went 12-3, Aphex 11-5. Not the same success here, especially at the start of the 4th round, as you have already lost the newest pickup to this team within the first 30 seconds. 6 Karma more than happy to take that opening kill as they continue to collect these opening blows. The response for Lycus Empire yet to be seen. No one panicking, and that's what you like to see. Everyone maintaining their positions they were before, but not backing off either. Ronnie, for example, busy shooting at a drone. He gets destroyed. Skimzy was more than ready. And now is when you start to hit that panic button. This is where things get dangerous for Lycus, because now they want to swing. Look, both on doorways. Unfixed, Owen, they want to fight. They want to get a kill here, but that's only going to put them in even more jeopardy if 6 Karma keep things as tidy as they are right now.
Tidy, succinct, clinical, easy breezy for 6 Karma thus far. 2-man advantage, and they seem to have read Lycus Empire very well in terms of the utility they anticipated that Lycus would bring in response to the rushes. Now we've got the Brava and the Flores trying to get rid of the traps that were going to be brought by Lycus and the Banshees and the Fenrirs. Everything at the disposal of Lycus Empire in terms of utility was well read by the attacking side of Six Karma. Radox will go 1 for 1, but Swag with the purview from up above leaves Unfixed alone from inside of storage. He hears an attacker droning above his library hatch, but he cannot find the angle to at least get one and get some momentum going. Instead, he'll take shots to the backside from either side, and there goes the flash just to seal the deal. Hertz will close it out, and yet we are going to need a tactical timeout for Lycus Empire.
Very reasonable time to take one. Six Karma, they are playing at their absolute peak right now, and Lycus have not been able to stop them. I mean, to the point where you're seeing Six Karma now start to skip some steps, maybe ignore a hatch, maybe ignore a certain angle, because they just don't need all of it right now. They are playing so tidy, so perfectly on that entry, that it really doesn't matter what kind of shenanigans they get up to in the second half. They can just play the trades and they're going to win the round. Not saying that Six Karma are just throwing in the towel in the back of the rounds either. They are playing extremely coordinated, extremely tidy Siege. As far as all the Siege we've watched this stage, I think this is some of the best for 6K. Obviously, Lycus aren't putting up much of a fight, but like, this is just neat. This is organized. This is destructive. Not a lot that Lycus have been able to do so far. So very reasonable. You take the tack time out to see what you can concoct when you come back from this brief break. But you only have 2 rounds left to try to make something happen here. And as you are defending Chalet, you do expect to get a little bit more than we're seeing right now.
I think for Six Karma, like I said, to tail that round, it's just reading Lycus like a book. Being able to go through a very methodical round number 1 and then turn on the gas and all of a sudden know exactly when this switch would come for Lycus. Whether it's pre-round droning or just anticipation, regardless, it seems like Six Karma utility-wise have had the answer to anything that Lycus will bring in all 4 rounds. You head into round number 5 with Lycus changing bomb sites once again. So we tried twice upstairs, we tried twice bar gaming. Nothing's worked so far in terms of garnering a win on the board, so now we'll instead go to kitchen and dining and try to hold out on this bomb site. But again, this is going to require some top control. And look at everyone swapping for Six Karma in the changing phase. Again, I think their pre-round droning has been excellent. They've been able to identify exactly what they want to bring to be the counter and to be the answer to Lycus. This is very impressive to see for Six Karma. I think for Lycus Empire right now, this is just about surviving the first half. And get onto the attacking side where you can have a little bit more control and you can have the op pick phase in the drone phase and make a few changes to the lineup that you see fit based on what Six Karma will bring.
Oh, the double round robin, that means 10 play days. Playday 5 is the final one in the rotation where you face that last opponent. That means next week on Monday, Six Karma will play Team Cruelty. So that's the last chance we're going to have to see really who is the true top of LATAM North. Right now, Flynn, for me, this is a total toss-up. The only hiccup Six Karma have had was day 1 against Revan on Bank. Looked a little rough. They were nearly losing. They were going to lose that game until they made a miraculous comeback. But the only reason they were able to make that comeback was because they went to overtime. They took that one 8-7, thus getting themselves 2 points instead of 1. In terms of straight victories, Six Karma and Cruelty are neck and neck. It is just the 1 point that separates them if Six Karma can walk away with this regulation win. So they are thinking about more than just this game against Lycus right now. They have all of LATAM on their mind, and right now it is looking organized. It is looking exactly like a team that could very well take this fight to Team Cruelty and could indeed upset what we think is the best team in the North right now. But back to round 5 where we see over 90 seconds already gone. The second half of this round well underway as the space that Six Karma continues to take up above continues to fall under their control. Have they forced all these defenders out just yet? Not so much. Still one player lurking above.
Again with the read to bring the Thatcher, anticipating the Kaid trick onto the dining wall. Good range there up against Faxi as well. Trying to take a long-range engagement from the bottom of the Solarium stairs inside of Trophy, but now the wall gets opened up, and we have the breach on the side of 6 Karma. Gonna work our way into the bomb site. Worrying about top control, but Aphex will be the first one to take significant damage in the round. Again, at the bottom of those solar stairs. The push coming for 6 Karma. It's just a matter of time now as the time ticks against them. They haven't done enough to dislodge anyone from playing up above, though. Still top control being held momentarily over towards the back of Master. Now the push will have to come for 6 Karma. 15 seconds on the clock, and they will start pushing in. Aphex will start pushing up, and Kurtz will collect. Faxi, though, will drop Rayduck. And that was the man carrying the diffuser. Unfixed with another one. Owen walks his way on up inside of Dining. And just like that, the timer will expire. The kills are extraneous. The diffuser was on the floor. The clock struck midnight. And just like that, after attack timeout, Lycus Empire, they're on the board.
Well, a great response for Lycus after the attack timeout. It did look like 6 Karma faced a little bit of difficulty up above and a little bit of indecision on exactly what to do next. They faced that awkward spot in the round where they had the wall open, both above and below, but there was still a lot of utility in their way downstairs. There were still 1, if not 2 defenders up above to worry about. A lot of different things going on at once. Why were all those factors stacked against them? Because Lycus did a much better job, and very simply, of staying alive. Sometimes it just comes down to that. The simple fact that every time Lycus was faced with some pressure, they backed off. They didn't re-aggress or take the fight. Those 2 players upstairs, in those first 4 rounds, we might have seen them getting in the face of 6K or taking that fight as they transitioned from an extension on that library side as they rotated back towards that master and office side. Instead, every time 6 Karma took space, Lycus backed off, keeping themselves alive, keeping their gun up, keeping the man count up, keeping the utility in play. So when it came down to it, 6 Karma had much too much utility, much too many guns, standing in their way, slowed down that execute, and forced 6 Karma to kind of beat themselves.
Once again, we see the carousel of attacking operators on the side of 6 Karma, just demonstrating the flexibility and comfortability that 6 Karma have, playing in a myriad of different formations. This is really, again, impressive to see for 6 Karma, a team that from stage number 1 didn't demonstrate this same flexibility. And honestly, they felt very rigid at times. This seems like a much more pliable and reactive 6 Karma. It seems prepared to face the challenges ahead of them here and attempting to qualify for the major. Like I said, Jonah, we'll have to do battle with Cruelty for that number 1 spot. At the end of the day, this does look like an improved 6 Karma, which is what we wanted to see through the course of the offseason. On the side of Lycus Empire, though, we return to Bar and Gaming, where things did not go so well the last couple times we've defended this bomb site. But the good news is you haven't lost control of the bomb site within the first 75 seconds of the round, as compared to the last couple times. And for 6 Karma, again, the changing of operators. Again, we're going back to a more methodical take, a step-by-step procedural with a lot of soft destruction, which means you want the top control. 6 Karma, this is going to employ all 3 minutes on the clock, which is something we haven't said very often.
No, taking the full time to really go for the clear, and right now it is not working. You've got Aphex and Ronnie standing in their way. 2 bodies drop on the 6 Karma side before Rayduct finally gets an answer. Is somebody from Lycus still stuck in Coffin Corner? This is an easy kill for Rayduct. Faxi needed to leave a long time before that. Rayduct collects 3. Unfixed. Not paying attention. Gets fried from the hatch. Lycus Empire overstaying their welcome. I just complimented them for backing off so nicely in round 5. Round 6. A very different story. 6 Karma, because of it, now have the advantage again. This 3v2 with Ronnie and Owen left to defend the site themselves. 30 seconds, that's not a ton of time, but 6 Karma have the vertical control they need. They now can jump down into the site and look to get this diffuser down. Here they go. Rayduct on the plant, C4. Just off the mark, shot out from the other side. Great coverage. Owen gets shut down. Rayduct with 4. Rayduct with 5. He gets the ace, and 6 Karma take their 5th attacking win.
Yeah, overstaying the welcome is the easiest way to put that for Lycus. You get the first 2 picks denying the clear cross from the office side through jungle, and we're just sticking around inside of library for way too long. And then again, this shot from Rayduck, it is nice, but it's anticipatory. He's seen this a billion times. Trying to get cheeky by holding that angle towards the hatch, if you're a Lycus Empire defender, I guarantee you Rayduck has played more scrims than you have in that position. He knows that you're going to try and play aggressive there after losing the man. It's a tough one. It was a great read by Rayduck, but for 6 Karma, they catch Lycus Empire resting on their laurels in that round. And unfortunately, it will cost Lycus. Now at a 5-1 scoreline, 6 Karma will try and demonstrate how to defend this bomb site properly. We now see Lycus Empire transition to the attacking side. We're going to see 6 Karma employ some very different operators, most notably the Vigil returning with the Boss G. This really is 2024, the year of the Boss G and Shields.
Well, it's also the year of Rayduct, I suppose. At least the map of Rayduct. 12-3 at this point, doubling the kills of his nearest teammate. More than doubling the kills of his nearest opponent. An insane last round. 5 kills will do that for you. Put you well clear of the field. 2-0 on the entry as well. Performing out of his mind and getting 6 Karma back in this one. He didn't need the ace, but those first 3 kills, it really seemed like he did. And 6 Karma as a whole needed those kills. Lycus, much stronger defense that time, but not enough to replicate their round 5 performance. We switch halves now. It is 6K on the defense. Lycus will see their attack for the first time here. Already a slower pace than what we saw in those first few rounds from 6K. The drones coming in. Kurtz, the first target for Lycus.
So we can see from the HUD here from Faxi's Deimos that they have not spotted Kurtz as the Vigil. I'm sure they've seen the fuzz on the drones because he was actively using the ERC upstairs, but they can't Deimos track him if they haven't spotted him, which means that his position at the top of the solar stairs could be integral to securing the top floor control and catching Lycus Empire off guard. See, they'll be tracking Skimzy downstairs, but he's inside a kitchen. Kurtz is the man that they need to be worried about on the solar stairs. Now, there's a potential for the jump to come from Faxi in through the trophy window, but for the most part, Lycus Empire as an entire unit at a standstill. Minute 13 will tick down against them, and there comes the vault in through the trophy window, and there goes Faxi, and the opening pick acquired with even more damage being done now through the wall with the SMG-12. And Skimzy says, I want to join in on the fun and take aim and decimate everybody who steps foot into West Main.
Lycus, they take 2 minutes before really stepping into the site and doing anything. And when they do, great deception from 6 Karma gets them the kill. Rayduct, he was running decoy up top in the biggest way, distracting Lycus from Kurtz. Now Kurtz is outside. There's nothing secret about that. But an impact, he throws the impact, lights up Unfixed to 1 HP, and then he's cleaned up from above. Thanks to, of course, it is Rayduct who closes this one out. It's Falls who gets the final kill on the round, and 6 Karma who clean up shop. But yeah, that was not the attack that you want to see from Lycus Empire if you're pulling for them. Not a lot of hope instilled after the start of that. I'll reiterate, 2 minutes or a minute 50 before we saw the first player step into the building, and that was Faxi. At that point, he immediately went down, and then 2 more attackers went down soon after. That was far too late to be moving in, and it was a disaster, Flynn, when they did indeed move in.
Yeah, the strategic pinpoint there to go for a trophy and West Main pinch as your entry on a bar gaming defense is also curious for Lycus. Typically, when you have top floor control up against a bar gaming defense, entering in on the main floor where they can establish a crossfire from not only the bomb site but also above you is an uncomfortable position to be in. And again, they weren't aware of Kurtz's position on the solar stairs because he had deftly avoided the drones, which is hats off to Kurtz once again, but also for Lycus Empire, just a tough one running out of clock running out of positions to enter the map on, and ultimately choosing one that was really just in a bad spot for Lycus Empire and their survivability in the round. And it meant that, yeah, 6 Karma could establish that crossfire, tag team everyone in West Main, and say goodnight to the round. Kurt's returning to his Boss G ways as he rips down the snow balcony. Double window, we got a Valkyrie camera outside, so we're using a Valk cam for 10 seconds. We are jumping outside for 10 seconds. Radek hits one, he stays outside, the Nitro Cell goes soaring, and thankfully, the Nitro Cell will get shot, so Radek only gets 1 for his trouble, but it is on to Ronnie. It's another start here for 6 Karma that seems to be snowballing into the end of Lycus Empire.
Can you imagine that C4 hit? Would have been devastating for Lycus. Truly. But they shoot it out. They stay alive. They lose 1 man, but still 4 up. You still have the Dokkaebi here, so giving everyone a quick ring. Kurtz, again, loves this position in the Solarium. Same for Skimzy. He'll get his kill, swings again aggressively. Faxi takes it, but look who's there for the trade. It's Kurtz. He wants another one. He's got the Boss G, and he is feeling good. Waiting for his moment to swing, but it shouldn't matter too much. 4v1 now as Falls takes care of Owen, and everyone from 6 Karma is about to jump out the window. Unfixed will get his kill onto Rayduck, but he now has to watch out. You've got people streaming in from just about everywhere. Unfixed, good shot. His double kill onto Kurtz. And I think maybe now we're not going to see 2 players jump outside, which will be nice and refreshing. But they're still playing forward positions. They've spotted Unfixed. He needs to be very careful as he works his way up the stairs. But thankfully, Unfixed has some information to work with him as well. So a minute left here, and it does appear that Lycus are on their last breath against 6K.
Yeah, Unfixed still working the 1v2, and he has been able to push Swag and Falls back towards Solarium. For the time being, he'll be blinded consecutively by FNAT mines, and he hasn't recovered the diffuser from the bathroom window, or outside a trophy, actually, at all either. So now he's got a soft wall and some barbed wire to contend with as he tries to make his entry into the bomb site itself, but there's Valkyrie cameras and there's 2 defenders with SMGs. Unfixed is hitting more of those incredible shots that we saw from... That's 3. That's 3 now. So I'm just juggling the FNATs now to make life very unforgivable for Unfixed. He'll walk into the bomb site nearly completely blinded, take a heap full of damage, try to return fire. He will miss, whipping out the pistol in desperation. And it was a 7-1 win for Lycus Empire just 48 hours ago. It now returns to a 7-1 loss at the hands of 6 Karma, so it all balances out in the end.
Yeah, no upset here. A celebratory 6K as they will close out week 2 here of LATAM with a nice win. And they now have 4 wins under their belt, only missing the single point they gave up to Revan by sending that one to OT. Cruelty, their last opponent they'll face next week, and that one will be a game to watch. To wrap up the night, we'll bring in Korbeck for one final time here to close out what was generally a pretty routine affair. Lycus just could not hang in with 6 Karma. At every turn, it was the pace, it was utility game, it was the mid-round, it was the executes. There was just 6 Karma were playing a clean game of Siege, and Lycus just did not have it tonight.
They did not. No, getting a taste of the golden rule right there. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I mean, a 7-1 delivered to True Synergy Gaming, and then they get a 7-1 from 6 Karma in return. So that's just how that works. Karma, I guess, living up to the name a little bit, but looking really well put together and very decisive here tonight, Flynn. I mean, this is essentially what we expected to see from 6K, and they did not disappoint.
No, and I think for 6 Karma, again, like I alluded to during the game, this does feel like an evolution for 6K. I know quality of opponent will always come into factor, and we'll see what happens in that Cruelty game on Monday. But again, I think for 6K, just the demonstration of the comfortability, the flexibility, the adaptability, that's not what we were seeing from 6 Karma just in March, in April. Back in stage 1, 6K was a very rigid team, and they felt like if they could not get plan A done, they weren't going to get anything done. And now this 6 Karma feels like a team that has a Rolodex of plans that they can cycle through and be just fine in just about any situation. We've seen it against Revan, We've seen it tonight against Lycus Empire. We've seen it in their games so far, and we'll look to see it reappear against Cruelty.
Not hearing you, Corbeck. You're gone. Unfortunate. Unplugged his mic. Well, we're going to take a look at the schedule for next week. As I alluded to or rather, the schedule today. We'll move to next week in a moment. Today, obviously, we saw both the South kick off the night, moving to the North. Flynn, I suppose I'll play the role of Corbeck for a moment here. Let's chat about what you thought was the most notable result. Obviously, the T-Rex game for me stood out as the, oh my goodness, our T-Rex about to win this moment. But the Knights eventually pulled it out. What do you got here?
Yeah, I'll go with the T-Rex Knights game simply because, yeah, T-Rex having that one in the bag until it was not in the bag anymore. We'll also, of course, bring it back to poor Revan.
I was just going to ignore that one.
8-6. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, the rest of the results pretty sound, pretty fundamental. The TSG game against Revan. Listen, man, there's games that you want to remember, there's games that are learning lessons, and there's games that you want to forget. And I think for Revan, tonight's game was a game you just want to forget. How about you, brother? Because I think it's just us still.
Yeah, no Corbeck for the rest of the night. He's out of here. We don't need the guy. No, but I agree with you. Obviously, the Revan game was ludicrous, but for me, it really did come down to the two kind of notable games of the night: Match 3, Match 5, both T-Rex and Knights, and TSG and Revan. So we said we'd have some upsets. We almost saw two. Instead, at the end of the day, we just saw the one upset, and TSG will take home the upset round. But that's today, and that is week 2 for LATAM. Moving forward to week 3, play days number 5 and 6. We mentioned it a few times already, but my eye is on 6K and Cruelty, the first match in the North. But with 6K and Cruelty, with the top 2 seeds going at it there, that also means, Flynn, that the top 2 seeds go at it in the South as well.
Yeah, this should be interesting because we go from today's schedule, which was, we should say, lopsided in anticipation. In results, well, there's a couple upsets in there. There's a couple overtime games. It got a little interesting. Next Monday, though, oh my lord, yes, we do have the haymakers going back and forth. We have big hitters. And we'll go to the North standings just to wrap up today to see what the playoff picture looks like through 4/5 of our first run of the double round robin before we get to the
layers
playoffs.
There.
Yeah, but look at the round differential, man. This is what I mean for Revan. It's playday 4 of 10 for Revan. But all of a sudden, they're in the conversation for the race to the bottom, and the round differential is negative, and 6 Karma and Cruelty are running away with those top 2 spots. And Jonah, there is an advantage for being in those top 2 spots.
Right, when you get to playoffs, when you get to that Final Four, right, it's that either free pass you get, that initial buy in the whole first phase, or do you have to kind of enter the fray? So, top 4 all get to play, but the top 2, that is really what you're looking for, both in the North and in the South. But another great week of LATAM will wrap up tonight. Corbeck is he's dealing with his own tech issues, so we're going to close out the show from here. But on behalf of Corbeck and all of us here tonight, we want to thank you for tuning in. No Whippet this week, but he will be back next week. So for Gibson, for Flynn, myself, as well for our producer Crater and the entire LATAM broadcast crew, we want to thank them, of course, for being a part of their stream. And of course, thank you for tuning in for another week of LATAM action. Week 3, just a couple days time. We'll see you then.